I took a contract job up north in January, assigned to monitor and do basic maintenance on a microwave radio site perched on a remote mountaintop outside of Prince Rupert, British Columbia. I wasn't a full-time ranger, more of a technician who worked in parks and isolated communications areas that fell under government oversight. Still, my time outdoors, my training, and years working in backcountry made me part of the broader network of field rangers. I'd seen my share of bad weather and strange behavior in the woods, people and animals both, but that day up there on the mountain stuck with me in a way nothing else had. The site itself was a small, single-story structure, just a metal box sitting on top of a hill surrounded by dense forest and nothing else. It was maybe 30 by 40 feet in size, windowless, gray metal siding, flat roof, with one thick metal front door and a concrete pad in front of it that usually got covered in a thick layer of snow. A small gravel lot extended a little ways out from the pad, but in January it was buried under several feet of snow. Even the snowcats couldn't make it up the narrow trail this time of year. I had to be flown in by helicopter in the morning and picked up again at the end of the day. There was no way out otherwise. The helicopter dropped me off at 8:12 that morning, the usual time. It was already freezing, maybe minus 20 degrees Celsius, and the wind was pushing snow into long, twisting drifts. The trees looked half dead, frozen solid, and the clouds hung low and heavy above us. The pilot said, "See you at 4," through the headset, and I gave him a thumbs up. I watched the chopper lift off, then vanish into the gray sky, its sound disappearing fast. Just like that, I was completely alone. Once the sound of the blades faded away, the silence hit me like a weight. I'd experienced silence in the wild before, but this was something else. Complete stillness, broken only by the occasional groan of a tree shifting in the wind or snow slipping off a limb somewhere out of sight. It was the kind of silence that made you feel like you were underwater or somewhere you weren't supposed to be. I stomped up the steps, unlocked the steel door, and stepped into the building. It was cold inside, but better than outside. The heating system had been running on a backup generator since before I got there, so the air was starting to warm up. I took off my heavy gloves, unzipped my coat, just enough to move comfortably, and got to work. The job was routine. I ran a diagnostic on the microwave relay, checked the battery backup levels, tested the emergency signal system, and cleaned up some dust and ice buildup around one of the fan units. I had a little Bluetooth speaker with me, and I played some classic rock quietly in the background while I worked. I kept the volume low. It wasn't like anyone was around to complain, but I liked being able to hear the creaks and shifts of the building and the wind outside. It helped me feel more grounded. I wasn't making much noise, just light movement and low music. I'd been at it for a couple of hours when I heard a knock on the door. It was a dull, slow knock. 3 raps. Not frantic, just present. I froze, literally stopped what I was doing mid-step. My first thought was, no way. There shouldn't be anyone up here. Nobody could reach this place without a helicopter or maybe a full snowmobile crew with hours of preparation. But this wasn't a place anyone just stumbled onto, and I hadn't seen or heard anything else all morning. Still, the knock had been clear. 3 dull thuds like knuckles on metal. I walked to the door and opened it. Cold air hit me immediately. I stepped outside and looked around. Nothing. No person. No animal. No tracks. I stepped off the pad, walked around the side of the building, checked the rear access panel, the roof line, and the edges of the small clearing the site sat in. It was all untouched snow. Smooth. No signs of movement. No helicopter sound. No engine. No nothing. I shrugged it off. Probably ice falling, or maybe a bird or branch knocking loose and tapping the roof or door. I'd heard that kind of thing before. You start to learn not to let your imagination fill in blanks when you're alone in the bush. I went back inside, shut the door, and latched it behind me. A couple minutes later, maybe 5, there was another knock. This time it was longer. 5 or 6 hard thumps, spaced out like someone really wanted to get my attention. I stopped again, speakers still playing some old Zeppelin track in the background. My ears went hot, and I felt the muscles in my shoulders tighten up. I went over, crowbar in hand this time, just out of caution, not paranoia. I opened the door. Again, nothing. And again, no tracks, no prints, no noise, No sense of movement, and definitely no person. I stepped out farther this time, went around the entire building again, scanning the trees. The forest fell off. It's hard to describe, just that kind of pressure in your chest like something's watching you. A tension behind the eyes, even though you can't see anything there. The snow was too clean. It was so deep that anyone or anything moving around out here would have left an obvious trail. There were no prints but my own. I stood outside for maybe 5 minutes, scanning everything. I even looked at the tree line with my binoculars. Nothing. I went back inside, locked the door, sat for a minute, took a sip from my thermos. The heater was working fine. The generator buzzed steadily from its enclosure on the back end of the building. Then came the third knock. This time it was loud. Not just a knock. Someone was pounding on the door. It had that urgency, that rhythm of frustration. Like someone was locked out and losing their patience. I swear I felt the door rattle slightly in its frame. My blood ran cold. It wasn't the volume that got me. It was the certainty. There was no way that wasn't a person, or at least something big and angry. No way that was falling ice or wind. It was deliberate. I grabbed the crowbar again, moved to the door, took a deep breath, and yanked it open fast, stepping out hard with my boots crunching down deep into the snow. Nothing. Silence. I looked straight ahead, then right, then left. I took a few steps forward, still nothing. That's when I got that feeling. You know it. Like someone's watching you from behind. The hairs on my neck rose up. My ears started to ring a little. The pressure of adrenaline building in my chest made my hands shake. Something made me look up, and there it was. A raven. Big black one, maybe the biggest I've ever seen, perched right above the doorway on the edge of the roof. Just sitting there, its beady black eyes locked straight onto mine. It tilted its head, let out a loud rock, like it was laughing, and then flapped its wings and lifted off, coasting lazily to the tree line before disappearing into the forest. I just stood there dumbfounded. You see, I know birds. I've worked in parks my whole life. I've seen crows and ravens do all kinds of things. Mock people, mimic sounds, use tools, drop nuts on roads to crack them open. They're smart. Some of the smartest creatures in the wild. And this one, it had played me like a damn fiddle. It must have been hopping back and forth from the roof to the snow pile below, pecking or knocking at the door with its beak or claws, then flying back up before I opened it. It was probably curious or maybe bored. Ravens get a kick out of messing with stuff, and it definitely enjoyed the game. But the worst part wasn't the knock, or the silence, or even the tricks it played. It was the look in its eye when I saw it. That glint, that tilt of the head, like it knew what it had done. And I swear, standing there in the cold, holding a crowbar in one hand, staring at an empty sky, I felt like the dumbest animal on the mountain. After that, I went back inside, shut the door, and waited out the rest of the day. No more knocking, no more strange sounds. Just the hum of the heater, the quiet pluck of music from my speaker, and the occasional creak of metal cooling as the wind picked up. When the chopper came back at 4, I stepped outside and gave the pilot a wave. As we lifted off, I looked back at the small metal box on the hilltop. Perched on the tree line, just where the woods began, was that raven. Still watching, still waiting. I never saw it again, but I'll never forget it either. Not because it scared me, but because it reminded me just how easily nature can outsmart us when it wants to. And how alone you really are when you're up there, surrounded by snow, wind, and silence, with nothing but your own mind to keep you company. I'm not a ranger, but I've hiked the Appalachian Trail a few times, mostly in sections. I've covered parts of it in Virginia, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. This story happened about 8 years ago, and I still think about it more often than I'd like to admit. Back then, I was in my early 30s. Fit, experienced, not an expert by any means, but not new to the trail either. I was with a group, about 10 of us total. We were doing a 5-day hike through the Appalachian Range, crossing through some parts of West Virginia. The plan was to hit a few shelters, camp in a couple of designated areas, and stick mostly to the marked sections of the At. Anyone who's been out there knows that even if you start out walking together, groups break up fast. Everyone has their own pace. Some people stop to take photos, Others want to just push ahead and beat the heat or reach the next campsite. It's natural. No one thought twice about it. On the second day, late morning, our group had naturally split into 3 smaller clusters. There was the lead group, a few fast hikers who had taken off early. I was somewhere in the middle with 3 others. Behind us, a slower pair had stopped a while back for some gear issues. The middle group I was with was solid. One guy, Jeff, was sort of the informal leader for the day. He had the map, compass, and a GPS watch. There were 2 others with us, and everything was going fine until one of them realized they had a tick on their leg. We stopped so they could deal with it. Sit down, pull it off carefully, check for more, that kind of thing. Jeff and the other guy stayed to help, but I told them I'd keep walking and see if I could catch up with the lead group. The Appalachian Trail is marked very clearly with white blazes, and we weren't in some remote bushwhacking section or anything. I figured I'd keep a steady pace and wait at the next obvious stopping point. The next major landmark was an old logging road, marked on our map and listed in the trail guide. It wasn't active anymore, just one of those wide, overgrown paths that had once been used to move cut timber out of the forest. It cut across the trail at a slight angle, and the note in the guide said it made for a good place to rest if you wanted to wait for others to catch up. It took me maybe 20 minutes of walking at a decent pace to reach it. I stopped, drank some water, had a granola bar, and waited for the group behind me to catch up. After about 5 minutes, I got a little restless. The logging road went off to my right, running perpendicular to the main trail. You could see maybe 30 or 40 feet into it before it curved slightly and got swallowed by the trees. On the left side, there was this low stone wall. It looked old, really old. Just a line of rough, moss-covered rocks, maybe 2 feet high, running along one side of the road like a property boundary. It caught my interest. I've always liked finding weird little pieces of history out in the woods. Old wells, stone walls, rusted tools, broken bits of fence. Stuff that tells you people lived here once, long before the trails and shelters were laid out. I decided to walk a bit down the logging road while I waited. Not far, just enough to explore the wall and maybe find something interesting. I stepped off the Appalachian Trail and started walking along the edge of the road, following the wall. The air was warm and humid, but not unbearable. The sky was a dull gray. Clouds had moved in some time earlier, muting the sunlight, but it wasn't raining. I could hear the usual forest sounds, birds calling, leaves rustling in the breeze, the occasional distant insect chirp. As I walked, I glanced at the stones, looking for anything out of place. Every few feet, I bent down to inspect a piece of moss or turn over a flat rock. I was maybe 60 or 70 feet down the logging road when it happened. At first, it was subtle. The wind died down. That was the first thing I noticed. The leaves above me just stopped moving. Then I realized I couldn't hear the birds anymore. Just seconds before, there'd been a woodpecker hammering on a tree trunk somewhere nearby, a chickadee calling, some rustling in the brush. Now, it was dead silent. Not quiet, silent. The change was so sudden, I actually looked around like someone had pressed mute on the world. It felt wrong. Not like a storm is coming, kind of quiet. This was different, like the woods were holding their breath. I kept walking. A few more steps. I told myself it was nothing. Forests get quiet sometimes. Animals sense weather changes, or predators, or maybe they just stop making noise for a bit. I was thinking logically, reasoning it away, but deep down I knew something was off. Then I hit what I can only describe as a wall. Not a physical wall. There was nothing there. But I stopped. Completely stopped. My entire body froze in place. It was like something had slammed into me, not with force, but with emotion. With dread. I can't describe it better than this. Imagine walking into a room where someone absolutely hates you. Not just dislikes you, but wants you gone. They don't say anything. They don't have to. You just feel it. Multiply that feeling by 100, and that's what hit me. My chest got tight. My skin crawled. Every hair on my arms stood up straight. I felt sick to my stomach, like I was trespassing somewhere I shouldn't be. I looked down the road. Nothing. No movement. No shapes. No sounds. Just that overgrown path fading into the trees. But I couldn't shake it. The feeling wasn't just fear, it was rejection. Like the woods themselves didn't want me there. I took one step back, then another. Still no sound. I turned slowly in place, eyes scanning every branch, every stump, every shadow. I didn't want to run. I didn't even want to turn around completely. My instincts were screaming that if I turned my back, something would go wrong. So I walked backward, slowly, one foot behind the other. I kept my eyes fixed on that empty road, watching it like something might move if I blinked. It felt like it took forever, but eventually I crossed an invisible line. There was no marker, no sign, but the instant I stepped across it, the sound returned. Just like that. A bird chirped. A leaf fluttered down nearby. The air felt lighter, like I could breathe again. I didn't look back. I turned toward the main trail and walked straight for it. Not fast, but not slow either. I wasn't panicking, just focused, controlled. Back on the at, I stood there, heart still thudding in my chest, trying to understand what had just happened. That's when I heard voices behind me, the rest of my group catching up. Jeff called out, but I didn't really respond. I just nodded and said we should keep going. I never mentioned the logging road. They didn't ask. I think Jeff asked if I found anything down there, and I just shook my head. Nothing interesting, I said, and that was it. The rest of the hike went smoothly. We camped that night without incident. No weird noises, no signs of animals, nothing out of place. But I kept thinking about that moment, that silence, that feeling. I've done a lot of thinking since then, trying to explain it. My best guess, it was a predator. Mountain lions do exist in parts of West Virginia. Technically, eastern cougars are considered extinct, but there have been sightings. And bears, especially black bears, are common in that region. I've read that animals like that can go completely unnoticed in the woods, especially if you're not looking for them. Your brain might not recognize them, but your body does. You pick up on subtle things, movement, scent, shifts in sound, and your instincts tell you something is wrong before you can logically explain it. That's what I think happened. There was something down that road. Maybe a bear sitting quietly, just beyond sight. Maybe a cougar crouched in the brush, watching me. I didn't see it, but my body knew. My instincts kicked in and sent every alarm firing at once. The total silence? That might have been the forest reacting to the presence of a predator. Prey animals get quiet. Birds go still. Even insects seem to vanish when something dangerous is nearby. I don't believe in the paranormal. I don't think there was anything mystical about that place. But I do believe in instinct. And that day, mine told me to leave. I'm glad I listened. I've hiked a lot since then. I've done solo hikes, overnights, even bushwhacked through some pretty remote areas. But I've never felt that exact feeling again. Except once. 3 years ago, I was hiking a different section of the At, much farther north. I came across another old road, overgrown and mostly forgotten. Just a wide, grassy path fading into the trees. And for a brief second, as I stood there looking down it, I felt it again. That quiet shift, that prickling on the back of my neck. I didn't even step onto the road. I turned and kept walking. Whatever it is, some places just don't want you there. And when the woods say leave, you should listen. I worked at a national wildlife refuge in the mid-2000s that had a strange past. The kind of place that was peaceful on the surface, but had a quiet hum underneath, like something forgotten was still living in the bones of the land. You never know by looking at it. Families came to walk the trails. Kids played near the marsh. Photographers crouched behind bushes waiting for the perfect shot of a heron in flight. But years before all that, the place had been something else entirely. A test site, U.S. Army /&D grounds. Soldier experiments, fabric testing, explosives, weapons, you name it. Before it opened to the public, there was a full decade of cleanup. Old wires, rusted pipes sticking out of the soil, hidden pits with half-buried steel barrels, barbed wire barricades wrapped around trees like ivy, and worse, stuff that looked like it should have been left alone. I didn't come in until after all the hard cleanup was done, but you never really finish cleaning a place like that. You just hide the scars. The rules were strict. No one leaves the trails. Period. But as a ranger, I didn't have that luxury. My job was to monitor the boundaries, check the fences, look for signs of poaching or squatters. And sometimes, I just had to walk where the public wasn't allowed to go. Deep into areas with no clear paths. places with too many shadows. One particular week, early fall, the air was starting to cool. Mornings were misty, and the forest had that smell, wet bark, old earth, and something faintly chemical if the wind shifted the right way. I got a call earlier in the week from an ecologist who'd lost a camera trap deep in the restricted part of the refuge. I told him I'd keep an eye out. Most of these cameras are strapped to trees and triggered by motion. Used to track deer, coyotes, sometimes even bobcats. That morning I parked the truck off a service road and headed into the trees. No trail, just soft, spongy forest floor, thick with pine needles and leaf litter. I had my day packed with water, snacks, first aid, a flare, and a handheld GPS. I kept my radio on low. It was quiet out there. Too quiet sometimes. Birds would call, sure, but the deeper you went, the more it felt like the trees swallowed the noise. After about an hour of hiking, I noticed something strange up ahead through the trees. Maybe 70, 80 yards away. At first I thought it was just more old equipment. That wasn't uncommon. But as I moved closer, something in my gut pulled tight. There were figures out there, 6 or 7, not moving, human-shaped, just standing there. I froze. My brain started doing the math. No way they were hikers. No trails back here. Hunters, maybe? But there were no permits for that zone, and anyway, no one hunts like this, just standing stock still. My hand dropped to my sidearm, though I didn't draw it. I waited, scanned, listened. Nothing. I took a few steps forward. Still no movement. I raised my binoculars. That's when I saw them clearly. They weren't people. They were mannequins, badly burned, dressed in tattered, scorched military uniforms. Heads slumped or cocked to one side. One had both arms melted clean off at the shoulders. The faces were half melted, the eyes blackened pits. The kind of plastic that didn't just melt, it sagged. Some had boots, others were barefoot. One had a helmet half fused into what was left of its head. The smell in the air turned sour. Burnt plastic mixed with old mildew and earth. They were arranged like they'd been in the middle of something. A loose circle, like a patrol that had frozen in time. It wasn't just eerie. It was wrong. A kind of wrong that buzzes in your teeth. I stood there for a long while. The air was still. The forest around them felt off. Like nothing wanted to get too close. No squirrels. No birdsong. Just the stillness of those burnt figures and the heavy weight of the silence. Later, after I got back to base, I did some digging. Found a few declassified notes buried in old reports. The mannequins were part of flame-retardant uniform testing in the 80s and 90s. They were supposed to be destroyed, but someone must have left a batch out there. Maybe forgot. Maybe didn't care. Either way, nobody thought to clean that part up. Or maybe they just wanted it forgotten. That would have been strange enough, but the deeper I worked at that refuge, the more I realized how much had been buried, physically and otherwise. About a year later, I was checking another section of restricted woods, close to the old storage silos. This was farther north, near a dried-out stream bed. I've been following coyote prints and deer tracks, looking for a spot to place a trail cam when the smell hit me first. Sharp, sickly sweet. Decay, but not the usual kind. This had an edge to it. More sour, more fresh. I followed my nose, half wishing I hadn't. It didn't take long to find the source. What was left of the man was barely more than a rib cage and scraps of skin. The torso had been torn open, and most of the muscle was gone. Bones exposed. Part of the face was still intact, eyes sunken, lips peeled back like he'd died screaming. The legs had been dragged several feet away. One boot was still on. Coyotes. That was my first thought. The area was full of them. But coyotes usually scavenge. They don't bring something down this big unless it's already weakened. And he hadn't been dead long. 2, maybe 3 days. No ID on him. No bag. No weapon. No real clothing, either. Just a pair of ripped jeans and a shredded shirt. Could have been a hiker, but no record of anyone missing. No one reported a friend gone. It was like he'd walked into the forest, laid down, and waited to die. We sealed the area off, called the authorities. They ruled it animal predation. That's the official line. But there was one detail they left out of the reports, something only I saw, because I was the first to find him. On his arm, near the shoulder, a tattoo. Faded but visible. Military unit number. matched some of the old test subject from our / and D files. Except those tests had supposedly ended in the late 90s. This guy was no older than 30. I didn't push it. There's a limit to how many questions you can ask before someone higher up decides you're a problem. Then came the 4th of July party. That was a different kind of fear. I got a tip from a fisherman that there were fireworks going off near the northeast boundary, miles from the nearest entrance. I drove out, found signs of recent tire tracks on a fire road that was supposed to be closed. Took me an hour of slow hiking through thick brush, but I found the site. 3 tents. One of them collapsed. Broken lawn chairs. Beer cans everywhere. Bottles, lighters, cigarette butts. They'd rigged up a Bluetooth speaker to a car battery. And under the tarp, well, let's just say there were pipes and powder. Meth. Big setup. I radioed it in, but while I waited for backup, I did a slow circle of the area. Found makeshift targets on trees. Spray-painted shapes, beer cans nailed to trunks. And one thing that chilled me worse than anything else I'd seen. Another mannequin. This one newer, barely damaged. But they dressed it in old fatigues and propped it up against a tree. Its face was painted to look burned. They'd set small charges near its chest, like they were reenacting something. When backup arrived, the group scattered. 2 arrests. One had a long record. The rest melted into the forest, and we never found them. After that, I started keeping a journal. Not because I wanted to write a book or anything like that. Just for myself. To keep track of the strange things. And it helped. It kept me sane. Over the years, I found more remnants. Old bunkers filled with rusted gear. A crate of gas masks buried under dirt. One time I stepped into what looked like an old test pit and nearly broke my ankle on a jagged chunk of metal that looked like part of a drone, decades old. And always the mannequins. I found 6 over the years. Never in the same place. Never reported missing. Some charred, some clean, but all dressed, all posed, like memories trapped in plastic. When I left that job, I didn't give them a full report. I filed the paperwork, turned in my badge, and left it all behind. Or tried to. Sometimes I still dream of that first group. The burnt soldiers standing silent in the trees. The way the air changed when I got close. The way they stared without eyes. I don't believe in ghosts. Not in the way people usually mean. But I do believe places can hold memory. Pain. Secrets. And sometimes, if you walk deep enough into the woods, those secrets will find you. That refuge is still open to the public. You can walk the trails, take pictures, enjoy the quiet. Just don't leave the path. And if you do, and you see figures in the distance that don't move, don't go closer. Not everything out there is meant to be found. I worked in parks and backwoods all over the state, but nothing ever shook me up quite like what happened that day on my grandparents' land in West Virginia. I wasn't on duty. I wasn't hiking. I wasn't doing anything official. I was just out fishing, same as I'd done dozens of times growing up, sitting on that same dock I used to run down to as a kid. That place had always felt safe. It was our little slice of the world. Familiar. Predictable. I never felt afraid there before. It was midsummer, late July. That kind of muggy heat that clings to you. The kind where you sweat, just sitting still. I've been staying in my grandparents' place for the week to help out with some brush clearing and fence repair around the property, and I'd taken that particular afternoon off. My back was killing me from bending over all morning. I was sunburnt, sore, and tired of holding a weed whacker. So after lunch, I grabbed my fishing pole and walked down the hill to the pond. Now, the pond isn't far, maybe a quarter mile from the house, downhill through the backfield. There's a tree line wrapping around it in a U shape, woods on 3 sides, open field behind. On the near side of the pond, facing the house, there's a tiny wooden dock just big enough to sit on, maybe 8 feet long, barely wide enough to plant a lawn chair without tipping in. The pond's not much to look at, about the size of a football field, maybe smaller, but it's always been full of bluegill and the occasional bass. We never stocked it professionally. The fish just thrived in there. I spent hundreds of hours on that dock growing up, watching dragonflies buzz over the water, tossing in breadcrumbs or worms on a hook, just wasting time. So that afternoon I carried a small tackle box, a pack of crackers, a bottle of water, and my old spinning rod. I wore boots and light jeans, a faded gray t-shirt that stuck to my back from the heat. The sun was high. Not much wind, just the buzzing of cicadas in the trees and the occasional bird chirping off in the brush. The grass was long and dry on the slope down to the pond, and I remember my boots crunching through it. I stepped out onto the dock, checked the boards for any rot or loose nails, then sat down on the right side. The wood was warm under me. I cast my line out into the deeper part of the pond, cracked open the water bottle, and settled in. It was one of those rare moments where everything slows down and you forget the world exists beyond where you're sitting. Time passed. I caught a few fish, nothing huge, but decent-sized bluegill about 14 inches fat and full of fight. I tossed them back, not really in the mood to clean anything later. I watched the water, watched a heron pick its way around the far bank, watched bugs skimming the surface. It was dead quiet, the kind of quiet that only happens out in places like that, where the air feels thick and the noise of the modern world fades out completely. I had just reeled in a fourth fish and was rebaiting my hook when I heard it. A soft rustle in the woods across the pond, off to my left. At first it was just a branch snap, maybe some dry leaves moving. I thought it was a deer. That wouldn't be unusual. They came down to drink from the pond pretty often, especially in the evening. I glanced over without much concern. Then I heard more movement. Heavier this time. Slower. Something was moving along the edge of the woods, maybe 20 feet from where the dock started. I looked again, a bit more seriously now. The light coming through the trees wasn't great. Lots of shadow, but I saw them. 3 shapes, low to the ground, moving steadily, but without rushing. It was a bear. No, 3 bears. A sow and 2 cubs. Black bears. They were walking side by side along the edge of the pond, nose down, sniffing, ears twitching. They weren't running or acting aggressive, just moving, following the curve of the shore, coming toward the dock. I went still, not just physically still, but mentally frozen, like someone hit pause in my brain. I don't know why I smiled at first. Maybe just that weird automatic reaction you get when something unbelievable happens. I even thought, half joking to myself, oh, probably a bear. Then I saw the cubs and my stomach dropped. You learn about bears working in the Park Service. You learn real fast that a mother with cubs is not something to take lightly. That's a scenario where all your textbook bear safety gets thrown out the window. I wasn't armed. I had no bear spray. And there wasn't so much as a tree or large rock near the dock I could climb on if things got bad. I stayed sitting. Didn't move a muscle. My heart was pounding. I could hear it in my ears. The bears kept walking, just a slow, easy pace, nosing along the edge of the water, sometimes glancing around but not reacting to me. They clearly hadn't noticed me yet. The mother was big, not massive like a grizzly, obviously, but solid. Probably 200 pounds. Her coat was sleek, deep black, catching bits of sun when she passed between trees. The cubs were smaller, maybe the size of medium dogs, but they stuck close to her, mimicking her movements. I remembered what we were trained to do. Don't run, don't scream, don't make sudden moves. Black bears, unlike grizzlies, can sometimes be scared off. But when cubs are in the picture, it doesn't matter. You're in the danger zone either way. All it takes is the mom thinking you're a threat. They were getting closer. 15 feet, then maybe 10. Still not looking directly at me, but heading toward the dock. I had to make a decision. If I waited too long, they'd be on top of me. If I tried to run, they'd be faster. I thought about slowly backing into the water. Maybe I could swim away and they'd lose interest. But that pond isn't deep, and the weeds near the dock are thick with algae and snapping turtles. So I did the only thing I could think to do. I stood up, slowly as I've ever done anything in my life. I kept my back to them at first, easing onto my feet, rod still in one hand, not turning around. I took a single breath. Then I heard it. Panic. A crashing sound. The bears were moving, running. I spun around fast, hands up instinctively, expecting to see the mother charging. But she wasn't. All 3 of them were bolting the other way, back into the woods, full speed. The cubs galloped in her wake, ears flopping, little legs flying. In a matter of seconds, they vanished into the underbrush. Gone. I just stood there, shaking, legs weak, hands trembling. I could barely breathe. Every part of my body felt like it had been electrified. My shirt clung to my back with cold sweat. I scanned the woods for another minute, just to be sure they weren't circling around. But they were gone. Then I laughed. Not just a chuckle, a full-on, belly-deep, adrenaline-drunk laugh. The kind of manic sound that bubbles up after your life flashes before your eyes and you realize you're still alive. I laughed all the way up the hill, first walking, then jogging, then running through the tall grass, past the edge of the field, up to the back porch of the house where my grandparents and a few cousins were sitting in lawn chairs, sipping lemonade and talking about nothing important. I walked up to them, still catching my breath, face probably white as a sheet, and said with a grin, "Caught 4 fish, about 14 inches each. And oh yeah, I saw a bear." They laughed at that. They thought I was exaggerating, until they saw my face. I told them the whole story. We all stood on the back porch looking down at the tree line by the pond. No movement, no sign of anything. Just the same woods, the same dock, the same lazy stretch of grass I'd known for years. It looked exactly as always had. But I didn't go back to that pond alone for the rest of the trip. Not once. Not even to dip a toe in the water. That dock, which had once been my little private escape, now carried a different weight. Every time I looked at it, I pictured the moment I saw those black shapes moving toward me from the tree line. The moment when the world stopped for a second and all that existed was instinct. I think what rattled me the most wasn't just the encounter. It was how easily it could have gone the other way. How quickly things can shift from peaceful to deadly. I was lucky, incredibly lucky. The bears were probably just passing through, maybe scared by my scent or the sound of me standing up. But it doesn't take much to set a bear off when cubs are involved. I never forget that now. Whether I'm working in the parks or walking someone's private property, I keep my eyes open and my head on a swivel. I carry bear spray if I'm anywhere near thick woods. I don't sit with headphones on or let my guard down just because it feels safe. That day at the pond was a reminder. Nature doesn't care who you are or how many times you've fished the same water. It doesn't care how familiar something feels. It operates on its own rules. And out there, you're never really in control. You're just a guest. It's been years since that day, but the memory doesn't fade. I still see their black coats moving through the trees when I close my eyes. I still hear the rustle of leaves, the snapping of twigs, that sudden, explosive crash of the underbrush when they bolted. And I still thank God, quietly, sometimes out loud, for not letting me die that day. When I started working as a backcountry ranger, I thought I understood what remote meant. I thought I understood isolation. I'd spent most of my 20s in the woods, patrolling parks in Colorado, British Columbia, and up and down the Appalachians. I liked the silence. I liked the distance. But sometimes the silence talks back, and the distance plays tricks on your head. This happened a few years back when I took a temporary assignment monitoring trails around the Tongariro Circuit in New Zealand. I'd already worked in a few places overseas and took the offer mostly because I wanted to experience that volcanic terrain and raw, open space. It was a change from my usual alpine or forest patrols. What I didn't expect was how much it would mess with my sense of space and time. My job was basic. Hike the circuit, check the condition of the track, take note of weather damage, wildlife, or stranded hikers, then make a report back at the base hut. I did this solo. No radios worked out there except for the emergency beacon. I had a PLB, maps, GPS, and all the gear I needed. I was in good shape, used to being alone. It wasn't my first time being miles from the nearest human. The part one remember most clearly is the ridge between Waihohonu and Otura. It's this long, exposed stretch of barren land, black volcanic rock, and windswept dust. No trees, no real landmarks once you get past the first kilometer. Just a thin, winding trail marked by orange flags and distant ridges. The circuit gets less traffic than the famous crossing. There were no-day hikers up there. Just me. It was late in the afternoon. The sun was lower than I wanted it to be. I'd taken my time earlier that morning dealing with a small washout further south. I figured I had enough daylight to make Otura before dusk. But as I walked, the land started to feel endless. Every time I thought I'd reached the top of the ridge, there was just another slow incline. The terrain barely changed. I kept walking, kept counting poles. One orange flag, then another. I had food, water, layers. I was fine, technically, but I started to feel something I rarely do, unsure of where I was. I kept checking my GPS. It showed I was on the trail. The problem was my head. I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd looped back somehow. The trail was correct, but everything looked the same. Just black rock, thin grass, and wind. I didn't see a single person the entire ridge. And I started to wonder, not rationally, if I'd already died out there. Like I was stuck in some slow, hot purgatory, dragging my feet across the same ridge forever. I know how that sounds. I'm not into supernatural crap, but your brain starts playing games when there's nothing to grab onto. No trees, no sounds, no shadows, just dust and wind. I made it to the hut, hours later than I should have. No one else was there. I ate, slept hard, and told myself it was just exhaustion. I'd been on my feet for 11 hours, that's all. 2 months later, I was back in North America. I'd been given a short rotation in southern British Columbia, posted near a remote lookout above a river valley. Just 2 weeks of patrolling the trails and logging observations on foot traffic, weather, and animal signs. That day, I was with a crew hiking up to the lookout for an overnight. Beautiful weather, clear skies, nothing strange. We made it to the top, took in the view, and started our descent. About 15 minutes down, one of the guys up front stopped and pointed. Fresh cougar scat, still warm. Now, we all knew we were in cougar territory. This is BC. It's expected, but seeing it so fresh in a spot we just walked through earlier was a different kind of warning. We stopped talking. Eyes went wide. Everyone turned alert. It's one thing to know you could be watched. It's another to know you are. There were no kids with us. No dogs. All healthy adults. We weren't ideal prey. But cougars don't always follow rules. They can stop for miles. They strike fast, from behind, and in silence. I've only seen one in the wild before, and that was from a distance. But this one, it had been near us just minutes before. We walked single file, back-to-back spacing. Scanned ridge lines. Every snapping twig pulled our heads around. I don't think I breathed normally until we were back in camp that night. We never saw the cat, but I still think it saw us. Maybe followed us the whole way down, quiet as a shadow. Later that year, I took time off and went hiking with a friend in Queensland around the Glasshouse Mountains. Just a casual day hike. Nothing official. We were 2 women hiking alone, which never bothered me before, but it did that day. We met a guy at the summit. He came across friendly at first, but it didn't take long before his tone shifted. Comments about our bodies, about us being adventurous, about 2 girls alone. Stuff that raised hair on the back of your neck. I kept things polite, but my friend gave me a look and quietly said we should head back. That's when he said, "Cool, where are we going next?" That made something click inside me. I stopped, stared straight at him, and told him to back off. Just flat calm but firm. He didn't seem to take it seriously, at first. He started following us down the trail. We raised our voices, told him to leave us alone. He kept pace for a minute. Then, like a gift, a guy coming up the trail stepped in, asked if there was a problem. That was enough for the creep to back off. We didn't wait. We ran. That night, we camped near a busy site. We stayed out of sight, behind some thick brush near the tent. At one point, we heard someone asking around for 2 women. Said they were his friends. Our neighbor told him no one like that was camped nearby. We stayed dead silent until he moved on. Later, we found out he'd gone to multiple camps and even a hostel asking about us. That was the first time in my life I considered packing a weapon while hiking. That's not the end. The worst was in the Rockies. It was a 4-person team. Me, 2 rangers, and a new trainee. We were halfway through a long loop hike, remote but well-marked. We'd been on trail for 3 hours when we heard a high-pitched scream echoing through the trees. Long, sharp, and unnatural. I've heard a cougar call before. This sounded close, but not quite right. We stopped, waited, heard nothing. A few jokes were made. We kept going. Then one of the guys started laughing. Hard. Not from his gut, from his throat. Short, weird bursts. He turned to me, still laughing, but his face was pale. That's when I heard my own laugh. Not from me, from the trees. Then another ranger's voice. It was us, but it wasn't. Our voices distorted, bouncing, coming from the brush, the trees, the path behind us. It wasn't loud. just enough to freeze us. It was like something had recorded us and was playing it back in pieces. None of us talked. No one said, "What was that?" We just looked at each other. Then we moved. Fast. We changed course to the more popular trail ahead, closer to a known rest point. We didn't stop for a break, didn't slow down until we saw other hikers. Later that day, we still heard faint laughter in the distance, just low enough that we questioned whether it was real. Final straw, I was in Maine for a short contract at a national forest camp. Night shift, mostly maintenance and wildlife monitoring. One night I was by the fire, drinking tea, relaxing, when a huge crash came from the woods. It wasn't a branch. It was like a boulder had been thrown. I ran for the van, slammed the door shut, turned off the lights, and stared out the windshield. About 20 seconds later, a massive bull moose, antlers spread, eyes wild, came crashing out of the forest, ran through the edge of camp, and disappeared into the trees. No reason, no warning, just pure chaos and muscle. If I'd been standing 10 feet to the right, it would have trampled me without even noticing. I've done a lot of thinking since then about what scares me. It's not ghosts. It's not stories. It's not the dark or even the idea of being alone. What scares me is when the familiar becomes unfamiliar, when your own mind starts to doubt the things it sees and hears, when you feel eyes on you but can't prove it, when you hear your own voice from somewhere you didn't put it. People say the wild is peaceful. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it's too quiet, too open, too real. And reality doesn't have to be supernatural to mess you up. Sometimes nature just is, and it doesn't care if you understand it or not. It doesn't care if you're scared. You're in its house. I still do the job. I still love the woods. But I carry a little more weight now. I look over my shoulder more often. I trust my gut when it says turn around, because out there, in the middle of nowhere, things don't need to be ghosts to be terrifying. They just need to be there, watching, listening, waiting. I worked for 5 years as a seasonal conservation ranger in different parts of South America. Mostly I bounced around assignments based on where help was needed. Sometimes I was in the dry forests of northern Peru. Other times in the thick wetlands outside of Leticia. But in 2018, I got a temporary post near the Ecuador-Peru border just outside Yasuni National Park. The job was to assist in safety and logistics at Sani Lodge, right in the middle of the Amazon and about as isolated as it gets. It wasn't a tourist job. My role wasn't guiding or hospitality. I was there because poaching, illegal logging, and pressure from oil companies had started to increase again. The community had received grants and support to develop ecotourism, but there were growing tensions behind the scenes. There were reports of armed trespassers deeper in the forest and people going missing. Not tourists, locals who ventured too far or got caught doing something they shouldn't. So they brought in a few of us, people with field experience, fluency in Spanish, and enough familiarity with jungle survival to stay calm under pressure. Let me just say up front, if you've never been in the Amazon at night, you have no idea what true darkness is. There's a certain kind of black that swallows everything. No moonlight, no stars. The trees above are so thick, your flashlight can't even fully light up the leaves. At times, when I turned my headlamp off for a second, it felt like the jungle didn't exist anymore, like I was floating in ink. And the noises, good God. You get the classic stuff like frogs and crickets, but there's also the rustling of creatures you'll never see. Things that crawl and climb and scuttle just out of view. You'll hear breathing sometimes. Heavy, wet breathing just past your cabin screen. Sometimes it's just frogs or howler monkeys. Sometimes it isn't. The lodge itself is deep in the jungle and only accessible by boat. No roads, no cell service. The cabins have palm thatched roofs, open screen windows, and wooden stilts to keep you above the marshy ground. There's a long boardwalk connecting the buildings to keep people from stepping into the brush, especially at night when snakes like to come out to soak up the warmth left in the wood. There were 4 rangers total, 2 locals from the Sani Isla community, 1 biologist from Quito doing field work, and me. We rotated duties. One of us would stay awake through the night each evening, doing regular sweeps, watching for anything strange. Some nights were dead quiet. Others were chaos. My first week there was uneventful. Hot, sticky, exhausting, but nothing dangerous. I was mostly shadowing the others and getting a feel for the terrain. The second week was when things started to shift. One night, I had the late watch, from midnight to 5 a.m. I took my radio, machete, and headlamp and began my usual rounds. I just passed the eastern end of the boardwalk near the visitor cabins when I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Not light tapping like an animal, but actual footfalls. Human. I stopped walking and killed my light, crouched low, and just listened. The boardwalk echoed every step. I could hear the creaking of the wood as someone, or something, walked slowly across it. My first thought was, maybe a guest ignored the rules and stepped out to take photos or look at the stars. It happens. I turned my light back on and moved quickly toward the sound. But the moment my light hit the boardwalk ahead, nothing. No one. The steps had stopped. The stretch of walkway in front of me was empty. I called softly out, not yelling, just a quick check if someone was nearby. But there was nothing. The forest buzzed and croaked and chattered, but no voice answered. I walked the length of the boardwalk 3 times. Nobody was out there. I checked the cabin doors. All locked. All dark. I told myself maybe it was the rain dripping or fruit falling from trees and echoing strangely. I wrote it down in the log and tried not to think about it. A few days later, I started noticing something else. I'd be lying in bed just trying to get some sleep before my next shift, and I'd hear what sounded like people talking. Not shouting, not yelling, just murmuring, like hushed voices in a library or a distant cafe. At first, I thought the guests were ignoring curfew. But I checked my watch. It was past midnight. Who the hell would be chatting in the jungle that late? It went on for about 10 minutes. Just a low hum of conversation. I pulled my boots on, stepped outside, and walked toward the sound. And again, nothing. As soon as I stepped into the hallway between cabins, the noise stopped. The next morning, I asked one of the Sani guides if the sound had a source. He nodded immediately. Bullfrogs, he said. The really big ones. Their voices carry. Sometimes it sounds like people having a conversation. Sometimes it sounds like someone walking. I didn't believe him at first. But that night, I heard it again, closer this time. I forced myself to sit still and focus on the pitch and pattern. And eventually, I could make out the subtle throb of a frog call beneath it. But man, if you didn't know better, you'd think 2 men were whispering right outside your room. Still, I couldn't shake how close it felt. Like they weren't nearby, like they were right there. There's a tree near the center of the reserve that holds the canopy tower. You climb up several flights of stairs, and you're hundreds of feet in the air, standing above the jungle canopy. It's used for bird watching and research, but some nights, rangers are sent up there to observe nocturnal activity. I got assigned the canopy tower one night, paired with a local guy named Tito. We climbed up just after sunset with our packs, radios, and some snacks. We stayed up there until 3 a.m., mostly in silence, just watching. At one point, we turned off our flashlights to let our eyes adjust. That's when the smell hit me. Have you ever smelled jaguar piss? It's something you don't forget. It smells like hot ammonia mixed with rotting meat and sour mud. It makes your eyes water instantly. I gagged and pulled my shirt over my nose. Tito looked panicked. He didn't say a word, just flipped his light on and scanned the vines. A flash of muscle and fur, gone in a second. A jaguar. It had been climbing the same vines we used to get to the tower. It was no more than 15 feet below us when the light hit it. It vanished down the trunk silently. No growl. No roar. Just gone. That shook me more than anything else so far. Jaguars are ghost-like when they want to be. I didn't sleep the rest of that week. It was raining one night. Not heavy, just steady drops falling through the canopy onto the roofs and boardwalk. I was off duty, finally getting a bit of rest in my cabin. The walls were dark. The windows were screens, open to the night air. I was nearly asleep when I heard a knock. Not at the door, but somewhere on the wall, like a dull thump. Then another, then another. Slow, steady, measured, as if someone were walking down the boardwalk, tapping the wall every few steps. I froze in bed. I didn't want to move. I told myself it was fruit falling, or maybe frogs. But the pattern was too regular, too slow and deliberate. Thump, thump, thump. I finally sat up and clicked on my flashlight. The moment the beam hit the wall, the sound stopped. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Next morning, I asked Tito again. He gave me a tired smile. The frogs, he said, when it rains, they like to walk along the boardwalk. They're heavy and dumb. I laughed it off, but deep down I wasn't convinced. I was supposed to rotate out of the lodge after 6 weeks. On my second to last night, we had a code come through on the emergency radio. A guest had wandered off the path during a night hike. He hadn't returned. His guide was panicking. I joined the search. We swept the area in teams. I had a machete, a radio, and a light. The jungle was flooded from recent rains. Every step sucked at my boots. We found the guest 4 hours later, alive, but shaking and covered in bites. He said he had chased what looked like a monkey off the trail and gotten lost. But here's the thing, he had scratches all over his arms. Not from branches, from something with claws. I got him back to camp, handed him over to the medics, and returned to my cabin. That night, the knocking came back. But this time it didn't stop. It went from a thump to a scrape, like nails dragging down the wall. Then a sudden slam, hard enough to shake the frame. Then silence. I stepped outside with my flashlight and scanned the walkway. Nothing. The forest buzzed. No frogs. No footsteps. Just the darkness breathing around me. I stayed up till dawn. The next morning, I packed my gear and took the boat out. I never went back to Sani Lodge. That was 7 years ago. I still work in remote areas, but I'll never forget those nights. People always ask if I believe in ghosts or spirits of the forest. I don't, but I do believe in the wild. And the wild doesn't care if you understand it. It doesn't care if you're scared. It just watches, waits, and sometimes walks right up to your door. I spent a few years of my early life working in conservation in Southeast Asia, deep in the tropical rainforests. Back then, I wasn't called a ranger, but the work was similar. Most of our time was spent in hot, wet, and unforgiving terrain, collecting data, monitoring wildlife, and trying to keep tabs on the delicate balance of that place. It was a job that sounded exotic to outsiders, but was, in reality, a grind of sweat, mosquitoes, mold, and isolation. I was in my late 20s then, lean from trekking and hardened by months of sleeping in wet clothes and boiling rice over smoky fires. One of our tasks, among many, was to trap moths at night. This was part of a larger biodiversity study. The rainforest was alive at night in a way that felt unnatural at first. Insects ruled the dark. Our job was to sit in front of a large white sheet, hung up vertically like a screen, lit by a bright mercury vapor lamp powered by a loud, thumping generator. The light drew in moths, beetles, and all sorts of winged creatures. Some are the size of your thumb, others the size of your hand. They flew in from the dark, fluttered wildly against the sheet, and gave us a chance to collect data. Photos, specimens, species counts. But the light didn't just draw insects. The insects drew frogs. The frogs drew snakes. The snakes sometimes drew bigger things. This entire scene was like a little food chain in motion, unfolding in front of that sheet. Frogs would hop in from the underbrush, their throats pulsing as they snapped up bugs. Snakes, mostly tree vipers or small pythons, would slither in silently. I once saw a reticulated python wrapped around a big toad right there in front of me, its body glinting like oiled rope under the light. Every night felt like watching a miniature world, constantly shifting and rippling with life. Because the light and sound disturbed the camp, we set the moth trap about a mile away, down a narrow footpath through thick forest. It wasn't a trail you'd want to wander off from. There were steep drops on one side and thick liana vines on the other. It rained almost every evening. That meant the walk back and forth was always a slow, careful process. The soil was like grease clay. You had to plant your feet or you'd be sliding down into the brush. We worked in shifts, and since I didn't mind being alone, I often took the 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. slot. Not many others volunteered for it. The jungle was a different beast at that hour. Even after months there, the sound still kept me on edge. There were things that crashed in the trees that I never saw. I'd hear whoops in the distance, maybe gibbons, maybe not. And the insects, God, the insects were relentless. Not just mosquitoes, but bigger things that buzzed, scratched, and flitted in and out of your vision. They got in your ears, your collar, behind your glasses. You learned to stay still and breathe slowly. This one night, the air was heavier than usual. Rain had fallen earlier, but it stopped around midnight. The canopy held the humidity like a lid. Everything felt wet. My shirt, the air, even my breath. I remember that night clearly because the forest had gone unusually quiet. Not silent. That never happens in a jungle, but less lively. Normally, there was a steady rhythm of calls and clicks and screeches, a soundscape that surrounded you. That night, it felt like something was off balance. I reached the trap and started the generator, the light flickering to life with a loud crackle. It buzzed overhead, casting hard shadows behind the trees. The sheet, already stained from weeks of use, glowed pale and soft under the lamp. Moths began arriving slowly, tapping against the fabric like raindrops. For the first half hour, nothing strange happened. I sat on a folding stool, scribbling notes. The insects trickled in. A few frogs came hopping along the edges of the trap zone, their glossy eyes catching the light. I counted 6 species in the first hour, mostly common ones. I was starting to get bored, tapping the pencil against my thigh, when I heard a rustle off to my left. Rustling isn't unusual. The jungle is full of it, but there are degrees. A lizard sounds like dry leaves dragging. A small mammal moves with a kind of skittering. This was different, deeper, heavier. Slow. I froze. My heart didn't start pounding just yet, but it perked up if that makes sense. I kept my head turned slightly toward the sound, trying not to react. When you're alone in the jungle at night, panic is a fast death. People who panic go running, and running is how you trip, how you fall, how you get bitten, how you get lost. So I sat still, my pencil hovering over my notepad, and just listened. The rustle came again, louder now, just behind a wall of ferns. It was close enough that I could hear leaves brushing against a body. Not something small. It had weight. Then nothing. For maybe 10 full minutes, nothing happened. The moths kept fluttering. The generator thumped steadily. I tried to focus on writing, but I kept looking back toward the trees. I shifted my boot slightly in the mud, trying to angle my body just a little more toward the source of the noise. I wasn't scared yet, just tense. Then the sound came again, and this time it was very close, just beyond the line of trees where the light from the lamp faded into darkness. I stood up, slowly, and stepped back from the sheet. The generator's noise covered up a lot, but I could make out the distinct shuffle of something large pressing through brush. Now my heart was going. Hard. I thought, this is it, tiger. I'd never seen one in the wild, but we knew they were out there. We'd found scat and tracks near old logging roads. One of the locals once told me that if a tiger wants you dead, you won't hear it coming. I don't know how true that is, but it was the only thought bouncing around in my head. The moths kept flitting around, oblivious. Then, out of nowhere, a face broke through the underbrush. Just a face, lit from below by a flashlight held under the chin, mouth open in a wide, unnatural scream. The face lunged out of the jungle toward me. I stumbled backwards, nearly falling over the stool. My chest felt like it had exploded. I didn't even scream at first, just gasped, mouth open, eyes wide. The face was pale and sweating, eyes wild, teeth showing. I swear, for a split second, I thought I had gone insane. The jungle finally got to me. My vision swam. I took another step back and finally managed a strangled shout. Not words, just a raw sound. The face shrieked again, a loud, gibbering yell in a language I didn't understand, then disappeared back into the trees with a burst of high-pitched laughter. I stood there for a full minute, heart thumping like a drum, my shirt soaked with sweat, legs weak. I could barely breathe. Then I heard more laughter. Real laughter this time. Not mad or creepy, but unmistakable chuckling. I recognized the voice, though it took me a second to piece it together. It was one of the local lumberjacks, a younger guy who camped in a logging hut a few kilometers away. He'd found my trap, snuck up through the jungle, and pulled off the perfect scare with nothing more than a torch under his chin. I didn't chase after him. I couldn't. I was shaking too much. But I sat back down, still breathing hard, and after the adrenaline wore off, I started laughing too. A sick, relieved kind of laughter. That night, I didn't collect any more moths. I turned off the generator early, packed up my gear with shaky hands, and made the slow walk back to camp. Every tree shadow now feeling twice as deep, every rustle carrying new weight. Back at camp, I didn't even tell anyone right away. I just sat in my tent, trying to fall asleep, replaying that face again and again in my mind. The angle of the light, the way it popped out of the dark, how well he timed it. It took me a few nights to really settle back into the work. After that, I made damn sure to look around the trees every few minutes. I never wanted to be caught off guard like that again. Eventually, I confronted the guy in a joking way, and he just grinned and shrugged. It was a kind of jungle humor, I guess. A reminder that even in the thickest, wildest places, people will still find a way to scare the hell out of each other for fun. I stayed another few months after that. We moved locations, trapped more moths, cataloged more frogs and beetles. But nothing ever topped that moment. No snake, no sudden noise, no shadow in the trees ever hit me as hard as that disembodied, glowing face charging out of the dark. Looking back now, I realized that the jungle wasn't the thing to fear. It was my own imagination, pumped full of worst-case scenarios, that turned a prank into a near-death experience. That's what isolation does to you. It sharpens your fears, makes your skin thinner. When you're out there alone at 3 a.m., every leaf sounds like a footstep, and every dark space feels like a mouth waiting to open. It's been years since that night, but I still think about it. Not with fear, really, more like a deep respect. For the jungle, for what it holds, for what it doesn't, and for that damned lumberjack, whose face I will never, ever forget. I've been working as a ranger along the North Sound coastal fields for over 20 years now. The land out here is flat and wide, cut into long strips of farmland that back right up to the beach. We don't get a lot of the dramatic cliff views or deep woods like some of the national parks out west. But there's a quiet danger to this area that people forget. It's subtle. The wind doesn't howl, it creeps. The fields don't roar, they shift. And things, people, can hide in the open here just beyond the rise of a ditch or behind a rusted irrigation machine that hasn't moved in decades. I've seen enough to know that calm fields sometimes hide worse than thick forests. It was early summer when this happened, late June. We'd had 3 dry weeks in a row, which made the fields easier to work, but it also made the undergrowth louder. Every step through tall grass made a crinkle. Every bird call echoed across the flatland. My daughter and her family live on the property next to ours. She works in town. Her husband's on the crab boats half the year, so my wife and I help out with the little one. My granddaughter was 5 at the time. Bright kid, loves being outdoors. Her name's Tilly. Tilly had a babysitter that summer, a local girl named Jenny. 13, responsible, kind of headstrong. The sort that doesn't back down, which I've learned is both good and bad in equal measure when you're dealing with the outdoors. It was a Sunday, and I remember because it was one of the few days I wasn't scheduled to be out on patrol. I was actually spending the morning digging out a drainage ditch near one of the tractor paths, trying to keep the rain runoff from flooding the low-lying parts of the field come next storm. Around mid-morning, I saw the girls walk past the edge of the house. Both had their big floppy sun hats on, the kind my wife insists on buying in bulk, and they were already in their bathing suits with shorts over top. Jenny had a backpack on, and Tilly had our duck cradled under her arm like a toy. The duck's name is Marvin. He's useless as far as animals go, can't fly, was born with a bent wing that healed wrong, and waddles around making demands like he owns the place. But he's been around Tilly since she was born, and she treats him like he's her brother. It's strange, but I've seen stranger things in rural families. They also had the 2 mastiffs with them, Gus and Harold. Big boys, both about 150 pounds, mostly muscle, and completely gentle with the kids. Still, if you're a stranger and you see them barreling toward you, you'd probably rethink your life choices. They're not trained in any special way, but they've been on enough walks and field patrols with me that they naturally keep a perimeter. My wife jokes that they're more like park aides than pets. Tilly insists Marvin is the commander, and I'll admit, I've seen the duck flap and quack in a way that sends the dogs moving in certain directions. It's not trained behavior. I think it's just weirdly synchronized animal bonding. Either way, that's the crew that disappeared down the field trail that morning. 2 girls, 2 dogs, and a duck. They were headed across the farm lots toward the old beach access road, about 1.5 miles through tall grass and loose sand to a small cove where the locals sometimes go. It's not technically a beach park, so it's not marked on most maps, but we keep an eye on it as part of our ranger territory. We've had issues back there before. Vandalism, campfires, and once a guy living out of a tent behind the dunes for 3 weeks before anyone noticed. I'd clear that camp myself. He'd been harmless, just broke and hiding from something he didn't want to talk about, but it left a sour taste in my mouth. There are spots back there you could hide a bus, and no one would know until the wind shifted. Around noon, I took a break from the ditch work and headed back to the barn to grab some water. The sun was up high and the bugs were starting to come out in the low, humid spots. I kept one eye on the field, like I always do when the girls are out. Around 2 o'clock, I saw them heading back. Tilly was walking a bit slower than before, dragging her towel through the grass, Marvin waddling beside her like always. Jenny had changed into her sweatpants and oversized t-shirt. Probably didn't want to hike back in a wetsuit. Both dogs were trotting ahead, looking tired but alert. I figured they'd had a good day, maybe a little sunburned, maybe a bit muddy, but nothing unusual. I had the tractor out already, so I decided to drive over and pick them up, save their legs the last quarter mile. As I got closer, I noticed the dogs were looking behind them more than usual. Not panicked, just watchful. I asked Jenny. Well, I didn't ask, but I looked at her with a raised brow, and she gave me a sort of shrug that said everything's fine, but it didn't sit right. I turned the tractor and started heading back to the house with them riding in the back. As I made the turn onto the tractor path that ran alongside the irrigation ditch, I caught something in my peripheral vision. At first, I thought it was a shadow from the windmill tower, but it moved fast and it was the wrong shape. I looked up and saw a person running across the unplanted section of the field, maybe 300 yards from where I just picked the girls up. The figure was tall, adult-sized, dressed in dark clothing, moving low to the ground. Not a jogger, not a neighbor. They weren't running for exercise. They were running like they didn't want to be seen. They kept close to the line of sunflowers that bordered the back lot, then disappeared behind a low tree line that separates our property from the old access path. I didn't say anything to the girls right then, just drove them back and handed them off to my wife, who was already laying out fresh towels and getting Marvin's feathers cleaned off. I went inside, grabbed my radio, and called 2 of the ranch hands who were working down by the lower fence line. I told them to meet me back at the cove with one of the ATVs. I took my binoculars, my service pistol, standard issue for rangers in this county, and headed back toward the place I'd seen the figure. The hike back was slower on foot. The sand was soft and the grass was knee-high. No clear prints unless someone stepped in a wet patch. The sun had dried most of the morning tracks. When I got to the clearing near the beach access, I started to see signs. Broken grass where someone had moved through quickly. A torn piece of black cloth caught on a rusty piece of fencing. Then I noticed something stranger. Empty food wrappers shoved under an old metal trough. They weren't new, but they weren't old either. No mold, no sun bleaching. Looked like convenience store snack packs, chips, granola bars, and one empty box of over-the-counter cold medicine. That got my attention. I waited until my field hand arrived. Then we did a slow sweep of the area. We found more wrappers, a plastic water bottle with condensation still on the inside, and what looked like a makeshift sleeping roll made of 2 beach towels and a trash bag. Someone had been living back here, and not for long. The towels were damp but not moldy. The trash bag didn't have any holes. No fire ring, no backpack, nothing with a name on it. Whoever it was had cleaned up after themselves pretty well, except for the food trash. I didn't find any other signs of movement that day. But that wasn't the end of it. Over the next 3 weeks, we started getting reports. A local man said his kid's dirt bike had been moved from their shed and left behind the garage. A woman walking her dog on the East Trail said she saw someone duck into the drainage culvert and disappear. One of our own rangers spotted fresh footprints outside the ranger shed near the cove, too big for any of our crew, and they led back toward the fields. We ran patrols every day, posted notices, warned people not to leave valuables unattended. But we never saw the person again, at least not up close. That whole summer, I kept thinking about what would have happened if Marvin hadn't waddled toward the tree line when he did. Jenny told me later that the duck kept giving little warning quacks and looking inland during their lunch. She said the dogs had started forming a loose perimeter like they do when they're uneasy, facing away from the water. She thought maybe it was a coyote or raccoon, but it wasn't. I think that person had been watching them, maybe even followed them from the property. And I think Marvin, dumb as he seems, knew it. I never thought a broken-winged duck would be the reason my granddaughter didn't end up in the wrong story that day. But I won't question it. After that summer, we doubled fencing around the backfields, added motion lights, game cameras, even a second lock gate near the old access path. Haven't had any trouble since, but I still think about that figure in the field, running just out of view. They weren't just passing through. They were watching, maybe waiting for the right moment. And if they'd picked a day without dogs, or a day when Marvin stayed in the porch. I don't like to finish that thought. Some people say the wild is in the woods. The wild's in the forest. But I've learned that it doesn't take trees to hide something bad. Just tall grass. Just an empty field. Just a silence no one questions. I still patrol those trails, still check that cove every few days. And every time I step into the open field, I glance toward the tree line and wonder if someone's still watching. Maybe they moved on. Maybe they found somewhere else. Or maybe they're still waiting for a day the duck stays home. I don't remember what exactly made me pick that part of Big Bend for my scouting trip, but I think it was mostly because of the river basin's openness. Santa Elena Canyon is one of those spots in the park that draws you in the way a flame pulls in a moth. Beautiful, still, and dangerous if you get too close without thinking it through. I've been in Big Bend before, but never on my own, and certainly not with a presentation hanging over my head. This was back around 20 years ago, and I'd been prepping for a backpacking series I was giving for REI. They'd asked for something special, personal experiences, photos, and details that weren't in guidebooks. So I figured I'd make a little loop through the canyon and surrounding basin, shoot some shots of wildlife and the rocky silhouettes around sunset, and head back to the van before night fully fell. I wasn't technically a ranger in the sense of a uniformed NPS staffer, but I was one of those folks who knew the parks like the back of their hand, and I worked with outdoor organizations to teach safety, preparedness, and deep woods etiquette. I took it seriously, like a second religion. Big Bend is a quiet place, and I don't just mean low traffic. It's the kind of quiet that settles in your lungs. It's a high desert pressed against low mountain ranges. Dry, vast, and different. That park doesn't care whether you're there or not, and it lets you know it every step you take. The sun was still hanging above the cliffs when I stepped off the trailhead that afternoon. Maybe 2 hours till dusk. Enough time, I thought, to get some shots, maybe catch a few deer at the edge of the brush near the river. That part of the park opens up into a flatter section of basin. The ground gets soft and the brush gets thicker. I'd seen javelina out there before. Roadrunners. Lizards that looked like they belonged in a dinosaur museum. Birds skimming the river. And sometimes, if you were lucky, you could see foxes or even coyotes drinking on the far bank. I was about 400 meters out from the van, give or take, when I started angling toward the Rio Grande. The river was low that year. Drought, irrigation upstream, and the usual tug of war that pulls at every river that tries to cross the U.S.-Mexico border. It made the whole place feel dry and overexposed, like someone had turned up the contrast on the world. Everything was either bone white or blood brown. I was just about near the mouth of the canyon where the rock walls rise up and squeeze the river into a narrow stone throat. It's beautiful and eerie at the same time. That's when I saw it. At first, my eyes didn't know what they were looking at. Something was moving on the opposite side of the river, maybe 150, 200 feet away. It was big, not elephant big, human big, but it didn't move like a person. It slithered. I remember that, like it was dragging itself. And it was low to the ground, almost flush with the dirt. I remember blinking and thinking, is that a deer? Is it hurt? It had the tan coloring of a white-tailed deer's belly, but it wasn't shaped right. It was long, longer than it should have been. I squinted and took a few careful steps to the left, trying to get a better angle through the brush near the water's edge. That's when the shape clicked into place in my brain and my stomach turned to stone. It was a mountain lion, a full-grown cougar, big, low, muscles moving under the skin like pulled cables. The way it crept, head low, tail straight behind it, wasn't just wandering. It was hunting. Every inch of it was dialed into some animal I couldn't see. Something closer to me than it was to the cat. I followed its eyes and realized it was locked onto something in the reeds no more than 30 feet to my right. When I finally accepted what I was looking at, a wave of heat crawled down my back. All my training told me to stay calm, stay quiet, and not turn my back. But everything in my body wanted to bolt. The cat froze. So did I. Then it turned its head. Slowly, smoothly, no panic, just deliberate calculation. Like it was finally aware I was there, and it needed to make a decision. It looked straight at me. I swear to this day, I saw something switch on in its eyes, like a little dial turning. The same look you'd get from a tired predator trying to figure out how much effort its next meal is worth. It was thinking, not scared, not startled, just evaluating. I knew the Rio Grande was between us, and it wasn't nothing. But I also knew it was at its lowest in decades. Some parts were maybe 15, 20 feet across, and barely waist deep. A cat like that could clear half that distance in a single leap and swim the rest. It wouldn't be fast or graceful, but it wouldn't have to be if it decided I was the easier target. I was standing on cracked, dry mud, trying to breathe through my nose. My heart felt like it was swelling. I didn't dare move too fast. I slowly backed up, eyes locked on the cat the whole time. I didn't blink. I didn't turn, just slid one boot behind the other. The cat twitched. Its ears flicked. Its eyes darted back to whatever it had been stalking. It looked at me again, then back. It couldn't make up its mind. I was watching it go back and forth like someone watching a tennis match, trying to figure out the better bet. I was praying it wasn't me. Eventually, it stopped moving, still as a statue. Then, after what felt like 5 full minutes, but was probably 30 seconds, it turned its head away and crouched again, resuming its stalk toward whatever prey it had started with. That was my chance. I backed away slowly, more deliberately now, still facing the river until the brush got too thick to safely walk backward through. Only then did I turn, moving fast but silent, careful with every step, checking behind me every 10 seconds. I had never felt so vulnerable. Even with a solid buffer of water and the width of a riverbed, I knew that one wrong move, one trip or stumble or sudden movement could flip the script. I got back to the van after what felt like an hour. I locked the doors out of reflex, even though I knew the mountain lion wasn't going to open them. Then I sat there, my fingers gripping the wheel, even though I wasn't driving. My legs were shaking. I waited until the light faded off the cliffs and the stars started coming out before I could even bring myself to start the engine. Later that night, I drove off the main road to a small, unofficial site near a bend in the road where I knew people sometimes parked overnight. It wasn't designated camping, but it was remote and open and legal enough if you weren't making a fire. I didn't feel like being near anyone. I felt like I needed to be in open space. I needed a 360-degree view of the darkness around me. I had no appetite, just a stale packet of Oreos and a bottle of warm water in the back. I sat on the rear bumper of the van, eating the cookies one at a time and staring at the line where the black desert met the blacker sky. Somewhere out there, mountain lions were doing their thing, hunting, moving, watching. The desert air was sharp and still. Every so often, I'd hear something, a rustle, a soft thump, a high-pitched shriek of some animal dying. I'd freeze every time. There's a sound that cats make, wild ones, when they're either fighting or mating or killing. It's a kind of scream that isn't human, but also isn't not. That night, I heard it 3 times. Once far off, once too close, and once so loud I felt it in my chest. I didn't sleep. I sat there for hours just staring, chewing slowly, ears straining for any new sound. No phones back then, no GPS. Just maps, instinct, and my old Canon camera resting on the front seat, still filled with photos I no longer cared about. I think it finally hit me around midnight, sitting there with my boots off and my socks crusted with dried sweat and red sand. I wasn't at the top of the food chain. Not really. Not out there. Out there, I was just meat in a car. Lucky meat, sure, but not special. The next morning, when the sun came up pink and flat across the desert, I finally felt my shoulders drop. I brushed off the crumbs, stretched, and took a piss behind the van. Packed up and headed for a real campsite with other people and maybe a payphone. I didn't talk about the cat much at the REI presentation. I showed the slides. I told people about the beauty of the basin, the colors of the cliffs, the diversity of the wildlife. But I left out the part where the predator and I locked eyes and it measured my worth. I didn't want to scare people off, but I also didn't want to lie. You can prepare all you want. You can carry bear spray, keep your food bagged, and make all the noise you want on the trail. But sometimes you round a corner, and the wild reminds you that you're not in charge. And once, 20 years ago, a mountain lion reminded me of that so hard I felt it in my bones. I've been back to Big Bend since. Several times. But I never again went that close to Santa Elena Canyon alone before dusk. I've never seen another mountain lion since. I don't need to. One was enough. I've worked as a park ranger for over 12 years now, mostly in national forests across the Northwest, and I've seen a lot of strange things. But there's one day I still think about every time I lace up my boots. It didn't involve any ghosts, no monsters, no folklore nonsense. But it's the kind of thing that makes you rethink how deep the forest really goes, how far off the map you can get, even just a few miles from a trailhead. It was late summer, not quite fall yet. Still warm during the day, but the mornings were cool and crisp. My wife had taken a few days off work, and we decided to get out and stretch our legs. I had a couple days off too, so we picked a trail in a part of the national forest I'd only been to a few times. It wasn't an official ranger patrol or anything. I was off duty, just a casual hike, just a way to unwind. It's a fairly well-known trail, especially the first couple miles, which lead to a waterfall and swimming hole that's popular in the summer. The trailhead is easy to access, has a decent parking area, and by noon there's usually a handful of cars. That day wasn't much different. We had our dog with us, a black lab mix. Her name's Scout. She's been hiking with us for years. That dog would walk 30 miles if you let her. She's never had trouble on the trail. She listens well, stays close, always up for the next bend or ridge. Her nose is always to the ground or pointed up toward the trees. She loves it out there. It's like she becomes part of the forest. We got to the trailhead around 10:30 a.m. The lot was maybe half full. The kind of crowd you'd expect for a weekday morning. A few families packing up or changing into swimsuits. Some people just arriving, dogs on leashes, kids running around. The first part of the trail is easy, wide, fairly flat, and well-maintained. It follows a creek upstream, and after a mile or so you reach the waterfall. There's a deep pool there where people swim, even jump off the rocks. Some bring picnic lunches. It's a pretty spot, and that's usually where most people turn back. We've been to the waterfall before, so this time we decided to hike past it. The trail keeps going, but it gets steeper and rougher, climbs out of the creek valley and into the thicker forest. Most people stop at the falls because the climb past it is enough to discourage casual hikers. That was part of why we chose it. I'd studied the trail map earlier that week. It ran about 9 miles out to an old fire road, so if you went all the way out and back, it'd be close to 18 miles. We weren't planning to go the full distance, but figured we'd go a couple miles past the waterfall and see how we felt. We passed a few groups near the falls, people setting up towels on the rocks, others dipping their feet in the cold water. But once we started climbing, we didn't see another soul. It was quiet, just the wind through the trees, birds chirping, that soft crunch of dry leaves underfoot. The dog was having the time of her life. She trotted ahead, nose to the ground, stopping to sniff stumps or circle trees. Every so often, she'd look back to make sure we were still behind her, then keep moving. The forest past the waterfall changes. It gets denser, older. The trees are taller, the underbrush thicker. The sun filters through in patches, but a lot of the trail is in shadow. You lose the sound of the creek after a while, and it gets real quiet. Peaceful, but in a heavy way. like the woods are pressing in around you. I remember looking around and thinking how little sign there was of people. No wrappers, no boot prints, no noise. Just forest. We must have gone another mile and a half, maybe two. The trail at that point had narrowed to the point where we had to walk single file. It hadn't been maintained in a while. Branches reached in from the sides, and in places you had to duck under low limbs. I was starting to sweat. My wife was a few steps behind me, and Scout was still trotting up front. That's when it happened. Scout stopped, not slowed, not sniffed something and paused. She stopped cold, mid-stride like she hit a wall, just froze on the trail. Her head was up, ears up, her body tense. She didn't growl or bark. She just stood there staring dead ahead. I remember the exact spot. It was a stretch of trail lined on both sides by thick fir and spruce, maybe 50 yards long before it curved out of sight. The forest there was dark, dense, and totally still. I stepped forward, expecting her to move, but she didn't. I called her name, just a quiet whistle, but she didn't even glance back. That dog was locked onto something. I stopped walking. My wife caught up behind me and asked what was going on. I held up a hand and motioned for her to stop. We stood there dead silent, just listening. The forest was quiet. No wind, no birds, no squirrels rustling branches. Just nothing. I bent down and rubbed Scout's back. She was shaking, not full-on trembling, but enough that I could feel in my hand. Her tail was down. She let out this low whine, not loud, just a little sound in her throat, and took a step backward. Then another. She turned and tried to walk back the way we came, leash pulling against my hand. I've had that dog for years. She's been through thunderstorms, big hikes, loud noises, other animals. I've never seen her like that. Not before. Not since. Whatever was ahead of us scared her. And, I mean really scared her. We stood there another minute or so. I stared up the trail, into that curve ahead, trying to see something. Anything. I listened. Nothing. Just silence. I've been in the woods long enough to know that silence like that means something. Forests are rarely truly quiet. Even on still days you'll hear things. Birds, insects, branches creaking. But that stretch of trail was just dead. I thought about bears. It was possible. I'd seen black bears in the area before, even caught a few on game cams up the ridges. But they usually avoid people. And Scout had smelled bear before. She'd never acted like this. Coyotes? Maybe. But again, she'd seen them before. This was different. This was fear. I'll admit something here I don't always say. I got scared too. Not panic. Not running scared. But something hit me in the gut in that moment. A sense of wrongness. Like we were being watched. Like we weren't supposed to be there. Like something was very close, just around the bend. I took one last look down the trail, then turned around. We didn't run, but we moved quickly. My wife didn't argue. Scout practically pulled the leash the whole way back. She kept looking over her shoulder. The hairs on her back stayed up for a long time. Even after we gotten back to the waterfall and started seeing people again, she was on edge. We got back to the car about an hour later. The whole hike back, I kept turning around, listening, watching the trees. I never saw anything, but I felt it. And I'll never forget how Scout acted. That was enough. That night, after we got home, I kept thinking about it. I pulled out my maps, tried to figure out what might have been down that trail. No known bear dens. No recent reports of aggressive animals. I checked incident logs for that area. Nothing strange reported. But here's the thing. About a week later, I was back on duty and got called into a staff meeting. Routine stuff mostly. But one of the senior rangers brought up a strange call they'd gotten. A couple hikers reported finding what looked like a campsite off-trail in that same area. Said it looked abandoned, but not old. Still had gear, sleeping bags, half-eaten food. Like someone left in a hurry. But no sign of the person. No car at the trailhead. No reports of missing persons matched. Rangers checked it out. Took photos. Packed up the gear. But no one ever came forward to claim it. I asked for details. Coordinates. It was less than a quarter mile from where Scout froze up. I never told anyone at work what happened that day. I didn't write it in a report. There wasn't anything to report, really. Just a scared dog and a hunch. But I kept thinking, what if we hadn't turned around? I've thought about that a lot. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe we spooked a bear and the abandoned camp was unrelated. Maybe it was just a coincidence. But deep down, I don't believe that. I believe we avoided something bad that day. I believe Scouts saw, heard, or smelled something that we couldn't. And I believe she saved us from walking into it. I've been back to that area since. Not often, and never alone. The forest there still feels heavy to me, like it's holding something in its teeth. You spend enough time in the woods, and you learn to trust your instincts. And if you're lucky, you have a dog with better ones. That day taught me something I won't forget. The woods don't care who you are. They don't care what gear you brought, how much experience you have, or how many maps you studied. Sometimes you listen to your dog, and you turn around, because not everything that's dangerous makes noise. Not everything that's real leaves tracks. Some things just wait, quietly, around the bend. I've been a park ranger for over 15 years now. In that time, I've walked through every kind of terrain, thick pine forests, high elevation ridges, muddy river basins, and deep valleys covered in brush. I've handled injured hikers, found bodies, broken up fights between drunk campers, and helped recover vehicles from ravines. I've seen animals tear each other apart, had close calls with charging elk, and once pulled a full-grown man out of a flooded creek after he thought it'd be a good idea to ride the rapids on an inner tube in March. Stupidity is something you get used to fast. Fear, though, true, bone-deep fear, that doesn't happen often. Not to me, anyway. But there was one morning that shook me in a way I've never felt before or since. I think about it almost every week. I've gone over every possible explanation a dozen times in my head, and every time I circle back to the same conclusion, something wasn't right that day. And I still don't fully understand what I saw, or more accurately, what I felt. This happened in mid-June, last summer. I was working out of a small regional forest preserve on the border of the mountains and lowlands. The kind of place with rolling ridges, lots of tree cover, and narrow trails that only the locals use. I'd moved out to the edge of the zone I patrol, near a Cimarron area where the woods meet the back edge of a small town. The land behind my house was Forest Service land, deep and mostly untouched, with a ravine maybe a quarter-mile out from the back fence. Past that was miles of woods and switchback trails. I knew the terrain like the back of my hand. Most mornings, I take my dog, Bart, out with me. He's a mutt, part shepherd, part lab, part who knows. And by the time this happened, he was already 11 years old. Not exactly a puppy anymore. He'd slowed down a lot over the last couple of years. Stairs had become a challenge, and cold weather made his hips stiff, but he still loved walking with me. We had our route, a loop that cut through the brush behind my house, ran parallel to a small game trail down toward the ravine, then up past a clearing and back to the property line. About 2.5 miles round trip. That morning started like any other. I got up around 5 a.m., as usual, had a quick cup of coffee, and laced up my boots. It was cool outside, colder than it had been all week, actually, and a thick fog had rolled in. Not unusual for early mornings around here, especially in the valleys. The sun wasn't fully up yet. The light was bluish and flat, the kind that barely makes it through the fog. The birds weren't singing yet. Everything was still and quiet. Bart was excited to go. He always perked up when he saw me grab the leash, but I rarely used it. He stuck close by unless he picked up a scent, and even then he usually listened well enough for me to call him off. We left the back gate unlocked behind us and headed down the usual trail. There was something strange about how quiet it was. I remember noticing that right away. Usually, even in fog, you'd hear squirrels, early birds, something moving through the underbrush. But it was dead still. I chalked it up to the temperature and the fog. Animals hunker down sometimes when the weather shifts. Still, something about it made me take my hands out of my pockets. About 15 minutes in, we reached the dip that leads down into the ravine. The trees are thicker there, tall pines that climb straight up like pillars, and the ground drops sharply into a narrow trench about 20 feet deep. At the bottom is a shallow creek that flows heavy in spring but dies down by midsummer. That morning it was barely more than a trickle, though I could hear it faintly beneath the layers of fog. That's when Bart stopped. I was a few steps ahead when I realized he wasn't with me. I turned around and saw him frozen mid-step, his front paw lifted slightly, ears pricked forward like antennas. His tail was stiff, not wagging. I called his name softly, instinctively, but he didn't move. Then he growled, low, guttural, deep from his chest. I'd heard him growl at things before, raccoons, bears, other dogs, but this was different. It wasn't a warning growl. It was the kind of growl an animal makes when it knows it's in danger. Pure defense. His lip curled up slightly, teeth showing. I turned to look toward the ravine, expecting to see something coming up the slope. A bear, maybe, or a coyote pack. The fog made it hard to see, but I squinted through the trees, trying to pick out shapes or motion. Nothing. Just still fog, hanging in the trees like smoke. Then I heard it. The sound came from down in the ravine, but it carried like it was right next to me. A shriek, long and sharp at first, then deep and snarling near the end, like a scream turning into a growl. It was loud, and it didn't sound like any animal I'd ever heard in the wild. I know what bobcats sound like. I know what a bear in heat sounds like. I know the yipping calls of coyotes and the screams of owls. This was none of those. My chest locked up. Every part of me screamed to run. Bart lost it. He started barking and snarling at the ravine for standing up all along his spine. Then he tried to run backward, not just away from the sound, but back toward the house. I grabbed for him, but he pulled away. I had to actually kick it aside to get him moving the direction I needed, just a firm boot to the hip to break his paralysis. We ran. I mean, flat out ran. The trees seemed to close in around us. I couldn't tell where the trail started or ended. The fog had gotten heavier somehow, and the whole forest felt like it had darkened by a few shades. My breathing was loud in my ears. Bart was ahead of me now, bolting through brush like a younger dog. We tore past the clearing and up toward the fence line, muscles burning, and I felt like something was at our heels. I didn't look back. I didn't want to. We reached the house in maybe 5 minutes. It felt like an hour, and I slammed the gate shut behind us, flipping the lock and sprinting up the back steps. I collapsed into the kitchen chair and just sat there, trembling. I couldn't breathe right. My hands were shaking. Bart paced in front of the window, growling at nothing, panting hard. Whatever it was, it hadn't followed us, but stayed in my head. That sound, that horrible, unnatural scream growl. I couldn't shake it. The rest of the day was a blur. I didn't go into work, called in a personal day, and stayed with Bart, who wouldn't leave the windows alone. I sat out back with binoculars for over an hour, watching the woods. Nothing moved. No birds. No deer. No squirrels. The forest stayed still the entire day. That's when I really knew something wasn't right. Over the next few days, I walked the trail again. Never alone, and never that early in the morning. I found nothing unusual. No scat, no tracks, no fur, nothing. I even set up a few game cams, but they didn't catch anything except some deer and a single fox. But Bart never took that trail again. Not once. Every time I tried to lead him down that way. Even weeks later, he would dig his feet into the ground and refuse. That dog had walked that route with me every day for years. But after that morning, something in him changed. I started asking around the area, neighbors, other rangers, old hunters. Most of them just shrugged it off. One old guy told me it was probably a fisher cat or maybe a cougar in heat. I know better. I know the sounds. I've heard them all. This wasn't that. This was wrong. Maybe it was an animal I hadn't encountered before. Maybe it was a sick bear or a coyote with some kind of throat infection or injury. Maybe, but I know the woods. I know what belongs out there. And that thing, whatever it was, didn't sound like it belonged. Sometimes I wonder if I kept going down into the ravine, what would have happened? Maybe it would have just been a false alarm. Maybe I'd have come face to face with something wild and rare. Or maybe I'd have just vanished into the fog, and Bart would have come back alone. I've seen a lot of strange things in my life. But that sound, that morning, left a mark on me that I can't explain away. And now, every time I walk past that part of the woods, I keep my hand close to my sidearm, just in case. Not because I believe in monsters or legends. Not because I think there's something supernatural out there. But because nature, when it really wants to, can make you feel like you're not welcome. And I don't think I was welcome that morning. Not one bit. I had just moved to the desert a few weeks before, transferred out here from Forest District in the Northwest. Honestly, I didn't even know if I liked the desert at the time. It was so different. Everything seemed dead or dying. The The air was dry enough to crack my lips open in a day, and the wind always carried dust. But I've been offered a full-time ranger post and some extra responsibility. That's rare. You take what you can get. The area I was assigned was remote, 2 small parks that barely even showed up on state maps, 30 miles from the closest town, and even that was more of a collection of gas stations and boarded-up diners than a proper place. The parks I managed weren't exactly tourist hotspots either. No scenic overlooks, no rivers, no big mountains. Just creosote, red rock, dust, and old gravel roads that looked like they hadn't been graded since the 90s. Both parks were technically closed to the public for most of the year. Still, people found ways in. Mostly bored teenagers, meth heads, or people trying to dump stolen stuff. That's a thing out here. People steal a car, drive it deep into BLM land, strip it, torch it, and leave it to rot. I've been told about that before I started, but I didn't realize how common it was. First time I saw a car, shell still smoldering, I thought someone had just barely made it out of the area. Turns out it had probably been burning for hours before anyone called it in. This particular one, I'll never forget it, was reported by a volunteer who helped pick up trash on the weekends. He radioed in about smoke from one of the back campsites. I hopped in my truck and started driving out. It took a good 30 minutes to reach it, just bouncing over rocks and potholes. Desert roads can eat a truck alive if you're not careful. When I pulled up, there it was. A blackened car frame with thin white smoke still rising off it, a faint chemical stink in the air. Paint completely gone. Tires melted into bubbling black puddles under the chassis. From where I stood, it looked like just another abandoned, burnt-out vehicle. We were waiting for the fire crew to arrive to make sure it was safe before getting closer. I leaned against my truck door just staring at it. You try not to grow numb to that kind of thing, but you kind of have to. There's too much of it. After a few minutes, something didn't sit right. There was a weird shape in the front seat, just far enough back that it didn't catch my eye right away. At first, I thought it was the frame or melted upholstery. But the longer I looked at it, the more it looked like a person sitting forward, hunched. I walked a little closer, just to confirm. It was a body, burned black, skin like charcoal. The legs were barely visible, but the upper half was still there, slumped forward, seatbelt melted around it. And from the angle of the limbs, I could tell something was very wrong. They hadn't just died in the fire. The body had been tied up. Melted rope still clung to the wrists, and chest like rubber bands stuck to a roast. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. Just a dead person left there like trash. I stepped back and looked around the site again with new eyes. Scattered around were fast food wrappers, a crumpled hoodie, a flashlight, rope ends, and 2 shell casings. It was clear someone had been here for a while before the fire, and they tried to get rid of more than just a car. We'll let the local sheriff's office take over. The crime scene team spent hours combing through it. No ID, no license plate, no VIN. They didn't even seem that surprised. I guess they'd seen enough of this kind of thing. They bagged what was left, scraped up the bones, took photos. When they left, they didn't even tape it off. Just drove off into the dust. We never got a name, never got an answer. That campsite is still open. People actually request it now. It's the most popular one in that park. They call it the haunted site, like it's a joke. But I've never stayed there overnight again. Not long after that, we got a call back at the office from one of the regional chiefs. A guy had called in, said he had guns, said he was going to kill himself, and gave GPS coordinates. Coordinates that landed not far from one of my parks. 2 of my coworkers were sent out to check the location. I wasn't on that detail, but I heard everything secondhand. They took the truck, drove out into the sagebrush, following a dirt path that barely qualified as a road. Before they even got there, a different agency, one of the federal teams, was already on the scene. They waved them off, told them not to get out, not to approach, said it was already bad, and that the paperwork would take weeks if too many departments got involved. Turns out the guy hadn't just called in a bluff. He shot himself. Didn't die right away, though. He staggered maybe 50 yards from his vehicle, left a trail of blood, and collapsed against a Joshua tree. That was the end of him. What made it worse is that the ranger who found him wasn't one of us. She worked for a different region, but we knew her. Her husband, also a ranger, had killed himself just a month before. She was the one who had found him too. Now, Here she was, staring down another suicide scene. I heard later she took time off. Probably should have taken more. You think those are the worst things you'll see in the desert. Bodies, fires, suicides, crime scenes. But the one that stuck with me the most didn't even involve death. It was a quiet night. I had planned to drive out to the darker of the two parks and watch a meteor shower. I figured I'd be alone, just me and the sky. Maybe mess around with the banjo I'd been learning. Dumb idea, looking back. I'd always loved stars, and the desert had the clearest view of them I'd ever seen. The park had no lights, no buildings, nothing but a few picnic tables and a vault toilet that smelled like death when the wind hit it right. It was totally closed to the public that month, which meant I'd be alone out there. I packed my gear and drove out just before sundown. The sky turned orange, then pink, then black. No moon that night, just the stars and a breeze that stirred the bushes now and then. I parked near the old ranger hut, abandoned and falling apart, and walked a little ways out to one of the clearings. Brought my banjo with me and sat on a table, just strumming softly and watching the sky light up with the occasional streak of white fire. It should have been peaceful, and for a little while it was. Then the feeling hit. That deep down kind of unease, like your instincts are screaming and you don't know why. I stopped strumming and sat still. Nothing moved. I held my breath and listened. At first I thought maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I'd seen too much already. Maybe the memory of the burned car, the bound wrists, the smell of cooked flesh. Maybe that was just echoing in the back of my brain. But I couldn't shake the feeling. I started thinking too much. What if someone shows up? What if they think I'm a witness to something? What if someone's been watching me since I parked? What if whoever left that body comes back and sees my truck here? The wind picked up a bit, and I heard rustling in the creosote behind me. Just a few soft crunches. I froze. Then I heard voices. High-pitched, quick, murmuring voices. My skin went cold. Not shouting, not singing, just quick bursts of mumbled words. Like several people whispering fast to each other while walking through brush. But who the hell would be out here? There was no other car. No tire tracks. No signs of life for 30 miles. My hands were shaking. I set the banjo down slowly and turned to scan the area, eyes trying to adjust. I couldn't see a damn thing past the first row of bushes. I reached for my flashlight, but stopped halfway. Didn't want to light myself up and become a target. The voices came again. Closer now. Still just whispers, but faster. Nervous. Then came the rustling, louder now. Then a yip, and that's when I saw them. 3 coyotes burst through the brush, right past me. Lean fast, wild things. They moved like ghosts. No hesitation, no fear. They didn't care that I was there. They just sprinted past, yipping once or twice, then vanished into the dark again. I stood up, heart pounding, sweat running cold down my back. I stayed still for several minutes after they left. Then I picked up the banjo, packed it back into the truck, and drove out of there as fast as I could without breaking an axle. I didn't even stop to close the gate behind me. Turns out coyotes sound an awful lot like people when they're hunting or just moving together. Their yips, chirps, barks all sound strange in the dark. And the desert carries sound in weird ways, bounces it off rocks, twists it around you. But knowing that didn't make me feel better. I've worked the desert for years now. I've found bones where they shouldn't be, seen fires that weren't accidents, watched people try to destroy themselves, and dealt with cleanup crews that talk about bodies like they're just trash to be picked up. But that one night, alone under the stars, banjo in hand, hearing what I thought were people sneaking up on me in the middle of nowhere, that night is what stuck with me the most. And I haven't touched that banjo since. I still go out to that park sometimes, but never after sundown. Never alone. I always let someone know where I'm going, even if it's just an empty stretch of gravel road. I keep my radio close, and I never leave my truck unlocked. You think it's paranoia, but it's just habit now. Smart habit, because the desert doesn't care if you're scared. It doesn't care if you're a ranger or a lost hiker or a killer. It swallows everything the same way, with heat, wind, silence, and dust. And when it's done with you, it leaves nothing behind but bones and blackened metal. That's the truth of it. No ghosts. I've been working as a park ranger for over 13 years now. Most of the time, it's routine stuff, checking trails, guiding campers, clearing debris after storms, dealing with lost hikers, and warning people about bears they'll never see. But every once in a while, something strange happens. Not supernatural, not ghosts or any of that nonsense, just something that hits you in the gut and sticks in your mind for years after. I've had a few of those. One of the most vivid happened back when I was still stationed in the Adirondacks. Early spring, cold mornings, snow patches in the shadows that hadn't melted yet, mud thick enough to eat your boots whole, and just enough quiet out there that you start to think too much. At the time, I was hiking with my ex. We weren't broken up yet, but I think we both knew things were headed that way. The relationship had worn thin. Too many trips out here, too much silence, too many things left unsaid. I love the mountains, the air, the trails. She wanted city lights and noise and sidewalks. That trip kind of sealed the deal between us, though we didn't know it yet. We had driven out to a loop trail around a small lake tucked deep in the park. The trail had one trailhead and wrapped in a rough oval, hugging the water most of the way. It wasn't maintained yet because it was early April and the crews hadn't started their spring rounds. That meant fallen trees, muddy stretches, and parts of the trail that had been clawed away by runoff or frost heave. I knew all that going in, but she wanted to see a waterfall that was halfway around the loop, and I figured it would be a nice, quiet hike, something to get us both out of our heads. The sky was gray that day, typical spring sky, low clouds with that heavy, leaden feel that says rain might come or it might not. The trees hadn't leafed out yet, just bare branches, tiny buds, and last year's leaves soggy and thick on the forest floor. The lake was mostly still, except where a few geese disturbed it. There were no other cars in the small lot, no other hikers, just us in the woods. We set off late in the morning, and within an hour or so, we were halfway around the loop. The trail to the waterfall branched off near a bend in the lake. The air smelled like wet moss and pine. The ground was soft and gave a little underfoot, and the only sound were birds and the occasional drip of water falling off branches. Quiet, peaceful, the kind of place where you can almost hear your own blood moving. Then it started. At first, it was just a low rumble. It felt like it came through the ground more than the air. Subtle but steady. I stopped walking and looked around, thinking maybe a plane was flying overhead or there was some rock fall in the distance. But there was nothing. The trees stood still, no movement, no wind. The lake didn't have a ripple on it. Then the rumble deepened and quickened. It was like something was stomping through the woods toward us, heavy and fast. It didn't sound like a deer or a bear. It didn't sound like a person. It was rhythmic and had weight to it, and it was close. Too close. That's when the sound changed. It shifted into something I still have trouble describing. A kind of pulsing growl, deep, fast, and strange, like the noise Hollywood uses when they want to make an alien or some unnatural thing. It had a kind of bass thump to it, like something beating its chest. Rapid, almost mechanical. It didn't match anything I'd heard before, and I'd spent years out in the woods by that point. I didn't stop to think. My body just reacted. I turned and started running. Not smart. I knew better. You don't run from sounds in the woods. You stand still, listen, figure it out. But every bit of instinct in me screamed to move. So I ran. The trail was soft and slick in places, roots sticking out, patches of mud that grabbed your ankles. I slipped a few times, caught myself, kept going. Behind me, I could hear my ex calling after me, but I didn't stop. That sound had gotten into my bones. It wasn't just loud. It felt like it was coming from inside, the trees themselves, from the very ground under us. After what felt like half a mile, I stopped. I was gasping, my lungs burning, legs covered in mud, boots soaked. I looked back but saw nothing behind me. No movement, no sound now. Just quiet, eerie quiet. She caught up to me not long after, also out of breath, confused and scared. I was shaking, and I couldn't bring myself to go back the way we came. There was only one way out now, forward, but the trail had become a mess. Fallen trees blocked the way, and long stretches had turned to deep bogs. That part of the Adirondacks is full of these wet, mossy lowlands that don't look like much until you step in and your leg disappears up to the knee. But we had no choice. We cut off the trail and tried to bushwhack around the worst of it. that made it even slower. The brush hadn't leafed out yet, but the branches still clawed at our clothes. At times the water came up to our thighs, my boots filled with coal mud. One of them got sucked clean off at one point, and I had to dig for it while balancing on one leg, trying not to fall over. She wasn't doing much better. We were soaked and miserable and freezing. The worst part was how quiet it was. No birds, no wind, just the squelch of our footsteps and our breathing. I kept looking behind us, half expecting to see something breaking through the trees. But there was nothing, just that noise burned into my brain and the memory of how wrong it had sounded. It took us hours to get back to the trail and finally reach the lot. The sun was starting to set, though it never really came out that day. When we reached the car, I just stood there shaking. She was crying. I didn't know what to say. I kept trying to play it down in my head. Maybe it had been a bear. Maybe just a weird echo. But I'd heard bears. I'd heard moose, deer, even the rare coy wolf. This had been different. We didn't say much on the drive back. I think she wanted me to explain it away, to make it okay, but I didn't have anything to offer. I'd been out in those woods longer than most, and I'd never heard a sound like that before. That night, I couldn't sleep. My clothes were still soaked and dirty. My legs ached. She was curled up in the hotel bed with her back to me. I stared at the ceiling, playing that noise over and over in my mind. That thump, thump, thump that had started so soft and grown so loud. That alien growl that had risen from the earth. The next day, she told me she didn't want to go back to the Adirondacks again. I didn't argue. That trip had drained something out of both of us. We limped through the rest of the week and went home. The breakup came a few months later. No big fight, just distance. Like whatever had chased us out of that forest had burned through the last thread holding us together. Years passed. I stayed in the service, moved around to different parks. Rockies, Smokies, Shenandoah, saw new trails, new woods. Learned more. Still never heard anything like that noise. Then, one night I was scrolling through some wildlife sound archives. It was late, and I was trying to put together a sound map for an education program. The site had a lot of labeled calls and noises from birds, mammals, amphibians, everything from frogs to bobcats. And then I heard it, a rapid thumping, deep and hollow, followed by a strange vibration in the chest. That same goddamn noise from all those years ago. I froze. I sat straight up in my chair and stared at the screen like it was haunted, but it wasn't anything unnatural. It wasn't a monster or something out of a horror story. It was a bird, a rough grouse, specifically. What I'd heard was a male grouse doing his mating display. They perch on a log and beat their wings against their chest, creating this deep, low thumping that accelerates. It's meant to echo and carry, to call out to females. Some say it's like a distant motor starting. Others say it sounds like an engine trying to turn over. But in the cold, empty woods, when you're already on edge, when you've got a belly full of bad food and a mind full of doubt, it sounds like something ancient and angry is coming for you. I sat there for a long time after that, just letting it wash over me. I laughed a little, not because it was funny, more like the way you laugh after something heavy lifts off you. It made sense now. It explained everything, but it didn't take the fear away. That fear was real. That moment was real. Knowing it was a bird didn't change the way I'd felt out there. Sometimes your body reacts long before your brain can catch up. Sometimes it doesn't matter what the truth is. What matters is what it felt like at the time. And to be honest, even now, knowing exactly what made that sound, I still don't like hiking alone in early spring when the woods are bare and quiet. I still flinch a little when I hear that rhythmic thump echoing through the trees, because my body still remembers what my brain knows better. It wasn't a monster. It wasn't a ghost. Just a horny bird with a loud chest. But that didn't make it any less terrifying in the moment. It was real. All of it. And that's what sticks with you. Not the facts, but the feeling. That's the story. And I'll tell you this much. Next time you hear something strange in the woods, something that makes your hair stand on end and your blood go cold, don't trust your instincts too fast. Because it might not be what you think, but also might not matter. Not in that moment. Because fear doesn't wait for facts. And the woods don't care either way. My name's Ryan. I was 19 when this happened, And even though years have passed, I still remember everything like it was yesterday. It's something that got stuck in my bones. You never forget fear like that. Not the kind that wakes you up cold and sweating months later. Not the kind that makes you check over your shoulder even when you're back in town with streetlights and people all around. This story happened back when I was working a summer job out at Camp Echo Ridge, a horseback trail camp located in a remote corner of a high desert park area in the Four Corners region. Camp Echo Ridge sat on the edge of canyon. From a ridge, you could see for miles sharp red cliffs, dusty arroyos, lines of pine trees thinning out into dry scrub. It was quiet out there, peaceful during the day, when the sun was up and the horses were grazing and the campers were laughing. But the nights were a different kind of quiet, the kind where you could hear your own blood if you sat still long enough. There was no cell service, no town nearby, just us and the open land. We had radios, a small trailer to sleep in, and a pair of guard dogs that belonged to the company that ran the camp. The company hired a small crew to run the site, 4 of us in total. My main job was keeping the horses fed, helping guide the trail rides, and keeping the site clean between groups. We cooked our own meals, maintained the fire pit, cleaned up trash, and made sure nothing dangerous came too close to the camp. One of the other workers was a guy named Caleb, a Navajo about my age. We hit it off from day one. He was quiet but sharp. He knew the land in a way I didn't. He grew up not too far from the area, and you could tell he paid attention to things most of us ignored. That summer, we had families rotating through every 3 to 4 days. Parents and kids, mostly people from cities who wanted to experience real nature but didn't know what it really meant. We had to do a lot of hand-holding. Caleb and I stayed at the site 24/7, sleeping in the small bunk room in the trailer while the others rotated shifts and spent nights in town when the workday ended. We were used to things like raccoons or the occasional coyote wandering near the outer fence at night, but we never had anything serious happen. The rifles in the trailer were just in case. They were stored locked in a case, 2 of them, with ammo in a separate box. The company didn't want us using them unless it was a real threat. One afternoon, after a long day of trail riding, we brought a group of campers back. 2 families, about 10 people total. Everyone was tired and dusty. The sun was starting to dip behind the cliffs, and the orange light lit up the edges of everything. We got the horses settled, brushed down, and fed, and the kids went off to their tents while the adults prepped food near the fire ring. That's when we saw it. A single coyote, standing maybe 30 feet from the camp's edge. It was just there, watching, not skulking or running like they usually do when they see people. Just standing there on the ridge like it was guarding something. I stopped walking and looked at Caleb. He had stopped too. He didn't say anything, but I saw the way his jaw tightened. His eyes locked on it like he was trying to figure something out. We just stood there for a while, watching it. The other workers didn't notice. They were too busy talking to the campers. Eventually, the coyote turned and trotted off into the brush, out of sight. But the weird part wasn't just that it didn't run. It was the feeling I got after. Caleb mentioned it later too. Something was off. It wasn't like fear exactly. More like being watched. Like we weren't alone, even after it left. I kept turning around while I was doing chores. Couldn't shake the feeling something was near. That night, after dinner, the campers all turned in. We did our rounds, made sure the fire was out cold, locked up the feed bins, double-checked the latrine area. The dogs, Scout and Red, were restless. They paced more than usual, ears perked, growling low at the dark sometimes. I figured maybe they caught the coyote's scent or something. We finally got into the trailer sometime after 11 and crashed out hard. I remember how dead quiet it was that night. No wind, no crickets, just still. Then came the banging. I snapped awake like I'd been punched in the chest. Loud banging on the trailer door. Muffled shouting. Wailing. Screaming. I sat up in the bunk, heart pounding. Caleb was already out of bed and checking the blinds. He turned and unlatched the door quick. It was the campers. 2 dads and a group of kids, all terrified. One of the girls was crying so hard she was coughing. They piled into the trailer in a panic. No one knew what was going on. We got them settled enough to talk. One of the girls, maybe 11 or 12, had woken up to what sounded like her friend calling her name outside the tent. Hurt, sobbing, asking for help. She unzipped the flap and stepped out. only to trip and fall over that same friend who was still asleep inside. That's when the wailing started, loud and long, coming from the trees beyond the tents. It sounded like a woman in pain. They said it kept going for over 20 minutes. They didn't know what to do, so finally one of the dads got everyone up and they came to get us. While we were trying to process what they were telling us, we heard ourselves. It was like someone screaming in grief, like something had died and the person left behind had gone mad with pain. But it wasn't human. It came from the edge of the camp. Close. Too close. The dog started growling, deep and steady. Hackles up. Red was pawing at the floor like he wanted to dig his way out. Caleb and I looked at each other. I didn't feel brave, not even a little, but we couldn't ignore it either. We opened the rifle case, loaded the bolts, checked the ammo. I remember how cold the metal felt in my hands. I couldn't stop shaking. I'd shot targets, sure, but not like this. Not for real. We stepped out with the dogs and stood near the fire ring in the center of camp. The moon was thin, and the woods around us were pitch black. We had flashlights, but they only lit up so far. Beyond the reach of the beam, it was just more dark, more silence. Then the fire went up. We'd thrown on a pile of dry wood we kept stacked nearby, and the second the flames caught, everything changed. The wailing started again, but this time it wasn't coming from one direction. It came from everywhere, surrounding us, all around the edges of camp. Dozens of voices, howling, screaming, moaning. The dogs froze. Scout growled low and steady. Red started barking, sharp and fast. Caleb raised his rifle. I chambered around, shaking so bad I could barely keep the barrel steady. Then silence. Not just a pause. Total, dead silence. No bugs. No wind. No breath from the dogs. That's when I heard my name. Not shouted. Not screamed. Spoken. Quiet and clear, like someone was standing 10 feet behind me, saying it softly. Ryan. I froze. I felt something inside me go cold, like my body knew something before my brain could catch up. I turned to look at Caleb. His face was pale. His mouth was open. He heard it too. He looked at me, then toward the trees, back at me again. He didn't speak, just reached down, grabbed a burning branch from the fire, and hurled it hard into the dark where the voice had come from. It hit something. There was a sudden thud and the sound of something scrambling through the brush. Fast. For legs. Claws on dirt. The dogs exploded, Scout lunging forward, Red barking so loud it echoed off the canyon walls. I felt my bladder let go. I was shaking like I was in a freezer. Then Caleb pointed with his rifle. There! Something was moving at the edge of the trees. Low to the ground. Creeping closer. I lifted my rifle and fired. It dropped. We didn't wait. We just started firing at any sound, any movement in the trees. It probably wasn't smart. Could have hit a person if one had been out there. But I didn't care. Fear took over everything. We emptied almost a whole box of ammo between us. The rest of the night, we stayed outside by the fire with the dogs, backs to the trailer, scanning every shadow. We didn't speak. The campers stayed inside, quiet as ghosts. I remember watching the sky, waiting for the sun like it was the only thing that could save us. When the other workers came back in the morning, they found us there, exhausted, filthy, still gripping the rifles. They thought we'd lost it. Caleb could barely speak. I just kept pointing into the trees. They eventually went to check the area. Took a while, but they came back with 2 coyote bodies. One had a bullet hole through the side. The other had burn marks, probably from the branch Caleb threw. That confirmed it. Just coyotes. Normal animals. But it didn't make sense. Coyotes don't act like that. They don't surround people, make human-like wailing sounds, creep toward fire. And they sure as hell don't speak names. Turned out the campers had brought a whole cooler full of meat for grilling. Didn't seal it properly. The scent had probably drawn in a whole pack over the course of the evening. Maybe they were just hungry, aggressive. Maybe they'd gotten bold from people feeding wildlife too often. But even then, I don't know. Something was wrong about the whole thing. Caleb and I, we both agreed. We'd rather face a mountain lion in broad daylight than whatever that night was. We didn't report most of it, just the coyotes. We knew the company wouldn't want to panic, and no one would believe the rest. We cleaned up, reset the camp, and got ready for the next group. But that night never left me. Sometimes when I'm lying in I've been a park ranger for almost 14 years now. Most of that time has been spent in the Pacific Northwest, mainly in Oregon. Forests here are thick. Trees stretch like walls in every direction, and there are places so deep in these woods that not even satellite maps show the trails right. People get lost, animals go missing, trees fall in the wrong direction, and nobody finds out until years later. The park I was stationed at during this story was called Bitterroot Ridge, a quiet place near the Cascade Range. Not many tourists, not many campers. It was remote, and that was what I liked about it. I could go a whole week without speaking to anyone but my supervisor back at the station. This happened in October of 2021. I still remember how cold that month was. The air was dry and sharp. Every step on the trail kicked up clouds of fine dust and pine needles. Leaves had already changed and fallen. The place looked dead, but peaceful. The whole park was getting ready for winter. There's a part of Bitterroot Ridge called Saddle Creek Basin. That's where this started. Saddle Creek runs down between two long hills, maybe 3 or 4 miles apart. At the bottom is a rocky basin with an old service road that was built back in the 80s. It doesn't show up on maps anymore, but some locals still remember it. The problem started when a group of seasonal workers, trail maintenance guys, reported seeing an abandoned car about 3 miles down the road in that basin. So it looked like it had been there a while, maybe since summer. They weren't sure what make or model, just that it was covered in leaves and branches and sitting crooked like one of the tires had gone flat. They didn't investigate too far, so the area felt off. Now, that happens more than you'd think. Sometimes hunters ditch old trucks when they break down. Sometimes stolen cars end up in these woods, and the owners never come back for them. But it was my job to check it out. So that next morning, I packed my gear and headed out there on foot. Took about an hour and a half to hike down the trail and cut across the old service road. I had my GPS, a radio, my field pack, a notepad, and a .357 revolver. I don't usually bring a sidearm, but something about the report stuck with me. Something about the way the trail crew said it made their hair stand up. When I got down to the basin, I found the car. It was a silver Honda Civic, early 2000 model. Definitely abandoned. The back bumper was bent inward, and one of the rear wheels was flat and half buried in the dirt. It was covered in leaves and mud. Someone had tried to throw some branches over it, but lazily, like they gave up halfway through. There were no plates. The driver's door was closed, but unlocked. I opened it and found a moldy backpack on the floor of the passenger seat. Inside was an old wallet with an Oregon State ID. Name was Daniel Ritter, age 26. No cash, just a couple of expired cards and a folded map of the park. The weird part? The map had red pen markings all over it, circling a part of the basin about a half-mile south from where I was standing. I checked the rest of the car. There was a tire iron in the trunk, no spare, and the glove box was empty. No keys, no phone, no food wrappers, no receipts. Just that map and that wallet. I wrote down everything in my log and radioed back to the ranger station. They told me to secure the car and to come back. I decided I'd make a quick sweep toward the area marked on the map before hiking out, just to check. That was my mistake. I walked south along the basin, bushwhacking through undergrowth. It wasn't thick, mostly dead fern stalks and thorny blackberry bushes. I kept my compass and GPS going. The further I went, the quieter the forest got. I don't mean peaceful quiet. I mean nothing. No birds. No squirrels. Even the wind seemed to stop. The only sound was my boots crunching through the leaves and the occasional distant creak of old branches. About 25 minutes in, I reached the spot marked on the map. It was a narrow clearing, maybe 15 feet wide. It was surrounded on all sides by trees that leaned in unnaturally, like they'd grown toward the center. At the middle of the clearing was a tarp, a blue, weather-beaten one, weighted down with rocks at each corner. I felt sick just looking at it. I stood there a long time before moving closer. I don't know why, but my heart was racing and I was gripping my revolver without realizing. I kept looking around. Nothing moved. The trees didn't sway. The air felt thick and still. I nudged the tarp with my boot. The smell hit me instantly, like rotting meat and wet leaves. I stepped back and pulled the corner away. Underneath was a shallow pit. Inside were bones. Human bones. Partially buried in soft black earth, tangled in torn bits of clothing. A shirt, a sock, what looked like denim jeans. It wasn't a full skeleton, just parts. A pelvis, a rib cage, one femur. The skull was missing. I backed up. I didn't touch anything else. My training kicked in then. I took GPS coordinates, marked the area with a flag, took photos, called in on the radio, and the line crackled before going dead. No response. I tried again. Nothing. My GPS, which had been working fine, froze. It still showed my location, but the coordinates didn't change no matter how far I walked. The battery icon said it was full, but the screen was stuck. I switched to compass and headed back the way I came. That should have been easy. I had a clear route. I'd followed a straight line through the undergrowth. But somehow, I ended up circling back. Within 15 minutes, I was back at the same tarp. I stood there in the clearing, breathing hard. It was like the woods shifted behind me when I wasn't looking, like something kept bending the trail. I tried again, picked a new heading, walked in a straight line for half an hour, still ended up back in that same clearing. At this point, I was sweating. My hands were shaking. I forced myself to sit down, drink some water, and slow my breathing. I told myself it was just panic, that my mind was playing tricks on me. I opened my pack to pull out a fresh map and froze. The folded paper wasn't my map. It was the same red marked map I found in the car, the one with the clearing circled. I don't remember putting it in my pack. I was sure I'd left it in the vehicle. I stared at it for a long time. Eventually, I picked a completely random direction, ignoring my compass and GPS. I told myself to follow the sun, which was low in the sky now. I pushed through brush and trees, ignoring paths, ignoring everything. I just moved, one step after another. No brakes, no looking back. After what felt like an hour, I finally stumbled back onto the old service road. My legs were cut up. My arms were bleeding from thorn scratches. But I was out. I didn't stop walking until I reached the car. I took photos, locked it, and hiked out without another word. Back at the station, I filed a report. I wrote everything down. The car, the bones, the map. I told them about the GPS failure, the dead radio. I left out the part about getting turned around. Later that night, I got a call from a state investigator. Said they'd send a recovery team to check the site in the morning. Said not to talk about it until they finished the report. That was 3 years ago. Here's the part that keeps me up at night. The body in that pit. It wasn't Daniel Ritter. The forensics team said the bones belonged to a man in his late 40s, maybe early 50s. They estimated the body had been there for over a decade. They found some old dental fillings, a titanium screw in the knee, nothing that matched Ritter's records. And Daniel Ritter? He was never found. No trace of him. No credit card use. No calls. No relatives came forward. His social media stopped cold in July of 2021. The map from his car was logged as evidence. The circled spot matched the grave, but the ink wasn't tested. The investigators didn't find any fingerprints, no shovel, no tools. The trail crew who first spotted the car didn't hear or see anyone leave it. The car wasn't reported stolen. It didn't even have a registered VIN. It was like it just appeared. 2 weeks later, the clearing with the tarp? When the second team went back, they couldn't find it. They followed my GPS coordinates. They bushwhacked every direction for half a mile. Nothing. No bones. No tarp. Not even disturbed soil. They searched for 2 days and gave up. They marked the report as unresolved. I still have nightmares about that place. About walking in circles in a forest that doesn't want to let you leave. About the clearing that moves. About the man who circled that grave on a map and vanished without a trace. I don't work at Bitterroot Ridge anymore. I transferred to a coastal park where the trees don't lean in and the trails lead out. But sometimes I still check the woods when I hike. I never carry a map with red ink. I took the job because I wanted quiet. I'd done construction work and factory shifts before, but the noise never stopped. Machines, yelling, hammering, always some new fire to put out. I didn't want to deal with people anymore. So when I got the offer to work as a park ranger in southern Utah, I signed the papers before the guy even finished explaining the duties. The park wasn't one of the popular ones. No paved roads, no visitor center. Just raw desert and tall, cracked rock walls. People didn't come here for photos. They didn't come here much at all, and that's what I liked. My station was just a trailer with a water tank and a solar panel. I slept there, ate canned food, and took long walks through the canyons to check for fire risks, broken fences, or people who got too ambitious. I started that job in early May. By mid-June, the heat got real. It was a dry, blistering kind of heat that made metal too hot to touch and turned your skin into paper. I wore long sleeves, a wide hat, and always carried 2 gallons of water when I left the trailer. Still, I'd be sweating through my clothes before lunch. I kept a notebook with me, logging everything, trail conditions, wildlife, anything odd. I was out one morning near the southernmost part of the park, a place called Black Hollow. The maps barely marked it. It was just a dent in the land, a long crack of shadow where the sun only touched the floor for an hour each day. That part of the canyon had steep sides and loose gravel, and we were told not to recommend it to hikers. Too dangerous. But my job wasn't about avoiding danger. It was about knowing the land, keeping track of it. That day, I dropped into Black Hollow for the first time. The air got cooler right away. The shadows were long, even though it was still morning. I followed an old cattle trail, almost invisible now, down the middle. Nothing strange at first. Just rocks, dry brush, lizards skittering out of sight. Then I saw something that stopped me cold. It was a patch of ground where the dirt didn't match. A rectangle, maybe 6 feet long, 3 feet wide. The soil there was darker, damper. Somebody had dug there recently. Not erosion, not a dry wash. This was human work. A hole filled back in. I stood there staring at it for a long time. My first thought was grave. But there wasn't a cross or stones on top. No sign that someone was trying to mark anything. If someone had buried a pet, they would have left something, rocks, a collar, anything. I squatted down and touched the dirt. Still soft. I dug in with my fingers. Just a little. I wasn't sure why I did it. Curiosity? Something deeper? I don't know. But I stopped when I hit something smooth and hard, about 6 inches under. Not bone. Something like metal. I didn't have a shovel with me. I stood up, dusted off my hands, and wrote down the location in my notebook. I planned to return the next day with tools. Back at the trailer, I kept thinking about it. My shift ended that week. I had planned to drive out and meet my brother up in Idaho. Fishing trip. But now my thoughts kept going back to that buried thing in the hollow. I didn't know why it bothered me so much. It just didn't sit right. The next morning, I left before sunrise. I took a small shovel, gloves, more water than usual. The hike down took an hour and a half. When I got there, the dirt patch looked just like before. No signs of animals, no footprints. I started digging. Slow at first, careful. A foot down, I hit something solid. It was a case. A gray plastic box, the kind you'd store tools in. It had scratches all over, and the latch was duct taped shut. I lifted it out. It was heavier than I expected. I sat on a rock and peeled the tape off. Opened the box. Inside were several manila envelopes. Each one was sealed with red tape. No names, no markings, just heavy paper and dust. I opened the first one. It was full of photographs. All of them were of the same thing. Men standing in front of a truck. A white flatbed with no license plate. The men wore camo and sunglasses. Every photo looked taken from far away, like someone was hiding in the brush with a long lens. A few were blurry, but all showed the same group of 3 men, always at the same place, a dry creek bed with big red boulders in the background. I opened the second envelope. More photos, this time of crates. Wooden crates, some half opened. I could make out wires, tools, what looked like explosives. Then I found maps. Hand-drawn maps, pointing to several locations across Utah and Nevada. Most were marked with red X's. Some had notes scribbled in the margins. Dates, initials, question marks. The last envelope had only one thing in it, a notebook. It was falling apart. Most pages were covered in shorthand I couldn't understand, but a few were written normally. One entry caught my eye. The handwriting was shaky. Asterisk, they come at night. 2 trucks. Always same men. Something's off. No plates. No park permits. They unload fast. Dig. Leave before dawn. I saw what they buried. Not just gear. Asterisk. I didn't know what to think. I sat there in the shade for a long time, reading and rereading. Who buried this box? Why out here? Were they trying to hide it or leave it for someone? Then I heard something, a crunch, up above. I froze. Another crunch, gravel shifting, boots. I quietly closed the lid of the box and slid it behind a rock. Then I moved into the shadow of the canyon wall. I didn't breathe. Two men appeared at the rim of the canyon. They weren't hikers. Jeans, boots, dark shirts. One had a walkie clipped to his belt. They stood there looking down, scanning. I stayed still. They talked softly. I couldn't hear them. After a minute, they turned back and disappeared over the edge. I didn't move for 10 minutes after they left. Then I grabbed the box and took a different trail back, longer, steeper, but farther from the main path. When I got back to the trailer, I stashed the box under the floorboards. I didn't call it in. I didn't tell anyone. I wanted to understand it first. That night, I didn't sleep. I read through the whole notebook again. One line stuck with me. Asterisk, if I disappear, it wasn't an accident. Asterisk, I couldn't stop thinking about those men, what they were doing, why someone was watching them, why they buried the evidence. The next day, I went back to the dry creek bed from the photos. I found it after 2 hours of hiking. Same red boulders, same layout. It matched perfectly. There were tire tracks in the dirt. Fresh. I walked the area, careful where I stepped. Then I found the disturbed ground. Another hole, recently filled. I didn't have a shovel that time, so I marked the location and left. My hand was shaking. I don't know if it was fear or adrenaline. I just knew I didn't want to be seen out there again. When I got back to the trailer, I started packing. I was supposed to stay one more day, but I didn't care. I loaded my gear, locked the trailer, and drove out as the sun was setting. I didn't go straight home. I drove to a motel 2 towns over and stayed up all night thinking. I didn't call my supervisor. I didn't tell my brother. I just sat with the box, thinking what to do. The next morning, I mailed a notebook and 1 envelope of photos to a friend I trusted. He used to be a journalist before he burned out. I didn't put a return address. I just wrote 1 line on a sticky note. Asterisk, if anything happens to me, go public. Asterisk, I kept the rest of the box hidden. Took it with me when I left Utah for good. That was 3 years ago. I never went back to park work. I don't know who those men were. Military? Contractors? Smugglers? I don't know what they were burying out there. Weapons? Evidence? Bodies? All I know is someone was watching them, and that someone disappeared. Sometimes I still wake up thinking I hear boots outside. Gravel shifting. A walkie crackling. I live far from any desert now. Trees, rain, snow. But I still check the locks twice every night. Because I looked where I shouldn't have. And I don't think they ever really stopped looking for that box. But they'll never find it. I made sure of that. I've been a park ranger for over 15 years, and in that time, I've seen a lot of strange things. Not ghosts or monsters or anything like that. Just people doing things they really shouldn't be doing. Fires in dry season, hiking off trail, trying to camp in places where no one should camp. People underestimate how fast things can go wrong in the woods. This story happened back in 2016 during the late summer season. I was assigned to a remote part of the national park, around 50 square miles of forest, creek lines, old ranger roads, and some rugged ridge lines. That area had been mostly forgotten after an old fire lookout tower was decommissioned in the 90s. I spent most of my days there doing long hikes, checking for illegal hunting signs, maintaining trail markers, and sometimes just watching for smoke from high ground. That summer was especially dry. I remember snapping twigs with my boots like they were made of glass. It was a bad year for fire danger. The forest itself was thick with second-growth pines and a lot of underbrush that nobody ever cleared. It felt like the woods had grown too fast and too wild for their own good. We had one main road cutting through the east end of the zone, and only a couple of dirt fire roads that were mostly overgrown. I had a Jeep and a sat phone and enough gear to get through a night if I needed to camp out, which I did sometimes just to save on fuel and time. I didn't mind it. I like the quiet. I like having space. One morning around late August, I was up at the radio hut reviewing the last few reports from other rangers and checking in with the station manager. There had been reports of a smoke column sighted from town just outside the north boundary of the park. Small town, only a few hundred people. A farmer or maybe a hunter called it in. Said it looked like it was past the ridge and rising slow but thick. I was closest to the area it pointed toward, so I packed my gear and left before noon. By 2 p.m., I was on foot about 3 miles off the service road, headed uphill toward where the fire might have been. There wasn't an official trail in that direction, but I followed an old survey path that hadn't been used in probably 20 years. The trees pressed in around me, tight and silent. I kept watching the sky for any sign of smoke. Nothing. No smell either. It was hot and dry though, and I kept my hand near my radio just in case. 2 hours later, I came up on an area I hadn't visited before. It was a flat, narrow clearing about the size of a football field, sitting in a dip between two ridges. The trees around it were all blackened and broken, some toppled like matchsticks. I paused. Something felt wrong, even before I stepped into it. The ground under my boots was scorched, black dirt and ash, but no fresh burnt smell. I crouched and ran my fingers through it. Cold. Whatever had burned here wasn't recent. The column must have seen old smoke kicked up by the wind, but the burn pattern didn't make sense. It wasn't shaped like a natural fire. It wasn't wide or chaotic. It was a clean oval, maybe 200 feet across, like something had exploded right in the middle and seared everything flat. I walked around the edge of the clearing slowly, staying on the solid patches of ground. I didn't like the way my feet slipped in some areas, felt too loose like powder. There were no signs of fire suppression either. No tire tracks, no fire breaks, no chopped brush. Nobody had fought this fire. It hadn't been reported. I checked my GPS. The spot didn't show up as a known burn area. I had access to all past wildfire reports in the district. This wasn't on there. At the far end of the clearing, I found something worse. 3 metal barrels, half buried in the ground, like someone had tried to hide them. The lids were warped from heat, and the sides were rusted out, but I could still make out faint red markings, industrial waste symbols, and a couple serial numbers that looked military. Not civilian. Now, I'm not a chemical expert, but I know enough to stay away from unmarked barrels half buried in scorched forest. I marked the GPS coordinates, took a few photos with my work phone, and backed off. I didn't want to risk breathing anything in. My head already hurt a little and my mouth felt dry. I radioed base, but the static was thick. Nothing got through. I moved back up the ridge a few hundred yards and tried again. Still nothing. The sat phone gave me a signal bar, so I logged my coordinates and texted them to my station manager. No response, but at least it sent. I was about to hike back when I noticed something else. Tracks. Not animal prints. These were boot marks. Human. 3 distinct sets. They came from the far tree line and stopped about 20 feet from the barrels. Then they vanished. No prints heading back out. I stood there, looking at those prints for a long time. They were deep, fresh enough to be from the last few days. But there hadn't been any activity registered in this zone. No hikers, no campers, no surveyors. And no one had reported any kind of fire out here, which there definitely had been. I stayed out until dusk, taking photos, then hiked back to my Jeep. The sun was already dropping behind the ridge, and I didn't want to camp that close to whatever I'd just seen. I made it back around midnight, dead tired and covered in ash. The next day, I filed a report. Full write-up, GPS data, photos. I emailed it straight to my supervisor and followed up with a call. But no one picked up. I figured they were just dealing with other stuff. Fire season always kept us busy, so I waited. 2 days passed. No response. On the 3rd day, someone else responded. A man I didn't know showed up at the ranger station asking about my report. He wasn't in uniform, and he didn't say what agency he worked for. He just showed me a badge I didn't recognize and asked to speak to me privately. We sat down in the back office, and he opened a black folder. Inside were aerial photos, high resolution, full color, of the same burn site I'd found. Some of the shots looked like they were taken weeks before I even got there. He asked me what I saw, and I told him everything. I left nothing out. I could tell he already knew anyway. Then he asked if I touched anything or breathed in any unusual smells. I told him no, and that I didn't stay longer than an hour. He closed the folder, nodded, and left. I never got a name, never got a follow-up. A week later, when I went back to check on the site, it was gone. The barrels were gone. The ash was gone. The ground had been scraped clean. Someone had come in with heavy equipment and flattened the whole area. Fresh pine straw covered the dirt, and it looked like they'd even replanted a few saplings. It didn't look natural, but it was tidy. Too tidy. I checked the GPS coordinates again. Right spot. Same ridgeline. Same clearing. But now it looked like it had never burned. There were new boot prints, too. Bigger. Heavier. The kind you get from crews in protective suits or maybe military boots. I followed them a little ways into the woods, but they just stopped. I didn't file a second report. I didn't mention the man or the photos or the cleanup. I figured if the Park Service wanted to bury something, they'd bury me next if I pushed it. A month later, I was transferred to another district without explanation. Now I work 2 states over, in a smaller park with less terrain and fewer fires. I still check the woods every day, still hike the back trails, but I keep my eyes open now in a different way. I watch for things that aren't supposed to be there. Scars in the ground, flattened clearings, trees that look too young for where they're standing. Sometimes I dream about that clearing, not in a scary way, just the quiet of it, the smell of old ash, the way the footprints stopped like the people just vanished. And I wonder what was in those barrels. What kind of fire burns like that and leaves no trace? But I don't go looking anymore, because I already know the answer. Some fires aren't meant to be reported. Some things are supposed to stay buried. And some people, even in uniforms, are just meant to keep quiet. I keep quiet now. I do my job. I walk the trails. And I don't ask questions about things that disappear in the woods. Because I've learned something very simple. Out here, silence keeps you alive. And nobody ever burns what they can erase. I started working as a park ranger in the spring of 2009. It was a career shift I made after getting tired of office life. I'd spent years behind a desk doing graphic design for a small company that sold catalogs, and I got sick of it. My eyes hurt. My back hurt. My brain felt like it was turning to warm soup. I wanted to be outside. I figured I wasn't too old to start fresh. I took a ranger job out west, in a national park that I'll leave unnamed. It's mostly high desert country, dull red dirt, dry gulches, low brush, scattered pinyon and juniper trees, and a few strange rock formations that break the horizon like melted statues. I was assigned to a fairly remote district of the park. It was about an hour and a half on the nearest paved road and mostly quiet. There were some popular trailheads closer to the ranger station, but the backcountry I patrolled didn't see many hikers, especially in summer when the temperatures could hit 110 degrees easy. It wasn't glamorous work. My first few months, I spent most of my time clearing trail washouts, checking water levels in the few springs that hadn't gone dry, or doing inventory on some of the old backcountry cabins that were used by researchers. It was lonely work, but I didn't mind. That's what I wanted when I signed up for it. By mid-July that first year, I knew the area pretty well. I'd mapped out most of the small canyons. I'd found all the old cattle fence remnants, and I knew where the jackrabbits and coyotes liked to pass through. There was one place, though, that always felt off to me. It was this low floodplain area just east of a slot canyon called Whitaker's Draw. The map showed a seasonal creek running through it, but even after some decent summer storms, I'd never seen water in it. The soil there stayed a little darker than everywhere else, almost greasy in a way. The first time I went through it, my ATV got stuck. I had to winch myself out with a line wrapped around a dead juniper. After that, I only went through there on foot. It was just odd ground, flat but not smooth, like it had collapsed at some point and dried that way. Not really quicksand, but it gave a little when you walked on it. The sagebrush didn't grow right there either. It was patchy, sick looking. A couple old metal posts stuck out of the mud like broken bones. I didn't like being there, but nothing about it was dangerous on paper, so I didn't report anything weird about it. Just made a note not to drive through it again. Everything changed for me on August 3rd. I had to hike out to one of the older trail camera stations we'd set up months before. It was on a loop about 8 miles out from my cabin, near a boulder field that overlooked the plains. Usually we'd check those cameras to see if any rare animals were passing through. Sometimes we'd catch cougars or even the odd bobcat. The hike was long, but easy, and I'd done enough that I didn't bring much. Just a day pack, water, GPS, and a toolkit for the camera housing. I left around 6 a.m. to beat the heat. About halfway there, right when I was coming down a dry wash, I found something strange. A dead cow. That itself wasn't unusual. This area used to be open range before the land was protected, and some of the ranchers never cleared out all their cattle. Every now and then one would wander too far and die out in the brush. But this one was different. It was fresh. No bloat. No scavenger marks. It wasn't stiff either. Flies hadn't even found it yet. What caught my eye was how it was laying. Perfectly on its side. Not collapsed, not curled, but flat. Like it had been lowered into place. Its legs were straight. No sign of struggle around it. No drag marks. No prints. No disturbed dirt. The only thing wrong with it, besides being dead, was its eyes were missing. Not pecked out, not torn out. Just gone. Clean holes. Like something had scooped them right out. I stood there a long time, staring at it. The sun was already starting to bake the ground, but there was no smell. That's what really stuck with me. Dead animals stink fast in the desert. This one didn't. Not even a little. Eventually I moved on. I had a job to do, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something about that cow wasn't right. I noted the location in my log and pressed on. I didn't even plan to mention it back at HQ unless it kept bothering me. I reached the trail camera a few hours later. It was fine. Battery was still good. Memory card was full. I swapped it out and started to head back. I was hot, tired, and my brain was still chewing on the dead cow. I made it back to my cabin around 3 p.m., drank 2 full canteens of water, and spent the rest of the day going over the trail cam footage. It was normal stuff. Jackrabbits, a couple coyotes, one mountain lion way off in the background. But then, near the end of the footage, something else. It was a man. He was in frame for only a second, just standing at the edge of the rocks. Not walking, not looking at the camera, just standing. He was wearing jeans, no shirt, and a wide hat. One of those cowboy hats with the brim curled up on the sides. His skin looked like leather, but pale. Almost gray. He was gone by the next frame. No footprints. Notice kicked up. Just gone. I paused it over and over again. Tried to zoom in. The image wasn't clear enough to make out his face, but something in his posture felt off. Too stiff. Like he didn't belong in the picture. I printed that frame and taped it above my desk. I didn't tell anyone about it. I knew how it would sound. I tried to convince myself it was just a hiker who wandered too far, though that part of the park was closed to the public. Maybe he was a rancher. Maybe I missed his footprints. Maybe I was overthinking. The next week, I went out again. I wanted to go past the same area and see if the cow was still there. It wasn't. I hiked to the exact GPS spot I had written down. No cow. No bones. No drag marks. No buzzards. No fur clumps. Nothing. The dirt was smooth, like the ground had swallowed it. It made the back of my neck prickle. I turned in slow circles, looking around me, but there was nothing. Just heat. Wavy lines in the distance. Dead brush. I started walking faster than normal. I didn't stop until I was almost 2 miles away. That night, I slept with my sidearm close. I'd never done that before. Over the next few weeks, small things kept happening. Tools would go missing from the shed and show up days later in weird spots. My GPS track logs would show strange little deviations I didn't remember taking. Once, I found my boots lined up outside my cabin door like someone had taken them off me while I slept and placed them there. I checked the locks every night after that. Still, I kept my mouth shut. Part of me thought I was going stir crazy. Too much sun, too much solitude. But I didn't imagine what happened in September. It had rained 2 days in a row. One of those rare summer storms that flood the arroyos and make everything smell like creosote and wet dust. I was told to check the trails for erosion damage, especially near Whitaker's Draw and that low floodplain area I'd always avoided. I parked my ATV at the edge of the dry wash and walked in. It was muddy, more than usual. My boots sank in with every step. At one point, I had to use a stick to pull my foot free. That place had always felt off, but now it felt alive. Like the ground was breathing under me. And then I saw the hole. It was near one of those old metal posts. Just a few feet wide, perfectly round, about 6 feet deep. No shovel marks, no piles of dirt nearby. Just a clean, round pit in the mud. I crouched at the edge, trying to figure out how it got there. Maybe a sinkhole, but that didn't explain the shape. I leaned in a bit further and saw something at the bottom. It was white, smooth, round. I thought maybe it was a rock or a bone. I took out my phone to take a picture, but I slipped. My boot slid on the wet rim, and I fell forward. I caught myself, barely, but one of my arms went down into the hole up to the elbow. It was warm inside, not hot like the sun, warm like breath, like something was alive down there. I yanked my arm back fast and scrambled away, crawling backward until I was out of the mud and on firmer ground. My hand was covered in some kind of grayish slime. It smelled metallic, like blood and rust. I didn't go back in. I marked the location and left. I didn't even fill out a full report. I just wrote possible sinkhole, marked with post, and left it at that. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. That hole, that warmth, that dead cow, that man on the camera. It all started to feel connected somehow. A few days later, I took out one of the old maps I found in the ranger station archives. It was dated 1936. It showed cattle paths, mineral claims, and homesteads that had long since disappeared. That floodplain area had a name on the old map, one that wasn't on any of the newer ones. It was called Cutman's Flat. No other information, just a label. But I looked through some of the old station logs and found a few mentions of it. One ranger back in the 1950s had written, "Avoid Cutman's. Ground not right. Smell after rains. Don't send new hires there." That was it. One note. 50 years old. And I was the only one left still walking through it. I decided to make one last trip before the season ended. I wanted to prove to myself that it was just mud, that I was imagining the rest. I waited until after another rainstorm and hiked out just after sunrise. I carried extra gear this time. Rope, a small folding ladder, a flare, my service weapon. I didn't plan on using any of it, but it made me feel better to have it. The hole was still there, bigger now. I've worked as a park ranger for over 15 years. I've been stationed in forests from Oregon to Wyoming, but most of my time has been in Montana. Big, wild, lonely places, thick woods, long valleys, mountain lakes, and whole stretches where you can walk for days without seeing another person. That's why I signed up for the job in the first place. I never liked cities or crowds. I like the silence. I like the long hours. And I like knowing where every trail, every turn in the river, and every ridge leads. But silence, I've learned, can also be dangerous. Not everything out here is predictable. Not every hiker gets lost because they were dumb or careless. And not everything I've seen can be explained away with bad luck. This happened 3 summers ago, in an area we just call the Glen. It's part of a remote section of forest about 60 miles from the nearest town, past the normal campgrounds, way beyond the marked trails. We don't advertise it. There's no online map showing where it is. The few old maps that do mark it just show a small open clearing surrounded by thick pine. Back in the 60s, the area was used as a logging station. The company pulled out after a few years, and what they left behind was a dirt road full of potholes, a couple of rusted machines, and a small maintenance shed made from heavy timber. You wouldn't notice the shed unless you were looking for it. Trees have grown up around it now, and moss covers most of the roof. No electricity out there. No cell signal. Not even a ranger tower nearby. Just one of those places that got swallowed back up by the forest. That summer, I was patrolling that region alone. I was part of a rotation, doing week-long shifts in various backcountry zones. Usually, I'd hike in with my gear, stay at one of the basic ranger cabins, check trail conditions, monitor wildlife, and make sure nobody was out where they weren't supposed to be. Most of the time, it was boring work. Logs of elk activity, fallen trees blocking paths, hikers making little fires where they shouldn't. But that week, something was off. It started on day 2. I was hiking a loop trail that cut near the old Glen site. The day was quiet, no wind, overcast sky. Not cold, but not warm either. Just gray and still. The kind of day where the forest feels heavier than usual. As I came down a ridge toward the clearing, I noticed something strange. The old logging shed, usually hidden behind ferns and brush, had its door open. I stopped and looked at it from a distance. I hadn't been out here in a while, but I was sure the last time I passed by, that door had been nailed shut. Years ago, I'd even told one of the newer rangers to hammer it closed to keep animals from nesting inside. I could see scratch marks on the frame, like something had pulled the door outward. I made my way down carefully. The grass was flattened in spots leading toward the shed, like something heavy had been dragged or had walked back and forth several times. The tracks were strange, almost like boot prints, but spread unevenly, deep in some spots and shallow in others. Not bear, not elk, not any animal I knew. I stood outside the open door and took a breath. I didn't want to step inside, but I had to check. It was part of my job. There could have been a trespasser, or worse, someone hurt. I shined my flashlight in first. The air smelled like mildew and oil. Inside, everything was covered in dust and old spiderwebs. A rusted workbench stretched across one wall, and above it were a bunch of shelves holding old cans and tools. But what stood out was something that definitely hadn't been there before. In the center of the floor, there was a small pile of sticks and stones, arranged carefully in a pattern, almost like a symbol. Not random. The sticks had been shaved, the ends sharpened. Some of the stones were arranged in a tight circle around the pile. I didn't recognize it as anything native, and I've seen a lot of native carvings and symbols over the years. I didn't touch it. I just stood there and stared at it for a while. The shed was silent, except for a faint creaking sound from the wind moving the old walls. But even the wind didn't feel right, like it was pushing and stopping in strange patterns. I backed out and shut the door again. It didn't close completely. It hung crooked from its hinges, but I pulled it as far as it would go and marked the location in my logbook. I made a note to come back and check it again before the end of my shift. That night, I stayed in a ranger cabin about 5 miles away. These backcountry cabins are tiny, just a cot, a table, and a small stove. No power, no running water. I cooked some beans and sat out on the little porch with my thermos. The woods were quiet, but I couldn't stop thinking about the symbol on the floor. It looked deliberate, like something meant to be seen. Around midnight, I woke up needing to piss. I stepped outside, barefoot, and walked around to the side of the cabin. I was standing there, trying to adjust to the cold, when I heard it. A snapping branch, close by. I froze. At first, I figured it was a deer or a raccoon. But then I heard it again, 2 snaps this time. Slow, like someone walking carefully. I crouched, listening, but couldn't see anything. My eyes hadn't adjusted all the way. I reached for my flashlight, just as another sound came. This time, not a branch. It was like something dragging across bark. Long and slow. A scraping sound. I turned the light on and swung it in the direction of the noise. Nothing. But then I saw something small. On the side of a tree, maybe 20 feet away, was a thin line of cuts in the bark. Fresh. Like something had been dragged straight down. The marks were still wet with sap. The strange thing was they weren't vertical. They curved at the bottom like a hook. I didn't sleep much that night. The next day, I decided to hike back out to the shed. I told myself I just wanted to double check it. Maybe get a picture of the symbol for later research. But deep down, I was spooked. The footsteps, the drag marks, the scratches. Something was happening out here. When I got back to the Glen clearing, the shed was closed again. Fully shut, like someone had pulled the door back into place and propped something against it. I felt my chest tighten. I stood there for a while just staring. No birds chirping, no bugs buzzing, just the sound of my own breathing. I pulled the door open and stepped inside. The sticks and stones were gone. The floor was scraped clean, like someone had used their hands to brush everything aside. But in the corner now, near the workbench, was something new. A backpack. Modern. Nylon. Dark green. Half zipped. I walked over and knelt beside it. My fingers felt numb. I opened it slowly. Inside were some granola bars, a water bottle, and a small notebook. The front of the notebook was blank, except for a sticker that said Property of W. Langley. That name hit me like a rock. Will Langley. I knew that name. He was a junior ranger who went missing 2 summers ago. 22 years old. His last known assignment had been near this region, but nobody found any trace of him. After 10 days, the search was called off. People figured he got lost in a ravine or mauled by a bear. The forest doesn't always give back what it takes. But now here was his bag, and here was his notebook. I opened the first page. Most of it was written in neat block letters. Daily logs, like we're trained to do. Notes about trail conditions, wildlife sightings. Then, near the middle, things changed. The handwriting became shakier. The sentences shorter. Heard something last night. Not a coyote. Heavy. Found sticks in a circle. Not mine. Saw movement at tree line. Can't explain. Watching me. Can't sleep. Can't leave. Something wrong with compass. I turned the pages faster. More entries. More panic. The last few lines were almost unreadable. It's inside the shed. I know it now. It knows I saw it. No way out. That was the last page. I don't remember how long I stood there. My legs felt heavy. My chest was tight. I looked around the shed again, half expecting to see him standing in the corner. But the place was empty, cold, and silent. I grabbed the notebook and stuffed it in my bag. I took a few pictures with my phone. Then I left. I radioed the station that evening from a signal point on the ridge. Told them I'd found new evidence related to a past disappearance and was heading back early. They said they'd send a team out to the Glen. I never went back. I finished my shift, filed my report, handed over the notebook. They opened an investigation, brought in dogs, drones, and even cadaver units. But they never found a body. Not Will's. Not anyone else's. Just the shed. Just the clearing. Empty again. What scares me most isn't the shed itself. It isn't even the fact that Will Langley probably died out there. It's that someone or something went back into that shed after I left. Cleaned up the symbol. Moved the bag. Left the notebook where I'd find it. Like it wanted me to see it. Like it was watching how I would react. I still work as a ranger. Different region now. I avoid places like the Glen. Too remote. Too many things that don't add up. But I keep Will's last page scanned on my phone. Not as proof. Not even as a warning. Just a reminder that silence isn't always empty. And not everything that disappears in the woods stays gone. I've been a park ranger for 17 years. In that time, I've worked across several national parks, but I've spent most of my career in the Pacific Northwest. Thick woods, wet weather, long stretches of silence. It's the kind of place where trees seem older than time, and if you go off trail, you can get turned around even if you've spent your whole life here. This isn't the kind of terrain you take lightly. The worst experience I ever had happened 6 years ago. I was stationed in a remote section of the Forest Reserve in Washington. Hundreds of square miles of dense woods, mountains, and winding rivers. It wasn't a place tourists came often. Our station mostly handled backcountry permits, wildlife surveys, and rescue operations for hunters or hikers who went too deep and got themselves into trouble. There was one trail we never recommended to the public. It wasn't closed, just not maintained anymore. The Echo Trail. It used to be popular in the 70s, but landslides and erosion had made large portions of it dangerous. Nature took most of it back. It started on the north end of the park and looped high into the hills. Over the years, people who ventured up there without knowing the terrain sometimes didn't come back, and it wasn't always easy to find them. The name Echo Trail wasn't official. Locals called it that because of how sound carried weirdly up there. Yell or call out, and it would bounce back strange, sometimes delayed, sometimes not at all. Even animal calls sounded off. It was probably just the terrain and the cliffs, but even after years working there, I avoided the place unless I had to go in for work. In October of that year, we had a report of a solo hiker, male, mid-30s, who hadn't checked back in. He had left a note at the ranger station 3 days prior, saying he was headed up Echo Trail for photography and wanted to catch the last of the fall colors. He never returned. His car was still parked at the trailhead. My supervisor told me to take a pack and head up to see what I could find. I set out early. I had enough supplies to stay overnight if I needed to. Radio, food, thermal gear, flares, maps, the usual. The weather was cloudy and damp. The forecast said there might be light rain in the evening, but nothing serious. The start of the Echo Trail wasn't bad. Old gravel paths still held shape under the overgrowth. The trees here were massive, moss-draped, and quiet. You could hear every twig break underfoot. After about 2 miles, the trail started to disappear. Trees had fallen across it in some places, and old wooden steps carved into the slopes had rotted away. About 4 hours in, I found signs someone had been there recently. A piece of red plastic wrapper caught on a bush. Then some torn boot prints in the soft soil. It matched the direction of the trail. I followed the path for a bit longer and found a spot where someone had clearly stopped to rest. There was a small cleared area, and I saw a flattened patch of grass, like someone had sat or even slept there. But what caught my attention was the tripod, still set up and standing in the middle of the clearing, legs slightly buried in the soft dirt. No camera, just the tripod. That was strange. Most people don't leave that kind of gear behind unless they're in a hurry. I did a sweep of the area. No signs of struggle, no dropped items, no blood. Just a tripod. It was one of those higher-end carbon fiber ones. Light and expensive. He didn't just forget it. I called it in over the radio, gave my location, and said I'd continue deeper. I marked the area with some survey tape and kept going. It got steeper, and the trees grew tighter together. After another mile or so, the light started to dim more than it should have. It wasn't evening yet, but the cloud cover made it feel later than it was. Everything took on a gray, flat tone. Then it started to rain. Just a light mist at first, but steady. I pulled on my poncho and kept climbing. I was about 6 miles in when I started hearing it. At first, I thought it was just echo, my own footfalls, maybe the wind. But it didn't feel right. There was a soft crunching noise behind me, and every time I stopped, it stopped. I tested it. Took a few steps. Crunch. Crunch. I stopped. Silence. I turned around several times. Nothing. No animals that I could see. But the forest was dense, and visibility dropped fast with the mist and low light. After another quarter mile, I came across a small ledge where someone had clearly climbed down. The soil was loose, and the edge was steep, but I saw fresh slide marks, boot prints, and where someone had grabbed onto roots or rocks going down. It led into a gully choked with brush and ferns. I climbed down carefully. Halfway down, I slipped and had to grab a branch to stop myself from falling the rest of the way. The branch held. I reached the bottom and found a small camp. One sleeping bag, soaked through, a backpack propped under a tree. No fire pit, no food out. Everything was zipped and stashed. I checked the pack. Inside was a water bottle, some snacks, a weatherproof journal, and a map. I opened the journal. The last entry was dated 2 days ago. The handwriting was neat but short. Something's wrong. I hear noises at night. Thought it was deer, but too quiet. Like footsteps. Can't sleep. Might head back tomorrow. That was it. There was no name in the book, but I was sure it was him. I checked the pack more thoroughly. I found a wallet. ID confirmed it. He hadn't packed for a long trip. Just 2 days worth of supplies. So why hadn't he come back? I looked around again. The camp was clean. No signs of panic. But it didn't look like he had stayed there the last night. Sleeping bag was damp, but untouched. No sign he had gotten into it again. I decided to keep moving just a bit further before heading back. I left a marker and climbed up the other side of the gully. The rain had picked up. The mist clung low to the ground. Then I found a camera. It was wedged between 2 rocks, lens down in the mud. It was scratched but intact. I cleaned it off best I could and checked the memory card. It was still inside. Back at camp, we had a way to extract images even if the camera itself was dead. I stashed it in my pack. By now it was late, too dark, and slicked to head back down the trail safely. I decided to set up camp near the missing man's site. I pitched my bivvy under a thick pine, close enough to where I could see his camp, but far enough that I didn't feel like I was intruding. I boiled some water, ate a meal, and radioed in my findings. I said I'd hike out in the morning. Then I waited. That night was the longest of my life. It wasn't one thing. It was everything. The rain stopped around midnight, but the forest didn't get quiet. I kept hearing things, branches cracking, leaves rustling, footsteps that weren't mine. And the worst part was how sound carried. Sometimes it sounded like something was walking just a few feet away. Then I'd listen and realize it was coming from further off, echoing strangely. The acoustics in that part of the forest were bizarre. I stayed still in my bag, trying to stay warm. I had my flashlight, my knife, my flare gun, just in case. But I didn't sleep. At one point, maybe 2 or 3 a.m., I heard something that froze me completely. A voice. It wasn't words, just a sound. A low call, like someone saying, "Hey," but from a distance. Except the way it echoed, I couldn't tell what direction it came from. I knew there was no one else out here. I had the only permit for this section, and I knew I hadn't passed anyone on the way up. I didn't move. I didn't call back. I just lay there listening. It didn't happen again. When dawn finally broke, the forest looked the same, but something about it felt worse. The light didn't cut the mist much. Everything was soaked. I packed quickly and started back down. I made good time, retraced my steps, and kept my eyes open. No more signs of the missing man. The tripod, the journal, the camera. That was all I had. I got back by mid-afternoon and handed everything over. A few days later, I was called into the ranger office to review the photos on the camera. Most of them were normal, beautiful even, trees lit by golden sun, birds, a few deer, then some selfies. The guy had a relaxed look. He looked happy to be out there. Then the photos started to change. The angle shifted. Shots were taken quickly, without framing. Some were blurry. One showed a dark shape between two trees. Could have been a stump, but it was far off and unclear. Then a series of shots taken at night. Flash on. They showed the trees around his camp. Same scene, over and over. Like he'd heard something and was trying to catch it in the flash. The last photo chilled me. It was taken from inside the tent, facing out through a partially unzipped flap. Just the forest beyond. Nothing clear, but in the lower right corner, close to the tent, a boot. Part of a leg. Just the ankle in tow, as if someone was standing just outside the tent. That was the last photo. The man was never found. We did another search, full team this time. Dogs, choppers. We covered 10 square miles. Nothing. No remains. No more gear. Not even a footprint. Officially, it went down as a missing person case. The file's still open. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. There was someone or something else on that trail. I haven't gone back up Echo Trail since. Not alone. Not even during the day. And when new rangers ask me about it, I tell them this. Some places, nature doesn't want you. I've been a ranger for over 20 years now. Long enough to know that most stories you hear from guys in the field have a kernel of truth, but they're almost always told with a little extra seasoning. Not mine. Everything I'm about to tell you happened just the way I saw it, smelled it, walked through it. And I'll be honest, some days I wish I had made it up. At least then I could sleep better. This all happened in the summer of 2013, back when I was stationed at Cradle Gulch National Forest, up in Montana. It's a lesser-known area compared to Glacier or Yellowstone, but it stretches over 100,000 acres of rough terrain, deep canyons, and thick pine forests. We didn't get as many tourists, and that was part of what made it beautiful. Quiet. Still. Isolated. That summer started out like any other. I was based out of North Fork Station, a small ranger outpost set in a shallow valley near the gulch itself. From the station, you could see across the treetops for miles. We had one main logging road, a few old fire watch towers, and a bunch of trails that hadn't been used much in years. Most of my days were spent clearing debris, maintaining trails, updating map markers, and sometimes checking on backcountry hikers who came in through the permit system. But Cradle Gulch has one trail I never liked. It's called Ridgeback Loop. Nobody called it that officially anymore, since the sign marking it had rotted away years ago and the trail itself was barely passable in places. It started as a narrow, twisting path up through the north end of the gulch, then looped over a rocky ridge and dropped back down about 5 miles away. The climb was brutal, and the descent wasn't any better. People didn't use it much, and we didn't encourage them to. Every few months, we'd go up there to make sure no trees had fallen across it, or that animals hadn't nested too close. July 3rd, a few days before the holiday crowds were due to come in, I was told to do a solo check of Ridgeback Loop. Nothing unusual about that. I packed up early, standard gear, radio, GPS, bear spray, water, food, med kit, small shovel, field notebook. My supervisor, Dale, told me to take my time and radio in by 1700 hours. If I didn't, he'd send someone looking. I started around 0800. It was a dry, hot morning. Dust stuck to my boots as I crossed the trailhead and started up into the incline. Ridgeback Loop rises fast. The first 2 miles are just hard climbing, nothing fancy. Just you, your breath, and the constant sound of branches snapping under your feet. That part of the forest is old. The trees there are big and dense. Sunlight barely touches the floor. Even in July, it's cool under that canopy. There's something about it, that always made me feel watched. Not by a person or anything supernatural. I don't believe in that stuff, but more like the forest itself is watching. A presence. A weight. Like you don't belong. I cleared a few small fallen branches, marked a bad washout with flag tape, and made my way up the ridge by midday. At the top, I stopped to eat, sitting on a large flat rock that jutted out toward the valley. From there, you can see the forest stretch out in every direction, nothing but trees, hills, and silence. The kind of view that makes you feel small in a good way. That's when I noticed something weird. About half a mile away, I saw a small shape, dark, unmoving, right off the trail. I pulled out my binoculars. It looked like a pack, like someone had dropped it near a narrow game trail that curved off from Ridgeback's main path. The trail wasn't even on the current maps. Probably an old animal trail or a firebreak line from back in the 70s. Now, finding a pack in the woods isn't unusual. People drop stuff all the time, but something about this one bugged me. It wasn't covered in dirt or needles. It looked clean, almost new, no sign of wear, and it was just sitting there, too perfectly placed. I figured someone had wandered off the main trail, dropped their gear, and maybe went to relieve themselves or explore and never came back for it. I finished my food, then hiked down toward it. Took maybe 20 minutes through thick brush. When I got there, I saw right away that it was a serious hiker's pack. Big, well-strapped with reflective bands and all. But there were no footprints around it. None. The ground was dry, so maybe they didn't leave marks. But even then, the grass wasn't bent, and the moss on nearby stones looked untouched. I called it in over the radio. Found an abandoned pack off Ridgeback Trail. No sign of owner. Gonna open it and check for ID. There was a long pause, then Dale's voice came through. Copy. Proceed carefully. Let us know what you find. I unbuckled it slowly. Inside was the usual gear. Water bottles, trail mix, topo map, headlamp, a first aid kit. But no wallet. No tags. Nothing with a name on it. I checked the water bottles. They were full sealed. Trail mix bag was unopened. The map was printed just a month prior, according to the date in the corner. The whole pack looked untouched, like it had never been used. That didn't make sense. I took some photos with my phone, logged everything in my notebook, then zipped the pack back up and stashed it in a tree fork. I planned to carry it down later on the return loop. Now, this is where things started to go wrong. About 200 yards further down that same offshoot trail, I found a tent. Not pitched, just collapsed, like someone had tried to set it up and failed, or just left it halfway done. Holes were still in the bag. The rain fly was half unfolded. No signs of struggle, no animal tracks, nothing. It was the same brand as the pack. New, clean, no name tags or labels. I checked it thoroughly. Inside was a rolled-up sleeping bag, still in its packaging. Again, no dirt, not even pine needles stuck to it. Now I was getting uneasy. I reported it again. Found tent and sleeping bag. No sign of use. No ID. No disturbances. Everything looks brand new. Dale came back slower this time. Roger that. Might be a stage camp. Maybe a trail marker for a research team. Could be they forgot to report it. If I'd seen research camps, they always had signage or flags or notes. This didn't. It looked like someone had packed for a full backpacking trip and never used any of it. I decided to follow the offshoot trail further. Micah told me I had to. The trail narrowed quickly. The trees grew thicker, and the ground sloped down. At this point, I'd gone maybe 300 yards off Ridgeback. Then I found the fire ring. It was old, real old. Moss had grown around the stones, and the ashes inside were gray and broken down by rain and time. But something caught my eye. In the middle of the ring was a blackened metal cup. A small one, like for camp coffee. Looked almost melted on one side. Half buried. I pried it out with a stick. It was scorched badly, warped, with burn marks climbing halfway up the handle. And yet, there was no other sign of recent fire. Then I noticed something worse. Behind the ring was a tree, tall, dead, and barkless. On the side facing the fire pit, I saw small scratches. Vertical ones, like from a knife. Uniform, repeated, like someone was carving time into it. I counted, over 200 small lines. Some deep, some faded. No names, no dates, just tally marks. At that point, I turned around. I didn't feel safe continuing alone. I marked the GPS location, flagged the nearest branch, and made my way back up toward Ridgeback, planning to return the next day with someone else. But when I got back to the spot where I had left the pack in the tree, it was gone. I froze, looked around, checked the ground, the branches. Nothing. No scuffs, no drag marks, no movement. Just gone. I radioed it in, voice low, trying to stay calm. The pack's gone. Same tree, same spot. Nothing around. Dale paused, then said, "Are you sure you marked the right tree?" I didn't answer right away. I was sure, but I knew what he was thinking. I must have marked the wrong spot. I must have made a mistake. But I hadn't. I headed back down Ridgeback as fast as I could. The sun was dropping, and shadows in those woods stretched long and black across the trail. I reached the station by 1740. Dale was already waiting. He didn't say anything, just nodded. I handed him my field notes and GPS. He looked them over quietly, then said, "We'll go back tomorrow. I'll call Ethan to come with us." That night, I barely slept. Not because I was scared of what I'd seen, but because of what I hadn't seen. The silence, the untouched gear, the missing pack. None of it added up. The next morning, Dale, Ethan, another ranger, and I hiked back to the site. We found a flag I'd left at the offshoot trail. But the trail itself was different. The brush was denser, the opening narrower, like it had closed in overnight. We pushed through anyway. The tent was gone. So was the sleeping bag. So was the fire ring. Gone. No signs of disturbance. No footprints. No broken branches. Just undisturbed woods. Dale didn't say a word. Ethan just kept scanning the trees like he was waiting for something to step out from behind one. We checked my GPS log. The coordinates were exact, but there was nothing there, like the whole site had been scrubbed clean. That was 10 years ago. The incident was never reported outside the Forest Service. Internally, they called it a gear misplacement and closed the Ridgeback loop permanently. It's no longer. I worked as a park ranger in Wyoming for almost 14 years before I finally walked away from the job. I was stationed in several different parks over the years, but the incident that made me quit happened during my last year in the Bridger-Teton National Forest. A place full of mountains, winding trails, hidden ravines, and old mining claims long since abandoned. This is the kind of place where you can be standing on solid ground 1 second and sliding into a canyon the next. The area I was assigned to was one of the less trafficked parts of the forest. Rough trails, no paved roads, no restrooms, not even a real ranger station, just a weathered shack with a cot, a stove, a desk, and a radio that didn't work half the time. Most of my job was solo patrol, walking trails, checking maps, making sure people weren't building fires where they shouldn't, and sometimes keeping an eye out for poachers or illegal campers. It was a lonely kind of work. Some rangers like being out there alone, and for a while, I thought I was one of them. But solitude does weird things to your mind if you stay in it too long. That September started like any other. Nights were getting colder, bears were more active, and we had a few more tourists try and cram in last-minute hikes before snow started to dust the upper trails. It was the tail end of the season, and most of the casual hikers were gone. Only the hardcore folks stuck around that late. Hunters. Backcountry survivalists. The kind of people who don't always want to be found. About a week into the month, I was given a task that seemed routine. The Forestry Service had hired a third-party land surveyor to do some terrain mapping for a long-overdue project, updating boundaries around an old decommissioned trail network. The guy's name was Alan Morales. Supposed to be in his early 40s, prior military, worked solo. His job was to hike out with GPS and old maps, match the coordinates to mark boundary stones, and flag areas that needed new markers. I was told he'd be checking in every day at 1,700 via satellite phone. He had food for a week, gear rated for sub-zero nights, a bare canister, a signal flare, and 3 backup batteries. A professional by all accounts. He checked in the first 2 days without issue. But on the 3rd day, no call came through. Not at 5, not at 6. I let it go at first. Figured maybe his sat phone died or he forgot. By the time the next morning came with still no contact, I knew it was time to go look. The area he was working in was called Section 33. We didn't use names out there much, just numbers. Section 33 was isolated, rugged, and steep. It was known for having poor line of sight for radios and lots of false ridges. Plenty of caves and old prospector tunnels too, though most of them were boarded up or collapsed. The trail that looped through it hadn't been maintained in 5 years, which meant blown down trees, washed out switchbacks, and one bridge that had been rotting since 2013. I packed for 2 nights, though I hoped I'd be back by dark. Brought my issued radio, GPS, flare gun, water filter, and my sidearm. It's policy not to bring a weapon unless you expect to encounter dangerous wildlife or illegal activity. But I'd learned over the years that policy doesn't mean much if you find yourself alone, injured, and a long walk from help. I didn't expect to need it, but I brought it. The hike-in was uneventful for the first few miles. Crisp morning air, clear sky, no sign of recent weather. I followed the GPS trail to the last coordinates Morales had transmitted. It took me up the east side of a ridge where the old trail turned into barely a game path. I found one of his flags tied to a branch just off the path. It was bright orange and had his initials and date written in Sharpie. That told me he'd made it at least that far. About another mile in, I found his camp. It was set in a small clearing between boulders. Tent was up, zipped, no signs of a struggle. Camp stove was cold but clean. The bare canister had been opened properly and was empty. Nothing looked chewed or raided. His backup batteries were stacked in a dry bag under a rock, just like the manual says. Everything was in order, except he wasn't there. There were boot prints leading away from the tent, just one set. They went west, down a slope, into heavier trees. I followed them until I reached a stream cutting across a narrow gully. The mud made tracking easier, but after the stream, the footprints vanished on a patch of stone and pine needles. I checked the time, 14:20. I gave him an hour to show back up, sitting in the camp, eating one of my own rations, trying not to feel nervous. But as the minutes dragged on and the wind picked up, I started thinking about worst-case scenarios. I radioed into base to report the situation. They logged it and told me to keep searching, to check in every 2 hours. Still standard procedure. I followed where I thought he might have gone, climbing down into the gully and back up the far side, checking for broken branches or flagging tape. About 300 yards in, I spotted something shiny between 2 trees. It was a water bottle Morales's. His initials were etched into the lid. It had rolled down into a thick patch of brush and looked like it had been dropped recently. I searched the area around the bottle for nearly an hour. Still no signs of him. No tracks. No blood. No clothing. Nothing. I was about to turn back when I spotted a thin wire running through the underbrush. It was a tripwire, military style, taut and fixed between 2 stakes, nearly invisible. My heart jumped. I knew Morales had a military background, but this wasn't standard equipment. Why would a land surveyor be setting tripwires in the woods? I carefully followed the wire and found it was attached to a noise trap, a small bundle of metal washers hanging from fishing line. Not deadly, just noisy. But why would he set something like that? More importantly, against who? I found 3 more traps in a 50-yard radius, all improvised, all hidden well. Something wasn't right. I hiked back to his camp before nightfall and set up my tent next to his. Ate a cold dinner and went over the area maps again. No major hazards nearby. No mining shafts, no predator dens, no cliffs. And no known illegal activity in that part of the park for at least 3 years. But something in my gut told me he hadn't just gotten lost. Something had scared him enough to make traps. That night was long. The forest was dead quiet. Too quiet. Even at that elevation, you hear owls or squirrels or wind through trees. But around midnight, I woke up to silence, so heavy it felt like cotton in my ears. My tent fabric moved slightly like it was flexing from pressure. No wind, but some kind of shift in air. I unzipped my tent and stepped outside. Headlamp on. Nothing but trees. Then I noticed that Morales's tent door was open. I hadn't touched it. It was zipped shut when I went to sleep. I walked over and looked inside, still empty. Nothing disturbed. But the zipper tab was lying in the dirt, broken off. Like it had been yanked. I barely slept the rest of the night. At dawn, I packed up and headed deeper into the woods. I had flagged Morales's camp on GPS, but I needed to find him, or his body, or a sign. Around mid-morning, I came across another improvised trap. This one was different. It wasn't meant to make noise. It was a spike, sharpened stick set at ankle height, tied to a springy branch. If you tripped the line, it would swing right into your shin. Not enough to kill, but enough to slow you down. I knew, then, that Morales wasn't just hiding. He was expecting someone to come after him, and he was preparing to defend himself. I kept going. Found another bottle. Another flag. This one older, maybe from the first day. I was nearly 3 miles from his original coordinates now, and deeper into the woods than anyone had reason to be. The trees were thicker, and the slope of the terrain started to drop. That's when I found the hole. It was almost perfectly round, about 4 feet wide. Fresh dirt around the rim, scattered by hand. Not dug with a shovel, more like someone clawed it open. At the bottom, maybe 8 feet down, were broken boards, old, gray, splintered. A mining shaft, one that wasn't on the map. I dropped a glow stick down. It hit bottom in about 3 seconds, longer than 8 feet. There was no ladder, no ropes, no sign that Morales had gone down there, but something about the hole felt wrong. I marked it and hiked back uphill until I could get a weak signal on the radio. Reported the shaft, the traps, the lack of contact. Command said a search team would come out at dawn the next day. I should have waited for them. I know that now. But I was angry, confused. I wanted to know what happened. So I went back to the hole and started circling it. I noticed boot prints on the far side, fresh. Same tread pattern as before. Someone had been here recently. And then I saw drag marks leading away, like someone had pulled something heavy across the dirt. They vanished into the trees. I followed them. The drag marks led me about 200 yards to a thicket of bushes. And there, half covered by leaves and branches, was a man. Morales. His face was pale, lips blue, eyes open but glassy. His hands were scraped and raw, like he'd been crawling. No visible wounds, no blood, but his body was stiff and cold. I crouched beside him and found something clenched in his fist. A full... I've been working as a backcountry ranger in Idaho's Sawtooth Wilderness for over 15 years. It's a massive stretch of steep mountains, narrow lakes, and deep ravines. You don't see many tourists this far out. We mostly get hunters, solo hikers, or the occasional dumb kid who thinks the deeper you go into the woods, the more real the adventure gets. Most of my job is routine, checking trail conditions, logging wildlife sightings, clearing debris, sometimes helping with rescues. But there was one stretch of trail that I never liked patrolling. It was an unofficial spur off the main route, and it dropped fast into a narrow, forested ravine. The rangers before me marked it as dangerous, overgrown, and unstable. But that wasn't the part that got to me. What made it strange was the number of old incidents tied to it. Lost hikers, animal attacks. One guy, a biologist from some university, straight up vanished. Never found a body. No gear. Nothing. And there weren't many big predators in that area, at least not usually. There's no official name for it on the map. Some locals call it Broken Jaw Ravine, but no one seems to know why. There's no stream running through it. No landmark that makes it worth the trouble. But I started calling it the ravine in my logs. Just that, the ravine. I stayed away from it for years. It didn't bother me too much. We're trained to respect the dangerous places and leave them alone. But in July of 2021, I was assigned to do a deep inspection of all the unofficial trails before a planned rewilding project. It was a push from some agency higher up. They wanted full inventories of trail damage, wildlife use, even illegal campsites. That meant I had to go down the ravine. I set out early that morning, around 6:30 a.m. The air was cool and still. I carried everything I needed: radio, GPS, first aid, sidearm, plenty of water, even extra topo maps. I hiked in from a north ridge and reached the mouth of the ravine around 9. The trail down into it was barely a trail at all, more like a suggestion. Trees were packed tight. The slope dropped quickly and was filled with loose soil and stone. You had to watch every step or you'd slide half a mile into the brush. The first 2 hours were just tough hiking. I kept notes of fallen trees, erosion patterns, and bare scat. I didn't feel anything unusual until I got deeper. The light started to change around midday. It wasn't cloudy, but everything around me started to look dim. The sun was still above the ridge, but for some reason, the trees here blocked more light than they should have. The shadows felt too thick. I chalked it up to the slope and the overgrowth, but it made me uneasy. Around noon, I found something I didn't expect. About 100 feet off the trail, I spotted what looked like a collapsed tent. At first, I thought it was some hunter's trash, but when I pushed through the undergrowth and got closer, I realized it was much older. The fabric was stiff and sun-bleached, like it had been there for years. The frame had snapped and sunk into the soil. Nearby, I found a rusty stove, a cracked thermos, and part of a torn sleeping bag. But no ID, no bones, just the ghost of a camp. I marked the coordinates and moved on, trying to keep my pace steady. I figured I'd turn around by 2 or 3 p.m. if I didn't reach the bottom of the ravine. But the deeper I went, the more the terrain changed. The soil went from dry to sticky. The trees started to lean inward. And the sounds, they stopped. No birds. No insects. Not even wind. I know what you're thinking. That sounds like cliché horror movie stuff. Silence in the woods. But trust me, when the woods go dead quiet, it messes with your head. It's not just about sound. It's like something presses on your chest. Like the air gets thick. Your own breathing starts to feel too loud. Around 1:30, I reached a steep rock ledge with a narrow game trail that circled down along its side. It looked fresh, not man-made, but definitely used. The prints were weird though. Not boots. Not paws either. Almost like deer tracks, but spaced wrong. Too narrow. Too deep. I crouched down to get a better look and caught the sharp smell of rot. Not strong. Just a whiff. It came and went with the wind. I should have turned around then. I really should have. But I was already so far down, and I told myself I'd just go a little farther to see where the trail ended. What I found was a sort of basin at the very bottom of the ravine. It was a low, muddy clearing surrounded by thick brush and deadfall. In the middle of it stood an old game camera, the kind wildlife researchers set up. That was the second big surprise. It was camouflaged, but clearly not that old. I checked the casing. Still had a working battery. A cable ran from it into a buried plastic case, like it was storing images locally. But there were no ID tags, no agency markings, no labels. It wasn't ours. I didn't know whose it was. That's when I started to get nervous. Not scared yet, just alert. The kind of alert where your body starts to feel light and wired, and your brain tries to push it away. I backed up, checked my surroundings. Nothing moved. Still no birds. No bugs. Not even a damn squirrel. I decided to log the coordinates and take the camera back to base for analysis. I dug out the buried case, brushed off the mud, and started hiking back up. That's when a nausea hit. It came on fast, like a wave of dizziness and sickness in my gut. I had to sit down. I thought maybe I just overexerted myself or breathed in some bad spores. But the feeling didn't pass. My skin felt hot. My stomach cramped. Then I heard something move in the brush to my left. It wasn't loud, just a faint crunch of leaves and sticks. Then another. Then nothing. I stood up fast and drew my sidearm. Nothing jumped out. Nothing moved. But that thick silence was back, heavier than before. I waited there for maybe 5 minutes. Nothing. I started back up the slope, slower now. Every 20 or 30 feet, I stopped to listen. At one point, I thought I heard breathing. Not mine. Not heavy. Just slow, steady, distant, and low to the ground. But every time I stopped moving, it stopped too. The worst part? There was no wind, but the trees started to move. Not much. Just a slight sway. A creak here and there. Enough to mess with my eyes. I made it maybe halfway up when I noticed the game camera, the one I took, had stopped working. The light was off. The battery panel was warm. Too warm. I opened it. The battery had melted. That's when I started to really panic. I dumped the gear. Camera. Battery. Everything. I just wanted to get the hell out of that ravine. But the trail I had come down didn't look the same anymore. It was overgrown. Closed up behind me. I knew the general direction. Up and northwest. But the usual landmarks were gone. Fallen logs. Rock piles. Even footprints. I forced myself to keep moving. I had water. I had a compass. But I kept getting turned around. Every rise looked like the one before it. Every dead tree looked familiar. At one point, I swear I passed the same stump 3 times. My GPS wasn't any help either. It kept glitching, flashing weird coordinates, losing signal, then spiking back. I gave up and focused on climbing. I finally hit a ridge just before sunset. My legs were shot. My shirt was soaked. My mouth was dry, even though I'd been drinking. I looked back one last time at the ravine. It looked wrong. The shadows were too deep. The trees seemed taller. The clearing at the bottom, where I'd found the camera, wasn't there anymore. That night, I slept rough under a rock shelf. I didn't eat. I didn't light a fire. I just laid there listening. Every now and then I thought I heard movement in the trees, but I never saw anything. Just that low breathing sound. Far off. Faint, but constant. I made it back to the station the next afternoon. My boss on my face and didn't ask questions. I filed a vague report. Said the trail was unsafe, too eroded, full of animal sign. No one argued. No one ever wants to deal with the ravine. Later that week, I quietly went through our ranger logs, looking for anything related to the lost biologist, the one who'd vanished years ago. I found his name, Paul Armendez. I found the last GPS ping from his tracker. It matched the same basin where I'd found the game camera. I asked around, quietly. One of the older rangers, a guy named Ed who retired in 2009, told me something off record. He said that same ravine had a history. That when they tried to survey it in the 80s, their gear would fail. Batteries would drain. Compasses would spin. One guy claimed the trees moved when he wasn't looking. They stopped sending teams down after a while. A month later, I got a brown envelope in my mailbox at the station. No return address. Inside was a single printed photo, a grainy image from a game camera. It showed a man kneeling in the ravine clearing, facing away from the lens. He was shirtless. His spine looked twisted, hunched. His arms were too long. His fingers touched the ground. Below the photo was a note. He's still down there. I didn't report the photo. I burned it. Since then, I've never gone back to the ravine. I marked it as unstable and unsafe for foot travel. We fenced off the entry point and took it off the public map. Every year or so, I've spent most of my adult life working in national parks. I've been a backcountry ranger in Montana, Wyoming, and Colorado. That kind of job usually means you're out alone for days or weeks at a time, deep in the woods, far from roads or tourists. Some people think that sounds like paradise. I used to be one of them. But now, I'm a little more cautious about silence, about stillness. I don't sleep as well in the woods as I used to. It's been a few years since it happened, but I think about it all the time. I think about it when I'm lying in my tent and hear a twig snap. I think about it when I come across a campsite that feels wrong. And I thought about it again just a few days ago when I was cleaning out my old gear and found the journal I used to carry with me on patrols. I stopped writing in it after that trip. Didn't touch it again. But I saw that page with the date written across the top in pencil and the few shaky lines I managed to write that day. And it all came back. It started pretty normal. Early fall. The beginning of September. I was assigned a 3-week solo patrol in a stretch of parkland that didn't get many visitors. Not because it wasn't beautiful. But because the terrain was rough, the trails weren't well maintained, and there was no easy access. You had to hike in about 10 miles just to reach the edge of the patrol area. It was part of a pilot program we were trying out that year. More wilderness rangers spread out deeper into the park to cover areas that had gone unmonitored for too long. The idea was to check for illegal hunting, abandoned camps, unauthorized fires, trail damage, wildlife issues, that kind of thing. There have been a few vague reports the previous year of weird finds out there. Things like trashed campsites and torn up wildlife caches, but nothing ever confirmed. Some of the rangers joked that it was probably just 1 or 2 idiot hunters with a taste for drama. I didn't think much of it at the time. I figured I'd be hiking around, doing trail assessments, camping under the stars, and maybe writing a few citations if I found anything off. I hiked in on a Tuesday morning. Clear skies, dry ground, temperature just under 60. Perfect weather. I had about 45 pounds of gear on my back. Tent, food, radio, med kit, all the standard stuff. My rifle was strapped to the side. We were authorized to carry firearms in this region because of the remoteness and because grizzlies had been spotted that far south on rare occasions. By mid-afternoon, I reached a spot I had marked on my map as a potential base. It was a small, flat clearing just above a creek. Good elevation, easy access to water, decent tree cover. I set up my tent and got my bearings. That night, I sat by the creek and ate one of my freeze-dried meals, listening to the water run over the rocks. The sky was clean. I could see every star. For the first 3 days, I followed the planned patrol route. I hiked northeast along an old firebreak trail that hadn't been used in years. Lots of overgrowth, but no signs of human activity. I documented a few broken footbridges and took GPS tags for trail maintenance crews. Saw some elk sign, a black bear print, nothing abnormal. On day 4, I woke up to the sound of something moving outside my tent. Not crashing or stomping, just soft, careful steps in the underbrush. I sat up quietly and waited. It was still dark. Around 5 a.m., I could barely make out the shape of something moving along the edge of the trees. It was low to the ground. At first, I thought it might be a deer, but the movement was wrong. It didn't walk like a deer. It paused too often. It just stopped and stood still. I stayed frozen for almost 20 minutes, just listening. Eventually, the sound drifted off, and I got out of the tent with my light. I didn't see anything, but I found fresh prints. Not clear enough to ID, but big. Bigger than coyote. Maybe a wolf, but they were rare in that section. I made a mental note and kept going with the day. On day 6, I found a gut pile. It was about 6 miles from my base camp, down in a narrow hollow between 2 ridges. I was following what used to be a deer trail when I smelled it. Blood and rot. At first, I thought maybe a bear had taken down an elk and left the remains. But as I got closer, I knew something was wrong. The gut pile was fresh, maybe a day old, but it wasn't a clean kill. The organs were scattered, not piled, not hidden, just thrown around. Stomach here, part of the liver there, intestines half covered and leaves like someone tried to bury them and gave up. The skin was gone. The head was gone. The legs were hacked off at the joints. There was no rib cage, no spine, just bits and pieces of tissue and pools of dried blood soaking into the dirt. I didn't see any tracks nearby. No drag marks. No fur. Nothing. I stood there for a long time, trying to make sense of it. I've seen bear kills, mountain lion kills, even illegal hunter dumps. This didn't match anything. If it was a predator, it didn't eat much. If it was a human, it wasn't for meat. I took photos and marked the GPS location. I left quickly. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every little sound in the woods made my ears perk up. The trees felt too quiet, like something was watching. I chalked it up to nerves, maybe even just altitude and stress. But I double-checked my rifle and kept it closer than usual. On day 8, I found another kill. This time it was closer, just 2 miles from camp. Same thing. No hide, no bones, just the organs scattered and half buried. A torn-up piece of meat nailed to a tree above it. That was new. A chunk of muscle, maybe from the leg, stuck to the bark with a rusty nail. I pulled it out with my multi-tool and dropped it into a sample bag. This one still had flies on it. It was maybe 6 or 7 hours old. That's when I made my first radio report. I called it in, told them I'd found signs of possible poaching or illegal activity. They logged my report and told me to continue monitoring, but I knew they weren't going to send anyone out unless I found something more concrete. Day 9, I stayed near camp. I set up a small trail cam about 200 yards from my tent, facing a game trail. I did a sweep in the area, but found nothing. That night, around 2 a.m., I woke up to a sound that I'll never forget. It was a deep, grinding noise. Not animal, not wind, like wet fabric being torn slowly. It came from just outside the tent. Then it stopped. I sat there, holding my breath, listening. Then a soft thud, and another. I had my hand on my rifle when I heard something land on the roof of the tent. Just a soft slap. Then another. I turned on my flashlight and looked up. Nothing visible. I unzipped the tent slowly and stepped out. The beam of my light caught something at the edge of the trees. A strip of flesh, hanging from a low branch. I scanned the area, but saw nothing else. I took down the piece and bagged it. It looked like it had been sliced from a large animal. No fur, just muscle and fat. Maybe elk, maybe deer. That morning, I packed up camp and moved to a secondary site 3 miles away. I didn't tell base. I figured it was better to move without making a fuss. I found another decent clearing and set up there, this time in heavier cover, near a slope. I placed 2 more trail cams in different directions, hoping to catch whatever had been hanging those meat strips. Day 11. No sleep. My stomach was in knots. The air felt wrong. There was no wind. The birds were gone. I checked both trail cams. Nothing on them. Batteries full. Memory cards empty. No motion. That night, I heard something crunch in the woods to the south. I stayed in the tent with my rifle. I didn't move. I waited until daylight to check. That morning, I found a third gut pile. This one was 50 yards from my new camp. It was fresh, maybe 3 hours old, still warm. There were flies already, but not many. It wasn't buried at all, just dumped. A trail of blood led into the woods, but stopped after 10 feet. No tracks. I lost it for a bit that day. I paced around, heart pounding. I kept looking over my shoulder. I started to think maybe someone was following me, stalking me, watching where I set up camp and leaving kills nearby. But there were no footprints, no signs of a person, no wrappers, no gear, no boot prints. Just blood and meat and silence. Day 12, I made another call. I told them I needed an extraction. I gave them my coordinates. They said they'd send someone to the closest trailhead in 48 hours, and I should hike there. It was a long hike, about 10 miles, but I had food, water, and daylight. I planned to break it up into 2 days. I made it 5 miles before I had to stop. My feet were blistered, and my back was seizing up from carrying the extra weight. I found a flat patch under a rock outcrop and set up a quick camp. No fire, no tent, just a tarp on my sleeping pad. That night, I didn't sleep. Around 1 a.m., I heard the sound again. That wet tearing sound. Closer this time, followed by something dripping. I stayed still, breathing through my nose. Then I heard breathing. Not mine. Close. Just on the other side of the rock. Deep, raspy breaths. Long exhales. Then a heavy thud. And another. I waited until dawn before I moved. When I finally stood up, I found something lying on my tarp. A tongue. An animal tongue, maybe elk, laid out carefully with a twig stuck through the end like a pin. I made the last 5 miles in 6 hours, barely stopping. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I worked as a park ranger for almost 10 years. Most of that time was in places you've probably never heard of, small state parks tucked away from highways, places with more trees than people. I liked it that way. I like being out where the cell service cuts out, and you wake up to the sound of birds and not engines. But one park still sticks with me, and not in a good way. I don't like to talk about it much, but I'll write it all here now. Might be the only way I'll ever get it out of my head. It was in the southeastern part of the country, a place known mostly for its river gorge, a deep, winding cut through limestone cliffs with forests stretching thick in every direction. The river wasn't that wide, maybe 50 or 60 feet across in most spots, but the drop down from the cliffs to the water was steep, sheer in places. There were trails crisscrossing through the park, some hugging the edge of the gorge, others dropping down to the water where people like to fish or kayak. I took the job in early spring, just before the crowd started showing up. My station was a small outpost with a radio, a cot, and a lockbox for supplies. It sat about 3 miles off the main trail, up a ridge overlooking a bend in the river. Not many people hike that far, but I was responsible for patrolling about 8 miles of trail and checking 2 campsites that were backcountry only. If someone wanted to stay overnight in those spots, they had to sign in at the visitor center. My job was to make sure no one tried to sneak in or get hurt out there. The first few weeks were quiet. Some kids tried to sneak in and drink, but I found their camp and sent them packing. A couple of tourists got lost, but nothing serious. The usual stuff. Then I started noticing something strange. It was small things at first, little things most people would ignore. One morning, I found a trail marker that had been pulled out of the ground and tossed into the woods. I figured it was a prank. But the next day, another one was missing, this time from a different part of the trail, about 2 miles away. I reported it, and they said they'd send someone to replace them when they had time. A few days later, I was walking the upper ridge trail when I found a pile of rocks stacked in the middle of the path. It wasn't a cairn or anything helpful. Just a weird little pile, like someone had taken the time to collect flat stones and balance them into a small tower. It looked too intentional to be random. I kicked it over. Next day, there was another one, different spot. That got under my skin. I started to feel like someone was trying to mess with me. Like they knew the route I walked every day and were just staying ahead of me, setting these things up for me to find. That night, I stayed up later than usual. I sat outside the outpost with my flashlight off, just listening. The forest was quiet, mostly frogs and wind. But somewhere around midnight, I heard something. It wasn't an animal. It was the sound of movement, fast but careful. I turned on my light and aimed it toward the trees, but there was nothing. Just the underbrush and the black spaces between trunks. I waited another hour, heard nothing else, then went to bed. Next morning, I found boot prints not far from the outpost. They weren't mine. I checked the size and tread pattern. Too narrow, maybe a man's size 9. They led toward the trail, then vanished into the brush. I radioed the station and asked if anyone else was out this way. They said no, not unless it was a poacher or an unregistered camper. The idea of a poacher being that close didn't sit well. The park wasn't exactly known for hunting, but some folks like to come in and try to trap raccoons or foxes. It was illegal and rare, but it happened. Still, poachers didn't usually sneak up to ranger stations. A week later, things got worse. I was hiking down toward Campsite B, one of the more remote ones near the river. The trail leading down there was steep, with switchbacks cut into the hillside. It hadn't rained in days, but the dirt felt soft, like something had churned it up. I kept going, and when I reached the site, I froze. The fire pit had been torn apart. Stones were scattered, some cracked open. The wooden benches we'd installed were broken, snapped in half like someone had stomped on them. A pile of half-burnt trash was sitting off to the side. Food wrappers, empty cans, a piece of rope. It looked like someone had camped there recently, maybe even last night, but left in a hurry. I checked the logbook when I got back. No one had signed in for over 2 weeks. That night, I stayed awake again, watching. Around 2 a.m., I heard the movement again, closer this time. I turned on my flashlight, but the beam caught nothing but empty trees. I swept it back and forth, hand on my belt. The brush was silent. Then I saw something brief, almost too quick. A flash of gray moving between 2 trees, maybe 30 yards out. It was gone in a second. I stood there a long time, flashlight pointed at the gap where I saw it. Nothing. That morning, I walked the trail again. I found more boot prints near the outpost and a small pile of those flat rocks, stacked again, just a few yards from my door. I stopped sleeping after that. I set up small tripwires around the edge of the outpost. Not to trap anyone, just to make noise. Some string, a few tin cans. If someone tried to come close, I'd hear them. 2 nights later, the cans rattled. I jumped up, grabbed the flashlight, and ran outside. My light caught the tail end of something ducking into the brush. Human, fast, hunched low. I chased it, crashing through the trees, but I couldn't catch up. The ground was rough, and I nearly twisted my ankle on a root. The next morning, I found the tripwire cut clean, like someone had used a knife. Now I was on edge every hour of the day. I carried my sidearm, even while cooking. I started hiking trails twice a day. The park still didn't think it was serious, just some transient, maybe a squatter. They said they'd send another ranger out to help, but no one came that week. Then, on a Sunday morning, I found something I still don't understand. It was deep in the woods, not far from the gorge edge, maybe a quarter mile off any trail. I was tracking a faint path of disturbed leaves. Something had passed through here recently. I pushed through the underbrush and found a clearing I didn't know existed. In the middle was a pit. Not natural. It was a hole maybe 6 feet across, perfectly round, and about 5 feet deep. The dirt around it was loose and dark, like it had been dug recently. No shovel marks, though. No signs of digging tools. Just the pit. At the bottom, there was a dead raccoon, its body torn open, ribs cracked, insides missing. A little pool of dried blood around it. No scavengers had touched it. That was the part that felt wrong. In a forest full of coyotes and buzzards, a carcass like that should have been gone in hours. But it wasn't. I backed away and marked the location on my map. I didn't report it. I don't know why. I just didn't. Maybe part of me didn't want to have to explain it. The next night, the cans rattled again. This time, I didn't chase. I stayed inside, lights off, gun in hand. I listened. There were footsteps circling the cabin, slow, deliberate. Once I heard a breath, just one like someone exhaled inches from the door. Then silence. In the morning, I found scratch marks on the side of the outpost, low down near the base. They were deliberate in a straight line, maybe 6 inches long. 4 of them, not animal claws. These are made with a blade. I decided to hike into the gorge that day, to the bottom, where the river ran. I needed to clear my head. I took the trail slow, kept my hand near my weapon the whole time. It was quiet down there, cool and damp, with moss covering the rocks and the river dragging slow and brown between cliffs. I followed the river east for about a mile before I saw something up ahead, a glint of metal. It was a backpack, old and dirty, half buried in leaves. I opened it. Inside were a few scraps of paper, an empty water bottle, and a wallet. The ID said James Callan. I recognized the name. He was a hiker that had gone missing 2 years earlier. They'd searched for a week and never found a trace. No gear, no sign of where he went. People figured he slipped and fell into the river, maybe got dragged down past the rapids and washed out. But here was his bag. The papers inside were soggy, unreadable. The wallet had cash and a credit card, but no blood, no sign of struggle. I brought the pack back to the outpost and called it in. They sent a retrieval team the next day. They didn't seem too surprised. One of them told me the park got 3 to 5 missing persons a year, mostly hikers who ignored the signs, went off trail, and never came back. He said some were found, some weren't. He shrugged like that was normal, but it didn't feel normal to me. That night, I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I made a decision. I was going to find whoever was out there. If it was one guy messing with me, I could catch him. If it was more than that, I'd still try. I was tired of waiting. I packed gear, extra food, filled my canteen, loaded my sidearm. I left the outpost at noon and headed back toward the pit I'd found. I figured that was the best place to start. By late afternoon, I reached the clearing again. The pit was still there, but now there were more. 4 pits, same size, same shape, each spaced evenly apart in a line. At the bottom of each was a dead animal. A fox, a possum, a deer, and something I couldn't identify, small and twisted. All of them were untouched by scavengers. The dirt around the pits was fresh. I felt watched. I didn't sleep that night. I camped in a tree. I started working as a park ranger about 10 years ago. I've seen a lot over the years: lost hikers, illegal hunters, animal attacks, even some drownings. The job isn't just walking trails and waving at campers. It's long hours, unpredictable weather, and often the forest doesn't feel as peaceful as it looks. You learn quickly that nature doesn't care about you. If you mess up, it'll kill you. This story happened 5 years ago. I was stationed at a remote station in the Ouachita Mountains, Arkansas. It's not the most famous national forest, which is probably why I liked it. It's big, rugged, mostly untouched. The kind of place where you can walk for days and not see another soul. Our district had 3 rangers covering hundreds of square miles, and we rotated weekly patrol zones. The area I'm talking about is a stretch of high ridgelines and deep valleys east of Caddo Gap. Locals called one particular hollow Dead Run because of how steep and narrow it was, and because of the old stories that float around: hunters disappearing, people hearing screams in the night. I never paid attention to that stuff. It was late October, and the fall rains had just started. That week, I was tasked with checking several old fire roads and making sure the trail signs were still visible, especially before deer season picked up. A lot of people sneak in early to scout, even though they're not supposed to. My first few days were quiet. I camped near a stream, logged fallen trees, took some photos of erosion damage. The weather was holding, overcast, cool, but no storms yet. By day 4, I'd worked my way deep into the hollow. I followed an old logging road that hadn't been used in years. The forest was thick here, mostly pine and post oak, with underbrush that slapped at your legs every step. I didn't expect to see anyone, but I still found signs: fresh boot prints of a rusted beer can, cigarette butts. Probably poachers or kids trying to stay off the grid. Still, it meant I had to be more careful. I marked the trail with survey tape and kept notes in my logbook. The plan was to loop around and hike out the next day. That night, I set up camp on a rise above the hollow. The ground was wet but stable. I cooked a small meal, dehydrated beans and rice, then tied my food bag in a tree. I sat by the fire and read for a while. Around 9 p.m., I heard a loud, sharp snap from the woods behind me. Not an animal rustling in the leaves. This was clean, hard, like a branch being broken by hand. I stood up, scanned with my flashlight. The forest was still. A few frogs croaked near the stream below, but otherwise, nothing. It didn't sit right with me. I turned off my light and listened. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Nothing else. I convinced myself it was probably a deer stepping on a dead limb. Still, I slept with my boots on that night. The next morning, I found something strange. About 50 yards from my tent, I saw a line of small rocks stacked on a stump, 5 in total, neatly balanced. I hadn't seen them the night before. I'm not superstitious, but I know when something's out of place. It felt deliberate, like someone wanted me to see it. I took a photo, knocked the rocks down, and moved on. I figured maybe it was a hiker marking a path, or maybe even an old trail marker. I packed up and moved further into the valley. My route took me down into the lowest part of the hollow. The place felt different down there, darker, quieter. Even the birds were sparse. I crossed a creek 3 times, slipping on wet rocks. Around noon, I stopped for lunch and looked over my topo map. That's when I noticed something odd. An old trail that used to run through the hollow wasn't on the updated version of the map. It had been wiped out, not just faded or closed, completely removed like it never existed. I looked around and sure enough, there was an old trailhead, barely visible, half swallowed by vines. Curiosity got the better of me. I followed it for about half a mile. It climbed steeply up a ridge, cutting between 2 rock faces. That's when I found it. A crumbling shack, half collapsed under a fallen tree. The roof was rotted, and one wall had buckled inward. It looked like an old trapper's cabin, maybe early 1900s. The forest had almost reclaimed it. I stepped inside. The air was musty damp. The floorboards were soft, warped. A rusted stove lay tipped over in the corner. Hanging on the back wall was something I still don't understand, a chain of bones strung together with wire, hanging like a curtain. Some of the bones were clearly animal. Raccoon, deer, but others were small, delicate. Human maybe. I didn't touch it. I took one photo, backed out, and marked the location on my map. I kept moving. That night, I camped uphill from the hollow, this time on a narrow ridge where I could see both sides of the valley. I built a small fire, boiled water, and set my gear in a tight circle. The wind picked up after dark. Around midnight, I woke up cold. The fire was out. I sat up and saw, maybe 30 feet from my tent, someone standing between trees. Not moving, just standing there. I froze. My hand went to my flashlight, then to my belt. My sidearm was there. I switched on the light and aimed it. Nothing. The trees were empty. I got up and scanned in every direction. Nothing but fog and trees. No sound, not even wind. I didn't sleep again that night. By morning, I found tracks. Bare feet. Human. They circled my tent twice, then disappeared downslope. I followed them for a bit, but the leaves made tracking hard. I radioed the ranger station, gave my position, and reported a possible squatter or lost hiker. They said they'd send a team out the next day. I was told to stay put and not engage. But I didn't stay put. I hiked down the ridge, following a deer trail until I crossed the old creek again. The forest was dead quiet. No squirrels, no birds, nothing. I saw movement ahead, just for a second. A figure slipping behind a tree. I called out, nothing. I moved slower, careful, alert. I saw a shape on the ground near a bend in the creek. When I got closer, I saw it was a dead coyote, its throat torn open. But not by another animal. Its fur had been shaved in patches, and one of its legs was broken and twisted backward. I've seen predators kill, but not like this. This was intentional. That's when I heard it. Something moving in the brush to my right. Not a deer. Heavier. 2 feet, not 4. I turned and backed away slowly. I didn't see anyone, but I felt them watching. I hiked fast uphill back toward my last camp. I made it there by sunset and didn't stop moving. I didn't build a fire. I didn't unpack. I just sat back against a tree, sidearm in hand, waiting for sunrise. Around 3 a.m., I heard footsteps. Not animals, human. Slow, deliberate. They stopped just out of sight. I held my breath. Then I heard breathing. Low, raspy, like someone with a lung infection. Then a sharp inhale like a sniff. I raised my flashlight and scanned. Nothing. The breathing stopped. The woods were silent again. By morning, I was exhausted, shaking, soaked with sweat. I hiked out without stopping. No trail work. No rest. Just 10 straight miles back to the service road. The ranger team met me at the road crossing around noon. I told them everything. They searched the area, found the shack, the bones, the dead coyote. But no person, no footprints, nothing. A week later, the Forest Service quietly closed off the old trail. The shack was burned. Official reason? Safety hazard. We were told not to discuss it with visitors. I never saw the photos I took again. They were wiped from my phone and camera. Just gone. I don't know who was in that hollow. Maybe just some hermit who didn't want to be found. Maybe worse. I've worked 100 trails since then, but I've never gone back to Dead Run. Sometimes late at night, I still hear the breathing. Slow, wet, close, and I always keep my boots on. I started working as a park ranger in the northern part of Idaho back in 2013. The park I was stationed at covers over 200,000 acres of thick pine forests, sharp ridges, and valleys so deep the sun barely reaches the floor even at noon. It's a part of the Panhandle National Forest, but I won't say the exact name of the spot for a few reasons. One of them is because it's remote, really remote. The kind of place where you don't get any cell service for days. The kind of place where if something happens to you, no one's going to find you unless they're looking real hard. Most of my days started early. Wake up at the ranger cabin by 5:30 a.m. Check weather updates on the old radio system. Mark down any alerts. Then do my morning sweep. That usually meant hiking out into the backcountry trails, checking if anyone was camping illegally or if any wildlife had moved through and left signs behind. Some days were slow, just trees, squirrels, and silence. But other days stuck with me. There was one in particular that I still think about, even now. And the more I look back on it, the more I realize how close I came to disappearing without a trace. It was late August, the tail end of fire season. We'd had a few small blazes earlier that month, mostly lightning strikes that fizzled out quick thanks to some well-timed rain. But the ground was still dry. The kind of dry where even your footsteps kick up dust. I was doing a solo patrol of the northwest sector of the park, a place we call the Needle Pines. The name fits. The trees there grow long and thin, like needles pointing at the sky. That part of the park isn't on the tourist trail. It's mainly for wildlife studies and environmental surveys. I'd packed enough supplies for 2 days, just in case. Tent, food, water tablets, topo map, compass, flare, and radio. I didn't bother with GPS out there. Batteries die fast, and sometimes the signal cuts out. I trusted my map and the compass clipped to my vest. It had never failed me before. Around midday, I crossed a dry riverbed that I recognized from the topographical charts. It used to be part of Red Elk Creek, but according to the latest park records, that part had been dry for about 3 years. Beavers had dammed it further upstream. I remembered kneeling to scoop a handful of pebbles. They were sun-bleached, bone-dry. I kept walking west, climbing up toward a ridge I hadn't checked in a while. It took me nearly 2 hours of hard hiking. That part of the forest is steep, with loose rock and deadfall everywhere. At the top, I stopped to take a breather, and that's when I heard water. At first, I thought it was wind, but the sound was steady, flowing, moving, definitely water. That caught me off guard. According to my map, there wasn't supposed to be a live creek anywhere near that ridge. Not for at least 3 miles in any direction. I figured maybe some old spring had reopened. It happened sometimes, especially after mild seismic activity. Still, I was curious. It didn't make sense. I followed the sound downhill for about half a mile. Then I saw it, a narrow stream, maybe 4 feet across, winding through the trees like a silver ribbon. It looked fresh, cold, fast. Not like a swamp leak or rain runoff. This was real, flowing water, and it wasn't supposed to be there. I knelt beside it and dipped my fingers in. Ice cold. Clear. No algae, no bugs. No trash either. That meant it hadn't been visited recently. I glanced at my map again. Nothing. The space where this creek was flowing showed no marks. No contour lines that suggested channel. Just dry land. That's when the hair on my arms stood up a bit. As a ranger, you trust the map. You have to. But this thing wasn't on it. Not a marking, not even a note in the margins. I made a mental note to log it later when I got back to the station. Maybe it was something new. A glacial melt? An old channel reopening? Still, it made me uneasy. I followed the stream for about 2 more miles. It flowed downhill, winding through thick underbrush. The forest here was older. Bigger trunks, denser shadows. The trees didn't let in much light. I kept walking, thinking I'd trace it to its source, or at least to where it met the main Red Elk Creek. But it didn't. The longer I followed it, the more I realized something strange. The stream never widened. It never branched. It never collected runoff for debris. It just kept flowing. Same width, same speed, like it was being fed by something I couldn't see. Eventually, the light started to drop. I checked my watch, 6:40 p.m. Sunset would hit around 7:15. I had maybe half an hour of usable light left. I found a flat patch of ground near a bend in the stream and decided to set up camp. I cleared the ground, pitched my small tent, and started a fire with dry pine and the fire starter for my kit. I ate a cold meal, jerky and a peanut butter bar, and tried to relax. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Even as I lay in my tent, staring at the mesh ceiling, I kept listening. The stream was loud. Too loud. It echoed, like the trees were amplifying the sound. That shouldn't happen in a forest this dense. Sound usually gets swallowed by the canopy, softened by moss and bark. But this water, it felt like it was always just behind me. Always moving. Always close. Around 2 a.m., I woke up. Not because of a noise, but because it was quiet. The stream had stopped. I sat up slowly and unzipped the flap. Outside, nothing moved. No wind. No rustling. And no water sounds. The creek that had been flowing steadily for hours was now silent. I got out and walked over to the bank. The stream was still there, but the water was still. Not a ripple. Like a pond. I watched it for a full minute. Nothing moved. Then I touched it. Warm. Not hot. Just warm. Warmer than it should have been for that time of night. Definitely warmer than when I touched it earlier. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat by the fire, waiting for the sun. When it finally came up, the water had started flowing again like nothing had happened. I thought maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe the temperature had dropped and slowed the flow. Maybe I was just tired, but I couldn't shake the feeling. I packed up and started hiking back. I followed the creek upstream this time, trying to trace it back to where it started. But no matter how far I walked, I couldn't find the source. It just kept going, like it started in the middle of nowhere. And then I saw the boot print. Just one, pressed into a patch of wet soil near the creek. Not mine, not for my boot type. It was older, half-dried, but still clear. Right foot, deep tread. Someone had been here. Recently. I looked around for more prints, but found none. That didn't make sense. A person doesn't just leave one footprint, unless they're standing still. I walked in wider circles, checking the area for signs of camping. No broken branches. No fire ring. Nothing. Just that one print. I kept moving. An hour later, I came to a spot where the creek vanished. Not faded. Not dried. Just gone. It flowed right into a rock wall and disappeared. No tunnel. No sinkhole. No outlet. Just rock. I tapped on it. Solid. I marked the coordinates on my notebook and decided to head back to the ranger cabin. I was done with this place. It took me 8 hours to hike back to the main trail. When I got to the cabin, I immediately radioed the station and logged the sighting of the unmarked creek. I gave the coordinates, noted the footprint, described everything. I expected a callback or some follow-up, but I didn't get anything for 2 weeks. Then I got a visit. 2 men showed up in an unmarked black SUV. Middle-aged, neat haircuts, button-down shirts, boots that looked brand new. They asked for me by name. They had my report printed out. They didn't say who they worked for. They just said they were from a related federal department. They asked me to show them the spot. I agreed. We hiked out together. When we got there, the creek was gone. I mean completely gone. Not a puddle. Not a damp leaf. It looked like it had never been there. I felt like an idiot. But I showed them where the footprint had been. It was gone too. They took notes, measured a few things, then told me not to talk about it. They weren't rude. Just very clear. They left the next morning. Later, I checked with another ranger who worked the south side of the park. I asked if he'd ever come across a creek that didn't match the map. He went real quiet and just shook his head. Then he said something that stuck with me. If the forest doesn't want you to find something again, you won't. I didn't go back to the Needle Pines for a long time. Not alone. And I never found that creek again. It's not on any map. It's not listed in any geological survey. It doesn't show up on satellite images. But know what I saw, and I know what I felt. I felt watched, followed. I felt like that creek didn't just appear. It arrived, like it had a reason. And once it was done, it left. I stayed on the job another 5 years after that. I saw a lot of strange things. Animal behavior that didn't match what we knew. Trees that grew too fast in areas that were supposedly dead. Once I even found a tent, half buried in snow, with a notebook inside. The pages were blank, but nothing ever rattled me like that creek did, because it made me realize something simple, something I think about every time I head out into the woods. Just because you've got a map doesn't mean you know where you are. And just because something's gone, the summer of 2013 was one of the driest we'd had in a long time. I remember it because my boots kicked up dust every time I walked, and the heat shimmered off the red rocks like they were breathing. I was working as a park ranger in a remote part of southern Utah, near a canyon system most tourists didn't know existed. Locals called it the Screaming Gulch. The name wasn't official. You wouldn't find it on maps. But folks in the nearby town used that name like everyone just knew why it was called that. Nobody gave me a straight answer when I first heard it. Some old-timer told me it was from wind tunneling through the rocks. Another said it was from animals that nested in the cliffs. A kid once told me it was because people used to die out there in the old days, and their screams still echoed if you listened long enough. I didn't care for legends or spooky talk. I cared about facts, broken trails, fire bans, missing hikers. That summer, I was assigned to a 3-week solo patrol of that area. The park was understaffed. Budget cuts, usual politics. The plan was simple. I'd hike a route that looped through several canyons and plateaus, checking campsites, topping off water caches, and recording any signs of wildlife activity or erosion. I'd carry a radio, a GPS beacon, and 10 days worth of supplies. There were some refill points hidden in the terrain, bare bones boxes stashed in dead drop locations filled with food, water, and first aid. We used them out there because the place was so remote that helicopters weren't reliable unless it was a real emergency. I'd have to ration carefully. The Screaming Gulch wasn't a place for beginners. The terrain shifted constantly. Rock slides happened every month, and flash floods could cut off your exit routes in under 10 minutes. There were no proper trails, just cairns made of stacked stones, and even those could get blown down or moved by pranksters. The canyons were tight and winding, and the sheer red rock walls made it hard for even radio signals to get through. In short, once you were in, you were on your own. I entered the gulch on July 2nd, just after sunrise. I parked the truck at the nearest ranger station, signed the log, and stepped into the dust. The entrance was a narrow cut in the rock. It looked like the earth had been split open by a giant axe. It was beautiful in its own way, layers of sandstone rising over me like walls built by time. Inside the canyon, the temperature dropped slightly. The sun couldn't reach most of the floor, which helped, but it also meant it stayed cold at night and never fully dried out. That led to all sorts of little dangers: slick rock, unstable ledges, patches of algae that could send you sliding into a ravine if you weren't careful. The first few days were uneventful. I took notes, cleaned out an old fire pit, moved a boulder off a narrow ledge, and logged some cougar prints. I saw a few deer, a fox, and a vulture that seemed unusually interested in me. Normal backcountry stuff. But on the 5th day, I found something that didn't belong. I was deep in the second fork of the gulch, where the walls rose so high you had to crane your neck to see the sliver of sky above. The map I carried showed an old and used offshoot that ended in a dead-end box canyon. I went that way to check a water cache stashed years ago, tucked under a rock ledge. As I turned the corner, I saw a shoe sitting in the dirt. It wasn't old or worn down. It was a modern trail runner, bright orange with a black sole. Clean, almost new. That immediately made the hair on my neck stand up. Nobody had reported anyone missing in this area, and hikers didn't just lose one shoe like that. I looked around. No footprints. No pack. No signs of someone resting or camping nearby. I picked up the shoe and turned it over. It wasn't dusty or scuffed. It looked like it had been placed there recently. That made no sense. Who the hell hikes deep into a desert canyon and leaves behind one clean shoe? I checked my map again. That cache was another half-mile ahead, so I kept walking. The walls closed in as I moved forward, and the air felt thicker somehow. At one point, I realized I hadn't heard a bird or insect in over 20 minutes. Just my own breathing and the crunch of boots. I found the water cache right where it should have been. The box was hidden under an overhang behind a curtain of dry grass. I opened it and took inventory. For sealed gallon jugs, 3 MREs, a basic med kit, and a flare. Everything in order. But then I noticed something odd again. One of the jugs was open. Not just unscrewed, sliced like someone had used a knife. There were no animals that could do that, not without leaving bite marks. This was a clean cut, deliberate, but there were no human footprints around the box. None. That's when I started feeling something wasn't right. I refilled my own bottles, made a note in my log, and moved on. That night, I camped on a flat patch above the canyon. I didn't build a fire. No need to waste fuel, and I didn't want to signal my position in case someone was out there messing around. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to the sound of something falling. It wasn't loud, just a soft thump, like a small rock landing on dry dirt. I sat up slowly and reached for my headlamp. Switched it on. I scanned the area. My gear was untouched. Nothing near the tent. No movement. I stepped out and looked toward the canyon. The moonlight lit the tops of the rocks, but the bottom was pitch black. I waited, listened. Nothing. Back in the tent, I stayed awake until dawn. The next morning, I took a detour to check a side canyon marked on older maps as unstable. It was marked with a big red X by someone years ago, possibly to warn about rock slides, but I had no records explaining why. The entrance was easy to miss, just a slit in the wall like the mouth of crack. I squeezed through, and instantly the light dimmed. The walls narrowed to maybe 5 feet apart, and the air smelled stale, like wet stone and rot. About 100 feet in, I found a strange pile of rocks. They weren't cairns. They looked like someone had tried to build a little barrier across the path. Waist high. I stepped over it and kept walking. Then I started noticing bones. Small ones at first. Probably rabbit or squirrel. But then I saw a spine, longer, cleaner, picked white. Maybe deer. Maybe not. My stomach turned, but I kept going. I hit the end of the canyon a few minutes later. It was a circular chamber, maybe 30 feet across. A dome of stone overhead. It looked like something out of a cathedral, natural and massive. I took a few photos, checked the humidity, and turned to leave. That's when I saw the second shoe. Same style, same color, sitting just beside the rock barrier I'd stepped over. I hadn't seen it before. I would have seen it. I picked it up and turned it over. Same tread, same size, same spotless condition, but this one was wet. I dropped it and walked faster than I should have. Climbed out of that crack and didn't stop until I was a full mile away. I didn't even log it that night. I just wrote found shoe, checked cache, moved on. That was day 6. By day 9, I was sleeping in short bursts, waking at every sound. I was deeper in the gulch than anyone had been in months, maybe years. There were places I passed where even cairns had crumbled. No signs of life. No tracks. No birds. Just me, the wind, and my own heartbeat. On day 10, I reached a part of the canyon that had collapsed years ago. I had to climb around it using a narrow ledge. As I did, I looked down and saw something that chilled me to the bone. Below me, maybe 30 feet down, was a tent. It was partially collapsed, but I could see its outline clearly. Green nylon, torn in 2 places. One side was shredded, like someone had clawed at it. There was a sleeping bag half pulled out, like whoever was inside had left in a hurry. No fire pit, no gear, just the tent. I looked for a way down, but couldn't find one. The rocks were too steep and the drop too far without a rope. I snapped a few photos and kept moving, but I logged the GPS coordinates and planned to report it as soon as I got back to base. That night, I camped on a rock shelf. I woke to the sound of something moving just beyond the ledge. It wasn't a coyote. It wasn't a deer. It was slow, steady. Crunch, crunch, crunch. I didn't turn on the light. I just held my breath and stayed completely still. Eventually, the sound stopped. I stayed awake until the sun rose. By day 12, my route was supposed to loop back toward the northern edge of the gulch. But a flash flood must have hit recently, because the canyon floor was slick and buried under new debris. I had to backtrack and find new path. I burned an entire day climbing a new ridge, and that's when I saw something that made my chest go cold. On the opposite ridge, maybe 500 yards away, was a figure. A man, standing still. I lifted my binoculars. He was wearing dark clothing. I couldn't make out a face. He wasn't moving, just watching. I waved. Nothing. I reached for my radio. Tried to call out. Static. When I looked back through the binoculars, he was gone. No trail. No dust. Just gone. That night, I made camp under an overhang. I used rocks to form a perimeter, not that it'd help. I didn't sleep much. On day 14, I hit the emergency cache. The box was there, untouched, but sitting on top of it was the final straw. A third shoe. Same brand.